this is Kev, and this is Black Men Being Brutally Honest. And uh, I was before we get started, I would like to thank everyone for supporting this channel. And that was some strange occurrence. I do apologize if you were watching and there was no sound coming through. But I restarted this broadcast, and yeah, let me just say that I was saying some award-winning stuff there, and too bad that y'all didn't get to hear it. So it's just we're gonna try again, and we're gonna go for the bigger award this time. So yeah, all right, thank you, Gerald. Man, dude, I was talking all kinds of shit, man, and it's like. Man.
That's what I was like. I was like, where's the volume? And then it finally you realize like, wow, I've been doing this. And I bet you can't get none of that content you were saying, because I bet you was going in, wasn't you?
No, not really. Yeah, in fact, I was a little calm, but let's go in now.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, man, I was saying some cool award-winning stuff, like, cause what I got into is like, okay, here's Jemele Hill. Jemele Hill used to be she used to be a ESPN correspondent, correct?
Yes.
She'd have her own show with this other guy, and she was dismissed either voluntarily or involuntarily or whatever. But she's been quite vocal throughout the media, as far as against police brutality and, screaming Black Lives Matter, advocated for Colin Kaepernick, things to that nature. Well, it kind of took a turn when that Very Smart Brothers article came out, the straight black men are the new white people to black people, which really singled out heterosexual black men as this problematic group of people who have this privilege. And Jemele Hill really joined the fray because a lot of the NFL players were like, well, I gotta eat, so I'm not going to participate in this quote unquote this kneeling protest. And she took to social media as a lot of these hot-headed females do. And yeah, I agree. Straight black men are the new white people, blah, 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 and all this other stuff. Now, for me, hearing a statement like that, as a black man from Alabama, of course, I'm going to react to it like this is just a bunch of bullshit. And if you really ride with black men like that, then you wouldn't think stuff. You wouldn't try to go for the jugular as far as insults. Oh, y'all right. White people, us right now. So you're telling me is out of alphabet black people and black women and black children, we are now the white people because we have some kind of magical privilege.
Ooh, well, I'm not going to roll with the Black Law dictionaries in who it describes who is black and who is white and the definition of it. I just say this is probably who they are, because if you look at the other one, if you look at the other females who Ice Cube had a meeting with, these women actually, they actually excluded themselves. Like, well, what about black women? And Ice Cube was like, hey, wait a minute. So you're outside of the family? So you're not part of this family? Well, there's nothing in it for us. I don't like saying this because you have a wife and a daughter, and it's hard to say F-U-C-K off. It's just that when you have women like this who are on MK Ultra television, I'm wondering, is she a puppet and they pulled her string so she can collect a check? I think she's a complete idiot, just like Brittany Cooper and just like these other women who coming at Cube. I can't believe Cube actually threw a rock at a pack of dogs and they actually started barking. And to hear what she said, that we're the new white man, well, that's kind of insult. Why don't you just say we're just men who are thinking now? We're thinking different. The Dixiecrat Party has done nothing. Kev, you was born into that party. Kev, I was there when they switched it up. But we knew because of teachers telling us that the people who lynched brothers and sisters were the Dixiecrats. Lyndon Baines Johnson said, we're gonna have these niggas voting for Democrats for the next 20 years. He did, and it happened. So what they don't like is that we have an opinion and they don't like that dude. They really prefer us to be hanging from a tree. I just see Jemele. She should actually meet what did the finger say to the face. She should meet that. I'm kind of getting tired of them. They talk too much.
Well,
Shut up. Know your role. You know.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of a difference between me and you. I don't really want them to shut up. I would like for them to keep exposing themselves. Like, if you're really trying to make a point with me that I am somehow the problem because I want to address the concerns and issues of just black women, then I'm going to say that you don't address the concerns of black children. I mean, it's I don't know, just something that happened earlier today on Facebook, and
Yes.
and people they frequent these social media sites, and they'll demonize one and say one is smarter than the other, and the other is smarter than the other. All that stuff that Twitter, that Facebook, and really YouTube, a lot of that stuff is really the same. I think YouTube is dynamically different because is really like on YouTube is really a rat race. Is like you have to provide tangible information in order for your audience to buy it to you, and your audience has to be able to follow you. You can't just
Yes.
you know
Yeah. Well, you also know that Google. Oh, Donnie's here. You also know that
Honey,
Google and
long
YouTube.
live the habitual line steppers.
Line steppers. You ain't shit for watching. Hey, what's up, Donnie?
How y'all doing?
Hey, we talking about Brittany Cooper, Jemele Hill, Lisa Ray. We talking about the rant of now black women who are getting mad and want to put us on a strategic supply of punani. You can't have no punani if you don't vote Dixiecrat. Like that's it. So I lose the deal. Like, come on. They don't like the fact that logic and common sense is a ruler of the land. You can't be upset because men saying, well, I want to take some time to think about it. Blacks Life Matter doesn't represent us. It represented the transgenders. Now, I don't have nothing against a person that's 6'3" and want to put on a dress. I'm not going to step up in your face anyway. You're 6'3". I'm not fucking with you. You want to wear a dress, wear a dress. I don't care. But the fact is, don't hate men. Don't loop us in because we're thinking now. You had to put that linebacker up there, didn't you? No, not linebacker, nose guard. But Donnie, what I'm saying is, why throw us under the bus just because we're thinking different? Why? I don't understand it, Kev or Donnie. Like, we're not entitled to this opinion, or if the ship is sinking, I shouldn't get off. Like, I should stay on the sinking ship. Fuck that. I like life. I enjoy life. And they're horrible people. I think Tommy said that. He said, and somebody else said that. Oh, Roger says that too. He says, man, some
They
women are
not
just
good people.
horrible people. And they
They not
are.
good people.
It's like, they get mad, they want to go home, just take their toys and go home. Okay, go home. The party don't stop. It's not going to stop. We have an opinion. We have a voice. Ice Cube was right, man, to ask the person for say, hey, look, we need a solution. And they don't like the solution that, damn, he really wants to work with us. But Kevin Donnie, what I can't understand, before this man even ran for president, the man was cool. How the hell did this man run for president, stir up this pot like this? I mean, damn, this is crazy, y'all. Pretty
Well,
crazy.
he's not meant to step and fetch, but I want everybody, of course, to come back tomorrow night for my conversation. We're going to ask yourselves, ADOS or people of color, and that discussion I feel is going to get very political. And I would like for the audience and whoever watches this replay to join me and join us tomorrow night for that discussion. But yeah. I don't understand that anger with Cube, except for the only thing that I can come up with is why people are so easily angered by Ice Cube is that he's a black man. And it seems like it's very easy to shit on us because Ice Cube, besides him being who he is, I don't see him in the media like that saying stupid shit all the time. I mean, it ain't like it's Kanye who like acts like he's almost in fucking space. You know, I mean, but but what all I'm saying is like Cube has always rolled with black people, man.
Yep.
Seriously, like I remember
Yep.
in ninth grade when that American KKK's Most Wanted came out, I bumped the shit out of it. The dude, he was very talented, like and for him, and he made the movie that like all black people love, Friday, and he came up with this contract with Black America. And when he say Black America, he didn't mean ADOS. He didn't mean, well, he meant ADOS. He said he meant ADOS, African American descendant of slaves. He didn't
Right.
mean people of color, because people of color means, non-white, which means everybody else slips in there. And that means black people have to go to the back of the line again. And they always
Yep.
do that to us. They always use other groups to put us to the back of the line, and it is BS. And let me shout out again to Gregory Mitchell. Thanks for coming back. Southeast Dusty, I see you. V Dub Boogie, peace, brother. Salute. Thanks for joining us tonight. We're gonna get into this blame black men narrative that plagues us so much in social media. And Gerald touched on something like, why aren't we allowed to say anything back? Why aren't we allowed to respond to a lot of the vitriol that we get? You know, I mean, I say we're allowed. I say we are, because when people say we're not allowed, it's like you're acting like you're somehow restricted from it. If I feel like I wasn't allowed to say certain things, it wouldn't be on this broadcast right now. But we are allowed to say anything we want. It's just that our problem is the responses that we're getting. Okay,
Yep.
put you back
Yeah.
on.
Okay. Thank you,
All
man.
right, all right. But the problem is the responses that we're getting, and a major problem is when we're not even around is tons of slander about black men. Okay, let me bring up a
Whew.
quick. Okay, Donnie, what's
Okay,
up?
so you can hear me. All right. So this is what I want to say. I think I not think I know the only community that feminism has worked on is the black community, and
Yep.
what I mean by that is it's the only community that has basically taken the structure of a man who was being the leader of the house and completely replaced it with a woman leading, making decisions, calling the shots. That's just what it is in the black community. What do they say? 85% of black households are female run. When black women are the leaders of the household, it's because they're the only ones in the household, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah. That.
anytime a black man is out here speaking and doing something, it reflects on the sisterhood and them going, oh, we got to rein him in. So anytime a black man does or says something that's politically empowering or empowering to the black culture, sisters can't have that shit because it shows that they're not in control, they're not leading, they're not winning. So what do they try to do? They shut us down. They try to make us out to be the bad guy, and they go out of their way to shut us the fuck up. Remember Simone
Yep.
Sanders? Just wish you'd shut the fuck
Uh,
up. What did she say? Sometimes you just need to shut the hell up.
black men and their unsolicited opinions.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
We got
Well,
we got big ass Jemele Hill talking about a sex strike. Nigga, please go on a strike. I'm
no,
begging you.
that's Brittany Cooper.
Uh,
That's the other water
Yeah,
buffalo. Yeah.
Brittany Cooper,
Yeah.
Jemele Hill put out a tweet talking about patriarchy after putting out advertisement of taking your stripper booty to the pole.
Yeah. So wait. That's who promoted that?
yep.
Boom, boom.
Get
Oh,
your
dude,
booty to the pole.
she has no room to talk. No room to talk.
But that was to empower black women. It just was an
Wait,
unseen
wait,
casualty of black men being, pervs.
wait, Donnie Kev, I got a question. Ain't that the same woman that was boo-hooing because her white boyfriend left her?
I hope so. Please tell me.
Yes, that's the same one who boo-hoo because a white, what, ain't nothing wrong with it. That's what she wants. She like that. I like butterpecan myself and Neapolitan, but she she boo-hooed when he left. Made it a big deal. I think it was like either last year or something. So she's the one that did that worthless poll. And it's
But
funny because I got your cue that your show was on, Kev, and I was like, okay, he's not on yet. And then I didn't realize you was talking. I went back to Judge Joe Brown. Judge Joe Brown called it our best. He said it, quote, ain't no fucking way you're gonna make somebody like Carly B the speaker for black people. I'm telling you, yo, they are not that smart. Somebody's pulling these strings. I've always said that about the sisters. Clever, intelligence, smart, no. Somebody's always, they're like cattle. They can corral them to do something, just like the lady Brittany Cooper who said sex strike. I just don't believe a Rutgers College professor could stoop that low to say something so fucking stupid.
She
I
hates
just
black
can't.
men. She hates black men, and she used that as a vehicle to shit on black men all day because that's what she did as soon as she made that tweet. She used it as a vehicle to go on and spit her vitriol at black men, calling them sheeps. Oh no, my bad. I don't want to disrespect the sheep. Just went on a little tirade. That's what these bitter bitches do. They go and get a PhD because the PhD makes them feel like they went out and got a man and did their life right.
You Kev, this is crazy because Kev and Donnie, one of the things that they don't want to lose is that this lady they had up on trial, and they said she's going to be a judge, and she adopted two Haitian children, and from the rumors and the things I'm reading is that women don't want to lose their rights to abortion. And it's funny. Trump said it. I'm pro-life. I don't give a shit what y'all saying. And I know why he's saying this pro-life because nobody never put two and two together and figured out, okay, what are they doing with the residues of these abortions? Now that's a touchy subject. Donnie, I said something to you one day and you backed me up. I was wondering, did you realize you backed me up? Because I said 99% of everything they teach us is wrong. There's
Yeah,
nothing that they taught us right. I mean, now somebody trying to call me. I got to decline it. I can step out of the box and talk about other things that would make me
Dre's in the
look
chat.
sort of stupid and suspect. Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, something happened. Okay.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. You can hear me. And that's going on the topic of Malachi York, other worlds, and I got to keep it right here. We're trying to get outside of this box
Malachi York.
of yeah,
Did you say Malachi York?
Malachi York.
Malachi Z.
Yeah,
York.
he doing some Malachi York doing some serious information. Doggone it, my boy's calling me back. It must be important. Okay, I'm gonna drop off. I'm gonna drop off the show. I'll be right back.
All
Word,
right.
word.
Oh,
I hope he actually drop off. He
Yeah.
don't have this conversation. What happened? You killed the hooker. All right, I'm gonna come help you bury the body.
Okay. Yeah, Dre was. Oh, Dre, what's going on, man? Oh,
He
Dre
ain't on.
dropped
I don't see
off.
him.
Dre dropped
All
off.
right. So Jemele
Uh,
Hill, huh?
yeah, Jemele Hill. Blame black men herself. And what I was saying was to people is like I do agree with the notion that why would black men want to get rid of patriarchy when patriarchy seems like it'll be beneficial to the community? We've seen what matriarchy does, and it's nothing good.
Yeah. It's just an excuse to continue on with the rhetoric, the presence of feminism. I just watched that clip today that me actually and you and Roger was talking about. I just watched that clip with the Fox. What is it? Fox Soul,
Yeah,
and they was beating up on Cube, and I was like, this don't make no goddamn sense.
Because they just wanted to war with the man. He's the male, they were the female. You're going to listen to us. You're going to think exactly how we want you to think, and you're going to go along with it. That's all it was.
Yeah,
And
that's foolishness. Don't have time for none of that foolishness.
like it's like that. Okay, they acted like they didn't want to hear a man out, and then it was like they didn't put anything in there specifically for black women. It's like when you say black people, that's black women included. This is what I this is what I've noticed about. Okay, and people may say I'm wrong about this. Black men led movements versus black women led movements. Black men led movements are inclusive of women.
Hmm.
Black women led movement seems to disparage men and will let white women in.
Exactly that. Yeah, these movements for them to say that they just was looking to pick at something and go. And you know what? Cube handled that smoothly. Oh, okay. Well, what y'all want in the program? Well, now you the one out here leading. No, baby. No. You got something to say about it. You the expert. Come bring something to the table. And what did they do? They still had complaints.
Still had complaints, and that's just the way. It's just seemingly the way it's going to be. And I've said this before on other platforms, and I'll say it again. This gender war is very important to them. Very important. It's like they can't have a platform without it. They have to have that sassiness. Uh, Let me see. Let me Cortez Smith. Let me. Okay, he said black women are told what to do. That is correct. Okay, welcome back, Judge.
Can
I
you hear me?
personally want. Hey, what's going on,
Yeah,
Judge?
yeah, we can hear you, man. We can hear you.
Okay. All right. Good.
I personally want to know
But go
what
ahead.
the
Continue. I'm
hell.
not gonna cut you off.
Yeah, I personally want to know what the hell black women need specifically that didn't that didn't cover. What is there on that list that didn't cover black women? What do they need that specifically differs from what black men need?
They it probably would be something to the effect of hold black men accountable for making all these babies.
Black men ain't out here making all these babies, so realistically, it needs to be whole black women accountable. But all right,
Yeah, I mean they're tired of hearing it. They want to be heard. They want to be. That's why they speak so loudly. Is is ridiculous. I would like to be able to go to a platform and I not see 5 or 16 shitting on black women. I mean, shitting on black men. So that's what I meant. Um, but it's just that's just the way it is. A lot of these folks wouldn't have a platform without being able to shit on black men. Seriously,
Definitely.
yeah.
What
Like
I've noticed is they've that's just the new fun for them. That's just their normal routine. But I've noticed every time anything gets going, it's like if the program does not focus on women first, it says just black people in general, the women are going to come out and be like, no, it needs to be. It's like, well, wait a minute. I said black people. Ain't you black? So you should qualify automatically. Nothing else needs to be said.
yeah, and this is why I can't roll with Black Lives Matter because it's like they're making all these separations as soon as they'll say black girls lives matter, black women lives matter, black gay lives matter, black trans lives matter, and then black men matter.
No.
It's like black should cover all of that. Why you got to make a
Oh,
separation?
oh. Well, of course, they make a separation too. The reason why they make a separation is you got categories. So what happens is that helps it easier to divide the money and proceeds. You
mm,
understand what I'm saying? That's the reason why. So basically, they'll talk about, say, Eric Gardner and a situation like that, but then all the money that's raised when and the program starts, so they say, we'll handle all of these things when you find out the black men will be put last. Like we were sitting here today, as you know, I was working in office buildings. So many homeless men outside because we got one homeless shelter here in Cleveland for men. One. But how many do we have? Even my girl was like, she said that's kind of fucked up because she said the reason why they out here like this is because they ain't got nowhere for them to go. And it was like that's bad how they kick them out on the street at 7:30 in the morning.
7:30 is when they get put out, huh?
Yeah, they
Early in
get
the
put out
morning, huh?
7:30 out here. Well,
Yeah.
that's why, like, if you ever notice the people that go to work, that they know, they'll let you know that ask anybody that like start work early in the morning in a major city, they'll tell you most of them kick them out, especially the men's shelters kick them out 7:30, 8 a.m. After we would always see them a good way. After they get kicked out of there, the libraries start noticing because as soon as they let them out, where did everybody go? Go to the library.
Mm.
Because they ain't got nowhere to go. Think about it. You know, and that's why you see a lot of time they'd be sitting up in the library, sitting in the chair, playing it off, reading a book or something, you know?
Yeah, ultimately, women have more protections, more help than men do in any situation, right? It's always looked at as, okay, well, you're a man, you need to go ahead and go out here and get it. Whereas if it's a woman, you
Yeah.
need to be protected.
Oh, oh, we're so sorry for you. And don't matter, you done had 10 kids. We're going to give you a big $400,000 house and we're going to pay all your bills and you don't have to worry about ever being put on the street or never having no food in your belly. And that's what gets me more than everything when they talk about this shit. You don't realize how much, like, imagine, okay, I'm asking you, Donnie, Kevin, if you didn't have to worry about being put out on the street and you would have a bare minimum amount of food for the month. What could you accomplish not knowing that you don't have to worry about being put on the street and you have to worry about food? What could you accomplish?
The world would be my oyster.
Hell yeah. I mean, can you imagine that? You're like, ain't no fucking way that they gonna put me on the street. Like, if you watch all these programs for these houses, when people getting kicked out of houses, oh shit, if you're a woman, they expedite you through there. And all you got to do is
Hmm.
pop out a bastard baby. You definitely getting first preference.
Yeah, a security mechanism for a woman is essentially having a child. Even if the dude ain't shit, you can get yourself put on a list
Right.
in order to get food, housing, clothing, and then you'll still get cash.
Right. And then if he ever gets anything, you're going to get a big ass chunk of that. But I mean,
Yeah,
there's
so
no way to lose. I mean, sit up here. The problem is the only way to lose when you have a child with a person you don't. The only person that loses when you have a child with a person like just bullshit is the kid, because the kid mother say, "Well, fuck, I'm just using this kid because I don't have to worry about paying for food or being put out on the street while I'm young, and that way I got a couple years to get my shit together. I can go to school or do whatever, and then by the time they kick me off of this system, I got a degree to take over." Imagine if men had that. How many of us would have degrees?
Mm, tell them.
yeah, my
Now,
thing.
or say it like this. Say they okay, fine. No. Now, how about this? They're fine. Now, go to show you how they would block this. Okay, fine. If the woman can get a free place to stay, and because she got the kid, then the father of the kid should too. So that way, when the kid comes spend the time with the father, he's in a nice place too. Bingo.
Mm.
Now, if you want to talk about all things being equal, and we worry about the child and not that. Well, wait a minute. Why don't we give both parents a place since they're not together no more? That way, when the child visits times with his dad, he'll be in a nice place too.
How dare you come up with
Well,
something
They
like that?
now women would, so they'd have a fit, wouldn't they? They'd have a fit, wouldn't they? If that was ever even talked about.
yeah, well, my thing is though, it is not true equality when they argue, when they throw out the vitriol like that. That means they're arguing to keep that whatever privileges they have by constantly
Mm-hmm.
saying we ain't got nothing. Y'all ain't never doing nothing for us. We don't have this. We don't have that. Well, we need more. We need more. So they make it seem like they ain't got shit, stacked shit on top of shit on top of shit, and and men. I'll say something about men. A lot of men aren't asking for things. We're not thinking about this kind of thing because we're not as whiny as they are. Let's be
Right.
realistic.
Well,
And go ahead.
a lot of times men were raised, if you want something, you better go out here and do something to
You
earn it.
have to.
That was put in our head as a child,
Yeah.
where women were taught, oh, well, no, if he really loves you, he should do it for you.
Mm-mm. As a
Yeah.
man,
And
if
then
something
Can you imagine
happens,
if it was that, what was that movie, Time? You ever see
Tom.
that movie Time? I guess it was like these people had these things on their wrists, and basically, if you ran out of time, you died. The time was like the
Oh,
currency. So,
with Justin
like, you buy
Timberlake.
stuff, and it would take minutes off your life. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you know. If the world was set up like that, women would probably be making the men go to work to earn their time, and they'd still be sitting their ass on home. If they could change like that, oh shit! Like everything was, ran off of how much credit you got. and then if you ran out of credits, you died.
All right. All right.
I don't know. Probably be a lot of dead broads. They want that Gucci bag. They been spend all their time for it.
Why don't you go just? Can you look out for me real quick? Go ahead and go work to give me some credit, or let me borrow some shit. Let me hold some. But yeah. Hey, just want to take time to thank that one sub that came in while I was doing the last broadcast where I was having audio problems. You're the GOAT, whoever you are. Thank you. You realize greatness was afoot, even though you couldn't hear one word. It's kind of like reminds me of that scene on Pootie Tang where he made that song where he turned down everything, and people were just blown away by it once they heard the epic silence of it. That makes me feel like that I have actual purpose here on this platform. So thank you guys, and thank you for your continued support. And if you haven't, go below that screen and hit that subscribe button and hit that like. And let's continue. What up, Gerald?
Hey man, I was trying to get my boy from Toronto to come on the show because it's funny that you guys are talking and he called me to have this same conversation. I said, dude, you gotta come on the show because we're saying the same thing. It's like we know what's going on. See, it's like this, Donnie, Kevin, whoever that is, the other person that's old, could be Rael. It's like this. They have been ruling. Yeah, that's me. Who this?
Yeah, okay. I knew I heard that voice.
Oh yeah, what's up, man? But check this out. This is what my partner T said from Toronto, and I know he's about to start listening. He said this because he said he kind of got it from me because I'm young. He said, well, according to you, G, he said they've been ruling and running shit for years under the disguise. All of a sudden, they're losing their power. They're losing a little bit of their power, and all of a sudden, the man says, "Master, I'm leaving this plantation. Fuck picking your cotton. You keep Jezebel over there, or we leaving, regardless if you like it or not." They don't like this situation that's coming at them because now they can't control us. And that is a problem to them. Now think about what I'm saying, y'all, because this shit is like a mixture of a lot of shit. Now I'm just learning that the same woman who supported this feminism movement is the same woman who started the goddamn child support shit. And this same woman has got busted on child trafficking, y'all. You understand me? Is that the shit is about to hit the fan. So when you got people like Jemele Hill talking, he said it best and y'all said it. I'm thinking somebody stuck their hand up her ass and making her talk. Because you just can't come at us. You just can't keep coming at us and we getting shot in the street and we gonna sing "We Shall Overcome." I never liked the fucking song any goddamn way. Excuse my language, y'all. I didn't like the song.
It was a defeated "We Hope a White Man Comes and Saves Our Ass" song.
Yeah. So, and that, is that Ed over there, y'all? Is Ed on the show? Oh shit. Okay.
Oh yeah, the hell races here.
Ed, I'm let him go. Let him go. I'm ready for a good laugh. Let's go. Let's go.
All right, Edward. Go ahead. Go ahead and say your first words.
Y'all gonna stop saying like I'm like the Joker or something and or I'm like Red Hood about to just shoot everything up or something like that.
No, Ed, but you're like a baseball pitch.
Okay, we're going to this rant without doing it.
I like the pitcher thing. That's a good one.
Pitcher, and he throw a number of fastballs and curves. So that's why I like hearing your commentary. I would even get off the show to listen to you because you that young blood and you come with heat. So start pitching.
That nigga's a boogeyman to these women.
No,
don't let them fool you.
Well, don't listen to them, man.
It's always them short motherfuckers. I ain't gonna say it's always them short motherfuckers come with the heat.
Whatever, man. Hey Ed, I'm in your corner, dog. Whatever. Don't listen to
No,
him. Go.
I'm kind of being low key
Come on, let's
facetious
see.
playing, but yeah. But anyway, no, y'all said a lot of really good stuff as far as the
Right into the
Jemele Hill shit. I mean, to be honest with you, a lot of times I feel sorry for a lot of these women, honestly, because I know what's coming. Like I know what's coming for like the zillennial women are gonna. It's like America in debt. Millennials are going to pay a heavy price for what the Gen X women and the millennial women. Because when dudes wake up, there's no going back, and there's no going back. That's the Pandora's box of it. And you see when you see these young millennials, and I'm 30, I'll be 34 in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
November 2nd, the election's November 3rd. So I'm still technically a mid or older tier millennial. These
Right.
millennials don't give a fuck. None of that shit works on them no more. Not the yo mama black. They like I took a white girl to my mama just the other day. Say something. They don't care. They don't care. And it's not like, and here's the thing. These millennials don't even believe, this is how bad it is. The millennials don't even think about it as rebelling. That's what people need to understand. They think about it as I'm just doing what y'all should have been doing. Y'all didn't know. I'm choosing the best chick. Like, well, what about your mama? But what about my mama? What the fuck are you talking about? Shit, are you willing to suck this dick or what? No, okay, then I'm choosing what the fuck I'm choosing. Like, shit, you can go get that white man. But what about black love? What the fuck is that? That ain't in my language. What the fuck you talking about? Black love? What the fuck are you saying? And so what they do is they start blowing up these femininity channels, blowing up these colorism channels, because they know a lot of these dudes don't care. So they're not even taking it to them like that. And unfortunately, the millennials didn't create that world. That's a world that these women are gonna walk into. And the one thing they're not doing is really going. This is what I'm waiting for. This is what I want to see. I want to see, and I'm probably be in my late 30s, maybe early 40s by the time this happens. I want to see these chicks turn on their mamas and say, "Mama, you motherfuckers destroyed me and destroyed my life." I'm waiting for the civil fucking war. That's
It's
actually what
gonna.
I'm looking forward to.
It's
When
gonna
these young
happen.
chicks, when these young chicks turn to these older, especially, I keep telling y'all the rise of the Tokyo Tony bitch, which it is, and you see it with Lisa. You think I'm playing? I said that, and guess what? Lisa Ray started an OnlyFans,
Yep, she
Oh
did.
hell no!
Yes,
which is going
yes,
to
she did.
exasperate it. Which is going to exasperate it, because these women are going to say it was time for your ass to retire and die when it comes to the sexual marketplace. You all are not supposed to be trying to compete for the dudes that I'm trying to compete, especially when these millennials start to get in their 30s, their mid 30s, when they're in a situation where they need that like stepdaddy market and stuff. They're going to be like, no, y'all are giving these dudes free pussy. Y'all can't give these dudes free pussy in like your 40s and shit, and you keep your shit up because you compete with us. So that's the thing I'm looking forward to. That's all. I mean, I already talked about Jemele Hill. Jemele Hill was upset because she had approximation to NBA players that never wanted her, because she got friend zoned her whole career, and she never could understand that it was a privilege her even being in approximation with those guys, because she got to have a very great career that she did not earn. It's not like she knows more about basketball than any other bitch. So her being a black woman and being kind of like a approachable black woman is what got her that job. But she wants to hate black men because she can't fuck them. And this is, like I said, this is sexual politicking. That's what it always comes down to. Anyway, that's what I'll
Mm,
say in my opening statement.
mm. Kale, that was good. That was good, dude. That was good.
Yeah. Whenever they're being pro-black, understand that 90% of the time they're sexual politicking. This is why things like colorism and intersectionality matters to them. They are not really fighting for racial injustice. They are fighting for better in the sexual marketplace. That's their problem. And the way they go about it is not the same way other women go about it. They go about it by trying to control black men. They don't go about it by trying to compete with other women. They try to go at the opposite route. which you don't see that in other women. You don't see other women really trying to create power moves to control their men. You see that in reverse, aka the fight to eliminate abortion, but you don't see that in our women. They try to keep us on a plantation, is what's called saying, and they haven't found a legal formula for how to really do that. And that's the power that you are referencing that they're losing, because that's the only thing they talk about. How can I get a man? Look, I had a chick. I did a video about that when I brought down the cube shit the other day. I had a chick that I was talking on Facebook, right? And she, at the end of the conversation, we were having a conversation, and she threw the red pill shit out of nowhere, because this is a pro-black conversation that we were actually having in a pro-black group, supposedly. And she threw, oh, I thought I was going to talk to a person. I want a relationship. I want a man. I'm like, bitch, we weren't talking about that. What the fuck are you talking about?
Wow.
And I saw, yeah, and I saw some of that, because some of the shit I was ignoring, because I got color blindness to a lot of female bullshit. So I read it out when I was doing my video and doing a breakdown of this. And then at the end, she was like, I want to, and then she said, I know you red pill people, Minister Jap, Kevin. Who else did she say? She said people that are not really. She said people that are not really MGTOWs. They may be red pill, but they're definitely not MGTOWs. They don't believe in not dealing with alpha male strategies. I know your type. And I'm like, oh, and she said, but you all are ruining black relationships. And you could tell by how she was typing, because she was starting to misspell words. No, well, in her mind, it was interesting, because we weren't even talking about it. It kind of came to that because she saw where my logic streams were going. So her issue is she sees the red pill shit as like a manifestation of her inability to get a man. And in many ways, what we're doing is having dudes do a reassessment of, it's not so, yeah, a reassessment of what the situation is. But see, the truth is, it's not us. They're already doing it. But this was an older woman. This woman was like maybe in her, like maybe early 30s. So dudes are not doing the same shit they used to do. And see, what women are going to do at first is they're going to just blame men, because all they know. But once they start getting to the point where everybody, like the femininity shit's going to run its course, because a lot of that femininity shit is just reverse PUA shit, just on the woman's side. But they're going to start to go through a kind of MGTOW moment too, where they're going to start to attack other women, because they're going to see other women as the problem that kind of led them to this, because they can only jump on the dude so much before they realize, regardless of what they do
It
with the
ain't
dudes, the
us.
dude's going to do what the fuck. Well, it doesn't matter. The dudes are not going to change, because the dudes don't have to play their game. So it's kind of like the 5 stages of accepting death. I don't know what
Okay.
stage we're in, but yeah.
I think this is the great Kev. I think it's the great awakening. It's just the fact of, here's a choice. You're gonna spit on me. I could either stand there, take the spit, or get the fuck out the way. We're getting out the way. Dealing
Yep.
with the Western culture woman, it's a chance of exterminating your economics. The powers that be knew what they was after. Child support is nothing but another way of taxes. Jamil's movement, her chess move on the board, was nothing but another way of guilt tripping. So just because you think you can throw that guilt on us, too many men have bitten the bullets. Too many men have gone homeless because of these motherfuckers that critique us like this. Just because I want a fucking bologna and cheese sandwich, you're gonna get mad because I want to go on this side and I want to
Yeah,
live.
yeah, with lettuce and tomato. You mad?
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, hey, but listen up, man. I have a theory. Like I saw it on Twitter, but I wanted to do this on the broadcast. I have a theory of why Jemele Hill is so mad. I want y'all to listen to this controversial audio here. Vlad
Let's
TV
go.
don't trip about the audio, does it? Like you can't
No,
show the visual.
No, he
just say
got too
fair
much money.
use.
No,
Just say
not on, not,
fair
yeah, and
use.
not on no channel, not a channel this size. He's got way too much money.
Yep, fair use.
Okay.
I'll
Yeah.
say it for you, Cal. Fair use. It's a copyright, but fair use. So
He'll
I
see
said
it
it.
as he'll see it as just you promoting his shit.
Yeah, fair use. Go ahead.
Okay.
We listen.
All right. Let me put a visual up and to capture the emotion. of the, but this is in theory why I think she's a little mad with black men. So all right, here you go.
How long ago this was, and they sort of angled so that Mike and I were sitting next to each other. So we were.
She was talking about trying to hook up with Michael Smith. I think he's an NFL player, something like that.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
okay, all right.
Obviously forced to talk to each other, and even though it was a movie, got in some intermittent conversation. He didn't like do the yawn and put his arm around me, like nothing like that happened. So, but I did think I was like, oh, he's a cool guy or whatever. I was like, I've never been to Boston. We should exchange information. So we exchanged information. I called him, and I was just like, yeah, what's there to do around here? Like, yeah, let's like go out and hang. And he's like, I don't really hang out much. I just kind of go to work. And so he's not picking up on any signal. I'm like, dude, just ask me out so we could like go out and hang, and I could, maybe get to know you a little better. And then he told me that he was busy that night because he was playing, and he had just put the Cardinals on franchise mode. And that's how I was like, now see, God is working, or he's working a wonder in my life. This is not an avenue to be pursued at all. So that was
chose Madden over you.
He chose Madden, it's true. He chose Madden in terms of instead of hanging out with me. So
okay.
Wow.
I mean, that goes back to, here's the
Wow.
thing. She's not ugly. She's not ugly. But at the same time, women can't handle rejection well, number one. And when women start to see that, you're dealing with guys that it doesn't matter if you're making kind of money on par with them. They're not your peers when it comes to sex. That's not what it is. And women, and see, her issue is she ain't never had like a Latin type of mother or something like that tell her, like, just because you make that kind of money don't mean you gonna get that kind of dick. Like, because Latin women are very good about shaming their daughters and being in the goofy shit. Like, when they get on that goofy shit, they'll straighten them out real quick. Black women won't do that. And the thing about it is, Jemele, nobody's ever, like, if I were to give Jemele Hill some really good advice, you know who Jemele should have aimed for? Jemele should have aimed for a decent pastor. A guy that may be going into a middle level mega church, or a church that's like maybe a lower tier mega church, except that he's gonna cheat a little bit and been good. That's what she should have aimed for. And goddamn it, if it was good enough for Megan Good, it goddamn is good enough for her ass. Because at the end of the day, her prestige in that job could have kind of elevated him, and that's somebody that could have quote unquote helped her, because that would have created a certain type of image around her that would have made her more of an asset to ESPN. And to her own brand. Talk about sport, because sports is like one of these things where you can kind of still talk about it even though you're in that field. That's what she should have did. That's what should have been her highest aspirations. And then go from there. She should have, get you a doctor, get you somebody like that. Like, they make 200-something thousand, but the problem is you want a millionaire, you want a baller. And you're not gonna have that now. And the sad thing is, she most likely could probably get a dude that has the height and the specifications she wants. The issue is, you want niggas that they had access to the best. He was a football player. Like, you gotta really, and see, if she was related to me, this is what I would have told her. And I said, you have to ask yourself, are you the best that he ever had? And I rate yourself against the best you think he's ever had. That's the issue. That's the issue. And you're not, it's you're saying I'm ugly because I'm dark. That's what they would have put. I said, no. But god damn it, man. You ain't no fucking Naomi Campbell either. And you better shut the fuck up trying to act like, so I would have said that because of the dark, because they're going to go dark. So you throw them at him. You throw a dark bitch at him. To say, yeah, like that way they can't just say, oh, you're colorist. No, you ain't a Naomi Campbell. You ain't an Iman either. And if you, and I'm sorry, but come on, man, don't stop. That's why when, says, what rank do you have? And you can't say 7. That's so damaging. Because when they can't say 7 and they got to pick between the 6 and the 8, now you forcing them to actually choose what they really look like. And I know they hate that shit. Boy, that's something worse thing you can say. What would you rank yourself if you can't say 7? Man, that's a grounds to get cussed out, man.
Yeah. Especially when you have
I'm,
to live with the reality of knowing that you're not even a 7, that you might be a 6 or
and
even a
here's
5.
another damaging thing too. Dudes can buy their way out of how they do, even though we don't. It's not always recommended. Dude, society is human humans have evolved to where women do not just look at looks for men. Women look at the most important thing for a woman looks for when it comes to a man really is how that man makes them feel. It's just most dudes don't understand how to elicit that. This is where the game shit comes in, and most dudes are mistaking pre-qualification for game. You know that's and you could be qualified based on how that woman has been cultured. So you could be a certain archetype that woman would be comfortable with based on what she's on. It has nothing to do with who you are really as a man. But economics and is a big part of that too. And so black women have this thing where they want to be able to buy dudes, but somehow be able to. Here's the thing: you can't buy a dude that has more money than you. That makes no sense. You can buy dudes that have less money than you economically, and you can barely do that, but you can do that, and that dude will leave once that starts to equal out. But you can't say I make like $200,000. I want to buy a millionaire. But that's the mathematics that a lot of sisters are operating on. And Jemele Hill is a woman where she feels that she's been nice the whole time. Because Jemele has never really said no crazy shit till really the end of her career with ESPN. That's when she started wilding the fuck out. And yet she feels like I've been the good black woman. I should be rewarded. And you could have been. The problem is the who you aiming at is not the right people you should be aiming at. And I'm not even talking about looks wise, because pastors obviously have a lot of charisma and a lot of women want them. It's just the level that you're at is not the level. That's not what you should be looking at. And to be fair, what's the chick? Carrie Champion is another chick. She's way more attractive than Jemele Hill. But you can look at how she acts, where you can tell she's one of these black women that hate being black. A lot of these ESPN bitches got problems. Sage, it's really only one. Her name's Keisha Anderson, but she got a Bunny Ruckus hat on her head all the fucking time. But personality-wise, she's actually straight. But all of them, if you notice, all them black chicks at ESPN got issues. Now that I think about it,
I just want to know. Go ahead,
Jared. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I just wanted to say that a lot of that ire and that animosity comes from the fact that black men have been very vocal about the attitudes that are being displayed. We don't like the attitude, and for some reason, we get attacked viciously because we ask the women to change their attitudes or suggest that you change your attitude. That's why everyone reacts to you so poorly. I always tell women who have this disposition, I was like, look, if you want men to react positively and you want to stop coming about how you're treated as a woman, you have to just do or stop doing one thing. You have to stop being a bitch. I have to be straight up about it. Stop being.
And then they say, well, if you should be able to handle it. And I said, handling it is the way a man would handle. Like, I got a question. Let me say this: if Kevin, if you said, I know somebody was jumping in, but hold on. If Kevin, if you said, if you was acting like an asshole to a dude, and I mean you was making it personal, and then he told you need to stop being like, let's just say it went this way. He said you need to stop being a fucking asshole, and then you said, well, what are you gonna do about it? Now, most likely you're inviting him to either bitch up, which means he's not gonna do anything, or you're basically creating an invitation for a fight. If you're dealing with two dudes that are on some alpha shit. Now, you switch that and put that with a woman. When a woman says you should be strong enough to deal with me, I say no. As a man, you interpret that two ways. Either I'm going to bitch up with a woman, right? Or I'm going to deal with you, meaning I'm going to slap the shit out you so you understand that there's a consequence for disrespecting me. Now, obviously, black men know the consequences of doing to slap the shit out of it. But at the same time, there's a consequence for bitching up too. Now, dudes have created a third option, which is now dude has created a third and fourth option. If they're fucking the bitch, the fourth option is cheating on the bitch, which is what shit like Carmelo does. When you disrespect the nigga, he gets his nigga points back by cheating on your ass. Or he just walks away from your ass and don't deal with your ass at all to just avoid that kind of those choices, because those choices are not good choices. Anyway.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Hey, how you all doing on the panel? Great discussion.
Okay, welcome, Black Guru Strike.
What's going on, Black Guru?
What's up, Black? And what's up, Raj? How you brothers doing, man?
All right. I wanted to, first of all, pardon me.
Go ahead.
I wanted to offer a slight correction to what you all were saying that I think you will find humorous, however. Michael Smith, well, let me say this. I don't know if he had ever played football, but the relevance and the connection of Michael Smith was not because of that. Actually, Michael Smith and Jemele had co-hosted a show on ESPN together. And she was laughing. She was laughing during that discussion, because actually Michael was there at that discussion, although they didn't show him on the video that you played. But they worked together after he had friend zoned her. So basically she was kind of forced to work with a guy who had rejected her previously, when she had first apparently moved to Boston or somewhere, wherever, I guess, before they started working together at ESPN. So she was sort of laughing it off. They were sort of laughing it off together. Although you could imagine what she probably really, what she truthfully felt inside by, having to work with a guy who told her she wasn't good enough for him. So.
Well, that's our fucking fault for pushing the issue. Women are not supposed to ask men out. So that's the problem. So blame your feminist training that taught you to actually do that shit. Trust me, if he wanted to fuck with you, he would have fucked with you. Period.
Right.
I know she knows that. A good mother would have told her ass that, by the way.
Yeah.
He hit her with I got other shit to do because he just didn't want to fuck with her. That's just what it is.
Yeah. Because Jemele Hill is not the type of female. Jemele is not a one night stand bitch. She does not have sexual charisma. She doesn't. And I'm going to tell you, there's women that are far uglier than her that has sexual charisma. Like, I'll give you a perfect example. I'm not saying the same thing would have happened. But Stephen Curry's wife, she does not have sexual charisma. This is why she's crying about nobody wants to deal with her. Now, people will agree that she looks a hell of a lot better than I'll
tell you who doesn't have sexual charisma, who you guys apparently for the last 20, 30 years have adored. I've never seen any bit of sexual charisma with Halle Berry. None whatsoever. Beautiful woman. Damn. Uniquely beautiful woman. Zero sexual charisma.
You know what it is with her? It's the allure of craziness that probably makes up for that. So, but yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
Some women crazy look good on. I don't, even with the cray, I don't really get that type of energy from her.
I've never like really. Like Halle Berry is an attractive woman. I can understand what you're saying. I wouldn't argue what you're saying, but I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people that would be like, "That's blasphemy," but I wouldn't argue what you're saying.
I think Halle was in the right place in the right time with the right look, but just her being, just super sexy. Never seen it. Never felt it.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
And and this is how you know she wasn't sexy. When you saw the movie Boomerang. Notice how, even though she was as pretty as Robin Givens, she wasn't nearly as sexy as Robin Givens. Robin Givens had much more sexual energy than Halle Berry had in that movie.
And women think they got a pussy. That means they got gold. And I'm like, no. Like, pussy against other pussy, okay, it's just Dasani water against Deer Park.
Wow.
They hate when I say that shit. And I said, you don't want to be Deer Park. You don't want to be Deer Park. And that's why when you talk about, and here's the thing that a lot of women don't understand. A lot of dudes, even if you're not consistently the dude that women are competing for, there are dudes that's had spells of time where they've been that dude. They may not or always that. It's kind of like being in the NBA and you may not be like, obviously the top 20 NBA players, but you in the league and you on teams, so you better than a nigga that's just in college because you still making money in the league and consistently in the league. And there's people that's had spells where they maybe because of their environment or because of their situation or different women they're dealing with, they have been in positions where they've been in that situation, and even if they don't hold it, and that's what a lot of women don't talk about either. Is so
any
dudes,
guy who's in the NBA has been that dude, because even if he's only on the bench in the NBA, he was a star in high school and he was a star in college. So he definitely had a period in his. If he's in the NBA, if he is the 12th guy on the worst team in the NBA, at some point he was that dude.
I'll give you a perfect example. Chevrolet Randolph is a perfect example of that motherfucker. And I know because when I was at my high school team, when I was on JV, the varsity had to play 2 All-Americans in a row, and he was the second one. And we were so fucking mad. And he was this fucking 6'8" white dude in college shooting threes and making the shit, but he never really played like that in Duke, and he never played like that in the NBA. He just had the right family and shit. And yeah, man, people don't think about that shit. I mean, shit, even Stephon Marbury. Man, don't get me started on Ty Lawson. That's take the conversation somewhere else. Stephon Marbury, like, these Chinese people love me. You just a stupid nigga, man. Putting a phone to a strip club. You don't even know what them Chinese characters mean, man. They would get your ass. Anyway, long story short, she doesn't have sexual charisma. I know women far uglier than her. I know fat women. I don't fuck with fat women, but I know fat women have more sexual. I got a question. Who you think got more sexual charisma, Jill Scott or what you call it, Jemele Hill?
Oh, definitely.
Who's got more sexual? Exactly. So I can, I mean, who you think got more sexual charisma, a fat Jennifer Hudson or Jemele Hill?
That's a toss.
That's close. That's close. It is a toss up. The fact that that's a she got a big head, but the fact that that's a toss up tells you everything you need to know, because she lost the weight, but it's like, damn, your head, man. It's like, man, but congratulations. That the fact that that's a toss up tells you everything I need to know. But that's what I'm saying. So it's not about her features. She doesn't have, so, and my point is, this is why I put the pastor shit out there.
She really hates men don't help.
She hates men because she hates men because the same reason incels hate women. But we can't say that. Go ahead. True force loneliness.
I was gonna plead the fifth, but hey, Raj, I saw you dropped off. I heard you, Roger. Come back, man. Come back on the show. But I plead the fifth on. Okay, I plead the fifth on both of those. If I had to say that a woman was sexy and beautiful, I'm gonna go to Coming to America, to those 2 women that Eddie Murphy had on that show. Those women are a combination of beautiful and sexy. But remember, y'all, we're not living in the sexual revolution. This is the thought revolution now. And to go back to Jemele Hill and her comment about us having an opinion, I'm still insulted with the fact that these women act like we're supposed to follow them like we on a chain gang. I'm not following.
Which is worse. The thought revolution is worse because what the thought revolution has done is raise the sexual charisma ladder. It's kind of like in baseball when they started juicing. Now the pitchers have got to juice because the batters are hitting everything. You're raising this element of cheating where everybody has to do it. It's the same thing. So this is why you think Tommy Lawrence said that threw that Tatiana line out. That was a shot across the bow with non-black women that want to whore their way into whitehood as far as the class. And and then white women that are trying to whore their way in white women that are trying to do that shit, and basically giving these dudes an option so they don't have to be loyal. That's why she specifically said Tatiana. It's because Tommy Lauren, if you look at her, she's not an ugly girl at all, but you wouldn't say she's like sexually charismatic. Would you say that about Tommy Lauren? Not at all. No. She's even she's an attractive white woman. She's a basic white chick.
I'm very suspicious of how she looks without all the get up on that face.
Yeah, she's a basic Nashville upper class white chick. I know the type in North Carolina, the ones that are like they got money and they got their attractiveness is a lot of it is tied to their money because they ain't been through shit, and that's fine. But she knew and she understands where her threats are. That's another thing about always tell sisters. Sisters, fuck black men. You all are not even aware of where your real threats are because you're worried about that white woman because you worry about white daddy. These Latin chicks are where your real threat is. These Latin chicks and these Southeastern Asians that are willing to deal with black dudes that got some titties and some ass.
Those Latin and Asian chicks are not just threats to the black women; they also are threats to the white women.
Yes.
Yeah, because they can go both ways, and depending. And here's the thing: they have a culture where they'll take the best of anybody. It just depends on what they want, because they have the colorism thing to where if they can. But see, a lot of these Latin chicks don't care. A lot of these Latin chicks are like, I'm choosing because that to them, that's them being feminist. They're like, look, I'm gonna choose a dude that I like, that's willing to, and damn we just going for whitehood. It's even the ones that are pretty much made it to the white Latina status, they're starting to do that, and then that's starting to kind of like escalate a lot more, and depending on what region you're in. And then you got to look at more melanated Latinas, like the ones that are like Dominicans and stuff like that. Then you got to look at more Afro Latinas too, that they're all intents and purposes black, but they kind of keep that Latina part like under wraps because that gives them opportunities in the black side of the game. But these will be the ones with generally better hair. They don't act up as much, like your Gina Torres's types. Right, with Lawrence Fishburne got with, even though she want to get with a white man later on. Those women, because see, people forgot. Well, what's the other one? Her name, Tatiana Ali of Fresh Prince. Yeah, see, those women go under the radar because you just qualify them as black. But when they don't act like urban, that's what it is. A lot of times, I'm not saying all ADOs black women are bad. I'm just saying that there's things that black culture doesn't consider because it's like you're either black or you're not. And if you're not, Claudia Jordan is another one too. By the way, people forget Claudia Jordan is mixed. She has a white mother. She has a white mother.
What's something wrong with her?
Well, Claudia Jordan is on radio.
Claudia Jordan has a lot of nerve cheesing all up on Trump like that. Now she's the big critic of what Ice Cube was doing with Trump.
I feel bad for Claudia because Claudia is dark skinned, but she doesn't get the benefits of being dark skinned, which is the black don't crack. She's got the white woman genetics clearly because she's Asian like one. So in her mind, she probably got the worst of both worlds in her mind. But yeah, man, she made money.
50 years old, isn't she? She's
she's like 40. She's not that old. She's not that old. She's like 40 something. She's like 42.
I remember her being like 40 back when Foxhole was on. So she got to be some age.
But yeah, man, you right about that Trump shit. Like she gonna turn on Trump, and I'm like, you better shut the fuck up because if Trump wins, man, Trump will put Omarosa on your ass, and Claudia can't handle a chick like Omarosa.
Dude, they not ready for that masculine thing. Even though she's feminine, she thinks like a man, dude. She's no joke. Chicks no
black.
joke,
Honestly, black men need to start. Like that's a lot of these black conservatives, the dudes that want to be like Trump. I'm like, all right, man, I'm not going over there like that, but I definitely rock with y'all as far as what the greater good of what we trying to do. Here's an idea. We need to start buying Omarosa. We need to give her a show, give her something where she can make some money and she work for us. She's our Olivia Pope, so we can put her against every black chick that want to talk shit. You send her ass. That's like Darth Vader. Every little black Jedi want to talk shit. You send her ass man, because you saw what she did with what you call it, the chick that looked like a man that used to mentor Charlemagne. You know what I'm talking about. That she got her own talk show. You know what I'm talking about. She used to have a radio show and that shit. Yeah,
Williams.
The way she went at Wendy Williams. Yeah, she went at Williams on her own show. Wendy Williams couldn't do. She didn't know what the fuck to do with that. Man, Omarosa don't. And the thing about it is, Omarosa deals with black men, so people can say what they want to. She married a black. She married a pastor.
She married Michael Clark Duncan, And I don't. Allegedly some issues happened with Michael Clark Duncan, and she pulled a little bit of a move. But yeah, she was married to Michael to
But
She was
Omarosa's
John.
married
a
to him?
mercenary.
Damn, I didn't know that. I didn't know she was
Yeah,
married to that dude.
Omarosa is a mercenary. So if black men can put together some money in the collection plate and it's good enough, especially if the white men, I mean, ain't like we send her to go after. I mean, obviously she'd be like, look, I don't go after white men now. No, we just need you to deal with these chicks right here, and not even all women, just these feminist bitches here, here, here. Like, you know, we need for you to be like Batman. So women like Dennis Cooper won't even open their fucking mouths because you may swoop in and catch their ass on a lecture or some shit because you got more visibility than them. That's all we need. We don't even need you to go after nobody, like, because we know the white man be conflict of interest. We won't even ask you to do that. She'll be like, oh shit, yeah, I can do that. I love getting shit. I would have went after these bitches for free, but if you gonna pay me, shit.
Hey,
Kev,
y'all.
Kev, which,
Hey, y'all.
Black men
Uh,
pay me.
hey, y'all. We got a
They protect me.
all right. We got a comment. Wow, this subject from Robert Nelson. Wow, this subject matter is kind of proving Mr. Research point. Y'all dudes can't stop obsessing over pussy.
we're not talking about man. Okay, can I take the first crack at him, Kev? Can I take the first crack at him?
I mean, yeah, guys like that, man. I mean, if he wanted to come up, I put the link in the chat. I mean, he can come up and explain himself, but it's not going to lead nowhere. I mean,
We're
seriously.
not. We're not.
I mean,
We're not
this
really
is
talking. Go,
this conversation is actually about pussy obsessing over us.
yes,
So,
that and that's what I was gonna say, Kev, because I was coming right back to the show of what we are saying is like, how the hell did we all get thrown under this bus? Because Ice Cube made a very objective, respectful comment with negotiations. We need a better fucking deal. Now, if the NBA player or guys who go out and throw their bodies around on this football field or whatever they do, if they can go to the table and negotiate, what the fuck is wrong with brothers saying we need a better deal? We just need a better deal because
I
of
mean,
economic.
people like him don't realize stuff like that. Now, I mean, as far as him throwing Mr. Research's name up, if Mr. Research is talking about the same y'all that you're talking about, and as in referring to this channel, which he has done before, then he can feel free to come up and talk himself. I mean, I am welcoming. I am
I
welcoming
bet
to
he's
Donald.
young. I bet he's young. I bet he's a
Well,
young dude
well,
talking like that.
even still, and I'm gonna say this because this is how you, and you know, shout out to Mr. Research, even though he said I'm damaging black sons when me talk about the gynocracy, but whatever. I can, you know, I'm not gonna lose. I mean, he literally said that shit, but whatever. What I would say is, dude, you're not even actually listening to Mr. Research because Mr. Research says that what he expects out of what that commentary is that you will be turned off by that language. So if you start hearing that this conversation, you would be turned off by this conversation and you would go somewhere else where he would say is more productive as far as hiring people. What can black men do to get power? So the very fact that you're listening makes you just as complicit as what you say we're talking about. I mean, the reality of the situation is everybody expects. This is the thing people don't understand. We all got real lives. We all got our lives, and everybody expect. Like I volunteer for NACA, like which is getting black people homes, getting black men, and not just black men homes, but getting black people homes as far as home ownership. There's a everything ain't just because you don't hear everything is about power. See, if you one of these dudes talking about everywhere I go, black men ain't talking about power. That's because you don't like the black male power conversation because
Ooh,
YouTube, you can go sign up for anything you want. You know, shout out to Erica Williams, shout out to Andre Hatchett, shout out to Glenn and Cameron. There are plenty of channels. I can give you a whole list where black men are doing nothing but talking about being productive, getting their shit together,
yep,
legalese and stuff like that. I know where
yep,
those channels are. You're here. And even to the extent that you want to say this is us talking about women, number one, we joking around, but number two, the reality is we're talking this particular issue, like Kevin was saying, is really talking about, the atmosphere that black men deal. It's not, here's the thing, these women affect you at the macro level because these women are low-key creating policy. So things, and also Jemele Hill, her whole career has really been based around black men. She wouldn't have a
Mm.
career if she wasn't covering black men. So this is really
So,
about black men learning how to exercise their power. And it's like, look, in the fields that you need us to, for you to have a job, there's another black woman that can have your job. I mean, let's be so. If anything, this is us even talking about that. Now, if you don't understand that because you need somebody to do some rich dad, poor dad, ABC 1 2 3 shit on how to get power, well, that's a different. That's not my problem, man.
Yeah.
But you don't. You're not. Yeah, I've talked to Mr. Research offline. He has my phone number. One of few that does. But the thing is, also, you need to understand the difference between people trying to compete when it comes to this content and when they say what they say. So on multiple levels, dude, pick your poison. I got a pill for each one, man. For
So
real.
so y'all gonna make me be the asshole here, huh?
Uh,
Should I gotta be the asshole? Listen, don't
Also, it
nobody give a
wasn't
fuck what research
asshole
got to
go
say.
enough.
ahead. Go ahead.
Listen, don't nobody
Go
give a
ahead.
fuck what
Please
research
keep
got to
quiet.
say.
Oh, I've said that too, but
Yeah, don't nobody
on
give a
another
fuck what
thing.
research got to
Well,
say. So
point, but
we
see,
really don't care
but
about
it's
a nigga
easy to
coming in
say.
and
It's
repeating them.
easy. It's easy to say that. I mean, it's easy to say that. But I wanted to let him know that behind the asshole shit, if I wanted to be academic about it, we could. Because dudes who act like you just showing the nigga side because you ain't got no real reason. So, like I said, I'm gonna tell you my personal recommendation. If you want to hear some productive man talk about you as an individual, you need to go check out Glenn and Cameron and go check out that Savage Finance and get your money right. I don't know why
yep.
you listening to us and then complaining. I never understand why people listen. My YouTube feed is not full of channels some channels I don't listen to and I'm supporting them just to support them, but they're not channels that I fundamentally don't agree with. I just unsubscribed from some folks I've been subscribed to for a minute, Jason Black, because I'm getting tired of some of their bullshit, even though I agree with a lot of what they say. But I don't
Yep.
go on his shit, start typing. Why the fuck ain't you? Come on, man. That's not a power move.
Yeah.
Well, here it is though, man. You're free to say whatever you want to say, man. But
Well,
that
you
was
free to
just
hide the
straight
comment
ignorant.
too.
No, I know, but still though, man, it's like no, still though. Now that's some whack ass shit, man. This is
I,
what I hear when I read like. But see, the thing is though, shit like that need to be exposed because that's the kind of bullshit that I'm tired of. Why are you telling men what to talk about? Seriously, when I read comments like this is what I hear in my head. I mean, that's what I hear, man. I hear a bunch of goddamn crying. I mean, I don't really want to go in because I want to stay kind of, cool for the audience because, that's because I appreciate you guys and I don't want something like that trying to throw us off from our purpose. So, whatever, guy.
Well, I
Is
mean,
what
at
it
the
is,
same time,
right?
if you really feel like that's on your heart too, it's like on some man shit. And I'm not trying to emasculate nobody, but you could come on. The link is open. Like
It is, bro.
everybody don't gotta make the shit open. That's the thing. Because I don't always, like, for instance, I reserved. Somebody asked me why you was cutting off Archer. I wasn't really cutting him off, but you know how I am when I jump in on my shit. And I accepted the comment and I removed the comment just like that because I was like, it doesn't matter. It's my shit. If I cut people off on other people's shit, you know it's open season on my shit. It's kind of like how I have a conversation. And I know that can be annoying to some people, but it is what it is. Because we were talking about the Ice Cube shit with the women. And I actually listened to the whole thing. I did a play-by-play on the whole thing. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, but they still look goofy as hell because they look like they weren't as informed. They look like celebrities. And at least the thing about Ice Cube is as much accomplished as he at least conducts himself with kind of an aura of humbleness that he knows
Hmm.
I'm not a political guy. This is not my element. So I
He
got
said
people
that.
around me to help me. Yeah,
He
the
said
women
that
didn't
too.
do that. Yeah, and the women didn't do that. They were sitting there. Who did it? Oh man, Vivica Fox. If black
Hey, you
women
know
were a
what?
That
person,
bitch, man.
if
Don't let the humble routine fool you. When you look at all the stuff that Ice Cube did, I mean, this is a guy who figured out that he was being played at what, like 18 to 19 years old when he was with NWA.
oh, I know he's
Ice Cube
intelligent.
smart as hell, but he's particularly smart because he knows it works best if he present himself in the way in which you describe, Ed. But make no mistake, that guy is as smart as anybody.
No,
I
understand that, but he wouldn't go into no Dr. Claude Anderson and act like he's smarter than him in this shit. That's what I'm saying.
Not at all.
Wait. And to back you up
but you're
on
right.
that,
He is smart. Yeah.
Guess who is one of the dudes that Ice Cube is talking
Dr.
to?
Claude Anderson, and that's all I needed to hear.
That's beautiful, man.
That is all in the fact, and you know he had to go seek, even though Dr. Claude Anderson is known, you know he had to go seek him out. So I was like, yeah, that's all I need to hear. And the thing is, if you actually ask these women, like, it's so many things you could have did to shut them down. Number one, when are you talking about politics outside of presidential election? Also, y'all, the reality is, if Donald Trump would have offered y'all anything when it comes to that apprentice and shit, y'all would have did the same thing as Claudia. And to be fair, Claudia did acknowledge that. She didn't try to hide that because it's wide open. Vivica, none of them would have said no. And the shit about Trump has been out there with the Central Park 5 and a lot of the statements. It's been out there. And see, the thing about it is, Donald Trump he actually would have loved for that conversation to stay on the black population. The thing about it is, I don't fuck with Trump. I don't like Trump. But what Trump can say, it's a completely different thing. Me saying shit as a citizen versus me being in elected office and saying shit. And there's certain things that Trump won't say because that kind of breaks the laws of white supremacy. Like, you're not going to go and start digging in and talk. There's a dude on by the name of Afro Synergies. He can be kind of old school gynocentric sometimes, and it gets on my nerves. But even Afro Synergies was talking about, he's got like 66,000 subscribers, so he's built the channel, and I give him respect for that. But he got a video on there right now that basically has a whole compilation of all of the racist shit. And he is a Democrat. He is not like, he's pro-black. He is not like he's not a Republican. But he's got all of the shit. He's got the shit where he said, I don't care where they come from. I don't care what their situation was. They are a predator. He's got all of that shit.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. And he did that on the floor. He made those kind of comments on the floor, on the congressional floor. So these weren't just things that he was just saying out in somewhere. He made those statements in direct official advocacy for that crime act. So I mean,
and he said, I voted for the crime since the 70s. That's what he said.
He is as culpable for the system of oppressive law enforcement against black people or black men in this country as anybody who's been in DC the last 30
And he tries to blame it on the Republicans. And then I'll say, this is a black man. I said, the first decision you get to make as a presidential nominee is who you're going to pick as your vice president. So you want to blame the fucking, so tell me, where did look, I'm not a Republican. So tell me where the Republicans made you pick that bitch that can't even say she black. You tell me how if you can tell me how they made you pick them, I'll vote for you and tell everybody they should. Tell me how the Republicans made you pick Kamala.
You all noticed that several times, if you watch the debate, several times when Trump charged or questioned what Biden had done as vice president, or what their administration had done for black people or black men, he made a point of repeatedly saying that he was only vice president. He said it several times. So he was kind of low-key throwing Obama under the bus.
He was admitting.
What you mean low-key?
Admission by omission. Admission by omission. But the only reason he's there is because of how black people feel about Obama. The South Carolinians is the only reason why Biden won by attrition. So the reality, so the point is, it's not even about Biden. Biden is an amalgamation of what the Democratic Party is. He is really, he's not like, you could say Hillary and the Clintons are kind of their own shit. You could say Pelosi is like liberalism to a certain extent, the liberal wing, but Biden is really an amalgamation of what the party is about. So Pete, when you judge him, you're judging the Democrat.
Biden
See, at least
is the biggest example of the hypocrisy. He's a living embodiment of the hypocrisy of the Democrat Party. The living embodiment of it. More so than any other individual person. Exactly. He is the least authentic, the least truthful, the least earnest of all of the major figures in the Democratic
He's
Party.
he's a blue collar guy that is a senator of Delaware. For people that don't know, not the panel, I'm talking about, listen to the video. Delaware is the Switzerland of the United States. Obviously,
Say it again.
There are more
all the credit card companies.
There are more major multinational companies that are incorporated in Delaware than all the other states combined. There is no more of a pro-corporate state in the country than Delaware.
And I want to say this.
Go ahead, my bad.
And I want to say this. I want to take this role right back to Kevin's subject, and I want to throw this rock at Nelson. You sit around there and say we caping for pussy when we basically just telling you why the fuck should we listen to a woman who's caping for those people? Wait, Black. Because see, me and Black are the oldest. I remember this crime bill. I remember the crime bill before the fucking crime bill. And the people in Delaware are already saying this man was dirty from the beginning. This man hung out with Bird. Bird is a Klansman, y'all. We're talking about George Wallace days. Mississippi.
Yeah, you talk about
Alabama.
the dude who used to be the Virginia, the West Virginia,
the Grand Wizard.
Yep, and he died because he was like 92 something. Yeah, I remember that. People forget because they try to cover that shit up.
And you know what Hillary and Joe Biden said? They say that was a very important man in their lives. That son of a bitch said this on TV last night when he said, I'm trying to clean it up. Listen, if this was Russia, if any other regime, I don't care if they get mad what I say, those people who are in office right now would be in front of a firing squad, starting with Pelosi, ending with Joe Biden. Y'all understand the crimes that these people have committed over the fucking world?
Let's be clear here. The whole United States government's got shit that they've done. You know, Lupe Fiasco has said that because people forget. Nobody talked much shit about the Obama administration to Lupe Fiasco, and that really was.
He got dogged out for that.
He sacrificed his career for that. See, people forget that. And Lupe Fiasco he was probably one of the other rappers that had the white dudes other than Kanye. So he actually had a very legitimate career, not just, he got to be real. He did not have to do that. I want people to really understand that he had a white fan base, and he had a black fan base too, but he had a white fan base without having any credibility issues with honestly, Lupe would have probably had more grounds to talk in his political shit than a lot of these people would have. Yeah. But he just went too hardcore about it. But my point is, all of these people are corrupt, like the neocons, all of them. So that to me, that's just two sides of the same coin. But what I would say is the issue I want to home in on, which is why I'm saying that, is black people have to stop. They got to get out of this. They want to say the Republicans are about the Southern strategy. Fair enough. They are. I don't disagree with that. But what people don't understand is the Democrats have a hidden policy of benign neglect. And black people act like they don't know what the fuck benign neglect is. What is benign neglect? Benign neglect is the hidden policy that you don't give black people anything. Ever. So you're voting, but still asking for their vote. This is where the woman of color shit comes from. And this is why they see somebody like Cube is so threatening, because they can't just shut him down. They can't Cosby him. He's got a black wife. He's got a black family. They're normal. He's got his own money.
Yes.
He's not. Yes. He doesn't need Hollywood like that anymore. I mean, we're not even talking about the rise of Netflix and Amazon, where a lot of these people can get their content out there. I mean, shit. I just got done watching Star Trek Discovery. This got a black man and this actually kissing a black dude. There's a dark skinned black dude. Now, yeah, he's from the UK, but whatever. You know, that's better than even though they had to have the gay shit, but the gay shit is with the white man and Hispanic man. So I'm like, okay, good. That is not
the alphabet boys are spreading their poison, and they got to do it. They must unravel everything we're trying to do, because all we're doing, Ed and everybody on the panel, we're just trying to get back on track, and they are really trying to make sure that we don't get back on track.
Well,
they're doing their best.
but they don't even have the numbers, and that's where the Democratic Party is fucking up. Like when Citizens United passed in 2005, which allowed corporations to spend money, basically the group that Joe Biden's supposed to draw from got through under the bus. The white blue collar workers. There's an article that I actually might read, and it's a long one. God, I want to email it to BGS because I don't like doing that shit online. But it's an article with a dude by the name of Paul Krugman. He's like one of these economists, and he's one of these economists that he be always talking slick out his mouth. Like, and I'm talking to like white people all like he's one of them dudes you would really want to punch in the face, and you'd understand why somebody want to punch him in the face. Because he's a really, them point Dexter motherfuckers that, you just get the itch in your hand to backslap him. You don't even want to punch him because that's too much respect. Your hand want to back him, and he had a nerve to do an article talking about how he failed to predict like where globalization would go, even though he was a proponent of globalization. He used to belittle any economist. He helped to belittle any economist that fought against that shit, right? He actually had a nerve in the article to say in a quote, because I was scanning it, talking about, well, I guess that was a big whoops when I look at middle class families and da 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 and da da da. And then he didn't really get serious in the article until he realized that he actually paved the way for like a Trump presidency. Because a Trump presidency or the protectionist policies would have had to have happened eventually to counteract a lot of that shit. And so now it's basically him crying to himself about how he holds him and other economists responsible for creating like a Donald Trump. And this is if he wins, I'll probably read the article because it'll be a kind of thing where, yeah. But anyway, the point is the Democrats went to all of the tech companies. The tech companies, your Apples, all these huge companies where they could pretty much bankroll the entire party. The problem is they don't have the votes. And then they went to the banks are always going to pay everybody, but Republicans a little bit more. But the tech companies really sided with the Democrats because Democrats protect net neutrality, and the Democrats and the tech companies need that protected. So like the commerce side. Amazon obviously was owning the Washington Post, so these are bankrolling the whole Democratic Party. So they don't have the votes. So it's not just black people they fucked over. And I don't give a fuck about white, blue collar class folks. But at the end of the day, they fucked them over. That's what people forget. They have been decayed out. That's why they depend so much on women. And there's not enough LGBT people. And they're not going to be able to give amnesty to the immigrants. And because the Hispanics were the last piece. But the problem with the Hispanics is they see themselves as white. So they're Catholic. So they're never going to vote for the Democratic Party like black people did because they don't have the same history here. And that's what they didn't anticipate. And so now they pretty much created the situation where if Republicans can get an increasing amount of the black vote, that can actually buy them time to counter. Yeah, because O'Shea said it. The next 30 years, you're not going to see a Democrat. And that's true because you've effectively neutralized the black vote if you get just enough black men to vote against the Democratic Party in these key areas.
Actually neutralized the black males vote because when you start hearing black men get on the media talking about Black Lives Matter don't matter to me because Black Lives Matter was like a welfare. It excluded the father of the child. So all their little plans didn't work. In fact, they backfired. Like you said, it's not going to be good for the not the Democrats. Let's stop saying that. For the Dixiecrat in the up and coming future. The Dixiecrats and their rebel flag is going to be out.
Think of how crazy stuff is right now in South Carolina. And I'll be very proud of South Carolina. They will earn the right to not be, talk shit about when it comes to how they deal with letting that Confederate flag fly. I'm talking about black people there. They may actually get 2 black male senators.
Oh.
They got Tim Scott. A lot of people see this is one thing you ain't hear people talk about. Tim Scott's already there. But Lindsey Graham is in a race with that dude. That black dude raised $57 million. Like, that dude's coming for his ass. And that's why Lindsey's starting to show his white supremacist colors a little bit because he's scared. And it's to the point where like other Republicans are kind of like saying, oh, this motherfucker actually might fall. And I don't know how that happened, but if South Carolina can pull that off, that would be a and this is a Democratic dude too, so it'll be two different type of senators to be balanced out. That'll be a really good like for people to talk about black men ain't doing shit and what are we doing but talking about bitches and all of that, man, please.
Let me get in. All right, Robert. All right, Robert's back. Robert says, I agree on y'all talking about Biden. Not a supporter. I'm from PA, 15 minutes away, Delaware. Let me break that down. First of all, thanks, sir, but I don't do topics based on what we agree with. I don't agree with black men trying to control what black men talk about as far as women. Um, your boy, Mr. Research, says he cares about black sons. Now, the outlook on black sons ain't very good. And what we don't need is a bunch of bitches helping out white supremacy to further destroy that look. So if you care anything about black sons, you care about that too. But if you
there's no way to talk about black sons without talking about black women. It's impossible.
Pretty much.
Make that make sense.
The sons are hostage under the children, Kev. You know that the children are hostage under some of these women because they know that the children are
by the way,
for their consumption.
And a lot of these sons are hostile to other black men that may try to help them out because they got a lot of their bitch mama energy in them. Like one of the reasons I don't tend to have the same kind of issue with getting older black men that like I don't ask for their help, but getting older black men help me because you know what? When people give, whether it's black or whatever, when people give me game, you can see it how I run my channel when I actually shout out certain people, whether they're older than me and younger than me. You know, I make sure I give that respect. Now, obviously, I'm not gonna just shout out. It depends on what my point is. A lot of times, if people don't get recognized for what they contribute, then dudes are gonna be like, fuck it. And a lot of times these dudes are sitting here and they want to say, oh, these niggas are come with that old nigga energy. Yeah, sometimes that's the case. But I can tell a lot of these dudes can't delineate the difference between somebody that's legit trying to help them out without trying to tell them what to do, and then somebody that's really on some ego shit. They don't understand the difference. So what they do is they respond to it like a woman, like black women do, which is who the fuck are you to tell me anything because you're a black man. But see,
Edward, slow down, young blood. I got a decade on you. I'm just playing, man.
No. I mean, I get it, you know, but you know, because I'll bucket people for doing that because that's why me and Beasley bust heads. Because and to a certain extent, yes, there is a certain extent where a lot of black men can use a little bit of training in how to do that. But it's also on the other side too. A lot of these dudes are looking at some of these dudes like they're like women look at them, where it's like you ain't nobody because my dad wasn't nobody. I mean, look at 50 Cent and his son. Like your relationship with your father is your relationship with your father. You letting your mom, and on a tangible level, your father is so successful. But like, dude, are you serious? You mean to tell me that on a like money shouldn't be an issue with that? But you letting your millionaire father, you corrupting your own relationship with your father because white man would have never did that. White boys would never do that.
Did 50 ever try to get custody of his son?
His son turned on him, Black. His son turned on him because
when he was young.
Was of age.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he did,
well,
but I do know.
Look, here's my thing, and I agree with what you're saying, or what I'm inferring from what you're saying. But you know, 50 had a lot of resources, a lot of leverage. He should have got his fucking son.
You know, I'll give you that.
His son be raised by that woman.
I'll give you that, but I'll give you that. But at the same time, though, on some like Darwinism shit, 50 got kids by other women. So two, he don't have that problem with.
So but when he knew he couldn't trust that woman to do what he needed her to.
But guess what?
He should have got that boy.
You right. But 50 Cent got a right to write that motherfucker off too.
Well, I agree with the thing about. I agree with that. And
so what I'm saying, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I just want to reiterate that what I'm saying is you are completely right in what you said, but at the same time, he's not blaming ain't like he had a hard life because the money was definitely there. What he's saying is, what I'm saying is that boy, if I was talking to him, I would say, you a fool because your emotions are going to tell you to fight me because, you know, I'm talking about your mama, but I'm like, you going to let your mama fuck your life up because she don't like the dude she chose to have sex with. And now because you think you defending your mama, you about to sit there and ruin the relationship with your father that has X amount of money on some real shit that's stupid. And you wouldn't see that with no other race unless the dude was whooping the ass of the mama and the fucking boy. That's the
Child.
only
Yeah,
exception to
the
that
child.
rule.
You know,
Other
And
than
never
that,
did.
50 Cent got shot in the face, right? He
His son
probably the
wasn't
type
born
of
yet.
guy like, look, you know, the shit that I could have happened to me, you either gonna have to ride with me or against me. 50 don't seem like he really the type that's gonna be emotionally bothered by the
exactly. You can tell
fuckery of
he's
his
not
son.
like that. Oh well, he don't care about me. Okay, you
Yeah.
show me another rapper that's got a song in their music videos. I'll wait. You be able to give me maybe one, maybe two. Show me.
Master
That was
P.
you, right?
Master P.
So
Master
okay,
P
Master
did a
P.
wonderful job with his son. He did a wonderful job with his son
Yep.
and family.
Yeah.
He did.
So
Yeah,
but my point is so the point is
but he
that's not a
stayed with
lie.
their mother, so that helped. He stayed with their mother.
No, he separated from her.
They
No,
got
they
divorced.
stayed together.
But what I'm saying, the point that I'm saying is all that shit is irrelevant because at the end of the day, he is grown. He is like 25, 24, and he's got a millionaire father. His father only wrote him off when he made it known that basically his dad could go to hell because of his mama. And Corey Holcomb has talked because how his mama feel. Corey Holcomb has talked about this too. The reality is black men are gonna start having to be like, look, because a lot of these dudes got other kids. So if he want to hold that anger because he think there's some nobility in holding your mama's pain, then nigga, you a fool. You a fool.
Yes.
And I've seen that go to generations, and y'all just gonna get wrote off. And I don't know what he thinks his dad is supposed to do. He paid his child support, and he paid a lot of it. And the reality, it wasn't like his dad wasn't in his life. He needs to start. And see, this is the problem with deifying your mother and deifying. I remember dude, Platinum called me gay because I said that you got to stop looking at your mom.
You ain't gonna never let that one go.
Hell no, I ain't gonna let that go because that's not the first time that somebody has said that when I've said this. You got to stop looking at your mom like a god, not a goddess, a god. And niggas have this reaction to that, like I have just told them God is not real. Where it's like they want to burn me at the stake. And that's why I say it's not about the fact the way he called me. It's the fact of the reaction that he had. Because after that, we actually had a conversation about why he did that. And he even came down on that because he knew he was having some emotional shit. And I'm like, I'm just saying that you need to start looking at your mom like a person, accept her as a person, and stop looking at her like a god. And that's against black male religion saying that shit.
You know, I remember that discussion, and when he made that statement, that was like out of left field as fuck. Because we were all just having a pretty decent conversation, and then he just popped in and he was serious. He wasn't even really. He didn't even have a kind of a dismissive tone when he asked the question. To him, it was like a legitimate question, although it was totally ridiculous to everybody else.
You saw how I reacted to that shit too. I reacted to it like I'm not surprised he said it.
Right.
So Ed, check this out. And this is sad. This is a very sad moment because of the conversation that you guys are having, what we having right now. This is a conversation that people are having on every day, especially what you just said. Women, and I'm gonna direct this at you, Nelson, and I hope you're listening. Black women, let's just stick within our group, have been throwing men under the bus since I think maybe the late 60s until now. A lot of men fathers have passed away when they thought their dad wasn't shit. I'm a lucky man to listen to one of my friends that was from PA, Erie, Pennsylvania, and he said it to me, say, G, you probably need to talk to your father. Y'all probably just alike. When he called me for my birthday, now I hadn't heard from the man from years. I was a ghost. Before there was ghosts on power, that was my black ass. Because I avoided talking to them motherfuckers. Didn't want to talk. And when he did call me, I was very sort of like Ed say, like, 50, man, what the fuck you want? Only to find out we talked more, and he just started filling in some blanks. At this moment, till this day, my mother won't call me. She got to take that L and that bitch card, and she's going to have to die with it because her lies caught up with her. and she can't even face the reality of her lies. Now that's just my story. I am just a small pebble of a sand in this world. Can you imagine the shit that women have done in the Western culture alone? And I'm saying now I'm going beyond colors. I'm talking about these so-called white folks, these black folks, these Indians, these Mexicans. Women in the Western culture have done more damage to their children as in any other culture. This is why these bitches can get in politics, because they use that card. This is why that brother in California is gonna smash Maxine Waters' ass. He showed you. The dude is an ex-Navy man. He's running
Oh,
for her
I'm talking
seat.
about
He's gonna get.
Maxine Waters. The other one. Never mind. Sorry.
But it's the truth. She ain't shit. Just like Nancy Pelosi. This is the era. They say this is the age of Aquarius. Don't know what it means. I just think it means finally men are talking. Because the way you guys talking, I got beat up many years ago at 30 for even mentioning and talking like this. And to now, and just to be around at the internet and think black, we grew up when there was no such thing as social media. Think about it. We didn't have a computer.
That's
Well, yeah, and this is why people do the same shit and understand why nothing changes, because you're not looking at the things that you need. You're not flipping over the things you want to, and it's a choice. It's a willful ignorance. And, I hate to keep bringing Glenn and Cameron up, but I mean, Glenn and Cameron has a video, and I need to start sharing it more, where he goes very in detail as to what happened with his marriage to a black woman, because I didn't know he had a son. He's got this is on YouTube, so it's on there. He said it's on his main channel. He said his son, he got a 50 Cent situation where his son chose his mom, and his own family started to turn on him because his mom was saying, this is all on there, saying, and it's not Patreon, it's on his YouTube channel, was saying that he hit his his wife, and that didn't happen. In fact, a lot of that was the reverse. And
wow.
and if anybody that doubts that, he's a black man that doesn't pay child support. So good and well, if that shit was happening, he would. So let's keep that all. And when I say don't pay child support, he's legally not required to do it. So he went to court and not required. So you already know that anything that she's saying, it didn't happen. And the point is, again, that's actually a micro situation, a 50 Cent situation. This is a successful guy. He's a millionaire. And then his son don't like him because of what his mama on. And like I said, shout out to 5150 and Corey Holcomb. Women have this belief that anything wrong a woman does, there's some kind of low-key justification. Even black men believe that. That somehow, somewhere, there's some color purple justification to a man that basically made a woman go bad. And I'm like, that's not true. And that's a delusion. And the reality is, it's not just some things that happen to celebrities. This happens to a lot of dudes, and a lot of dudes don't even want to say that shit because they feel like they're harming women. I mean, look at this damn Tory Lanez situation. Look at this situation with him, where he keeping his mouth shut, and he allows another label, Rock Nation, another black man, Jay-Z, to basically tell him to shut up, so he can basically make Megan Thee Stallion not look as bad when the situation is starting to look like, she was fucking him when he was with somebody else, and now she mad because he was probably doing that with Kylie Jenner maybe, and it just escalated. What they saying is not what happened.
The other girl, Ed, which is her friend. That's why they're not talking, because he was smashing both of them. I'm still trying to figure out.
So the point is, he can be a fuck nigga, but guess what? You all like that shit. That's the thing. Yep. You all like that shit. So you want to talk about protecting black. Like, she actually wants to be the face of protecting black women. And I'm like, that shit is going to bite you in the ass. Because when this shit comes the fuck out, and here's the worst thing that could have happened. The worst thing that is, Megan is not smart enough to understand this. I can tell. And I'm not saying she's not smart, but she don't think this far ahead, because most women don't. The worst thing that could have happened is Tory getting charged. Because he's not going to take no plea deal. Because he's not going to jail, because he's going to get deported. It's a lot of stuff that can happen with that. His career can be over because of political climate. You now made it so where he is incentivized to put everything out there in a court of law, meaning it has to be the truth. You're not going to let black men lie. So he has to have some evidence behind it. So once the real shit comes out, and you the face to protect black women, and it comes out that you was on some fuck shit too, see, now you going to be in a bad spot. Because now it's not about you, it's about what you represent now, and you're gonna represent a lot of reasons why black men be talking about don't believe these chicks.
Man,
She was stupid. She should have never let him get tagged with charges like that. And a
it's
lot of
over.
these chicks, yeah, all that. I
It's
was trying
over.
to protect you, and I'm this, I'm that. No. That's you and your emotional insanity. Just like with that dude that happened when that dude got shot like 9 times by them cops. How she called the police, and then she stopped cooperating with the police when they were on their way there because she knew she fucked up. See, the system does that on purpose with women because they know how women are. They know you all are going to shoot that gun and then try to put the bullet back in the chamber before it can go back. That's why they give you the ability to do it in the first
Too
place.
late.
And women
Too late.
seem to not be smart enough to understand that.
Too late. Too late. A lot of brothers doing prison time because of lies of women, rape, murder charges, anything. A lot of brothers are eating dirt now because of them. In this millennium, in this era of the duck dodger in the 21st century, the best thing that ever happened, you can wake up. And Nelson, don't worry about that apology, dude. Just keep punching the time clock of life. You will see the light. You'll see the light, man. Don't worry. You gonna see the light. You can't help it. I just advise you to buy a nice pair of Ray-Bans because this is gonna be a doozy. This shit about to get real. When you got somebody like Michael, I mean Megan Thee Stallion going up on Saturday Night Live. Yeah, I did say Michael. Yeah, Manuel. But wait, but Black, you went up on Saturday Night Live and then you pulled out some quotes of Malcolm X. That's an insult to us. Like, really? You gonna do that? And he did it on Saturday Night
And
Live.
they gave her a card. They probably told her to say that. Like, you gonna let, like, man, look, I don't got really issue with Jay-Z, but you gonna let Jay-Z and his people gas your ass up and burn your ass out, like, for real. Because number one, what Megan don't understand is part of Megan's appeal is she do got some dudes, these young dudes dealing with her. Otherwise, what's the point of twerking like that constantly? So your audience, you do got some dudes in your audience. So you sit here and you start burning them out, you're gonna open up for another female to take that spot. You know,
she's become a living martyr. That the whole Tory Lane situation, her getting shot in the foot, has become her martyrdom to where she can live and run around and say black women need protection. We are not safe. We need help. And that's who she's going to be from here on out. She's going to be the empowering black woman who has been through some torture, some trauma, and she can speak for every black woman. That's why her performances are out here with that bullshit. That's why she put out that whole little scholarship. That's why she wrote that article. All that bullshit she's doing is because Rock Nation is putting it out here. Tory is the villain. We need to protect black women, and that's what she's gonna run off of. It's gonna be a
what
movie
they're
role.
not anticipating, but this is what they're anticipating. They're anticipating the truth is gonna come out, and then what's gonna happen is what always happens is everybody says, "Okay, we'll live to fight another day, but we're gonna be quiet." A lot of black men are not gonna be quiet because there's too many dudes paying attention to this, and see, this is where black men talking is a problem. Because now black men can say, no, you're not going to have the last word. You don't get to then say, okay, we're going to just act like nothing never happened and then move on to the next news cycle. No, this stuff ain't going away. It will be known that that's what she did and that's who she is with her whole ass. And it's like, let a hoe be a hoe, and then she gonna sit there and try to represent all these females. No. You're not gonna get to do that. And then what's gonna happen is that's gonna start affecting her female money. Because the truth is, man, she's trying to build a market. Ain't nobody really fucking with her like that, monetarily speaking, because usually she gotta be tied to somebody else. She gotta be tied to somebody else in order to make real money. That's why she had to be tied to tied to Cardi B and Rock Nation. Yeah. Then you start to look at how she betrayed dude that put her on. So yeah, man, dude, she gonna be a martyr, all right, but she ain't gonna be the type of martyr that she wanna be. Dudes are gonna start coming at her and affecting her money, and then you don't see, you know how she gonna go out like Iggy Azalea. You did. Watch.
The white girl. I like what Cortez Smith said. Kev, read that comment. I like what Cortez said. I like what he said.
Yeah. Because Cortez Smith seems to have his tinfoil hat on. He says, "Deeper than Rock Nation, y'all got to see what's really going on." Yeah,
yep, I agree.
I mean, as far as the subculture reference, yeah. Also, as far as that Malcolm X quote that these girls keep using to justify their bullshit, please stop using that quote.
Please,
he was talking about a different. Yeah, he was talking about a different kind of black woman. You know, it's not.
Yeah,
not
and
y'all,
you don't. And you don't want his kids, because his kids ain't coons like Martin Luther King's descendants. You don't want the women in his family start stepping up and start speaking out against that shit. You really don't. Because because all it takes is for some of them to start saying, I really don't, because Nikki's already done it like years ago. Like, you females gonna stop putting my person's name in your mouth, and you probably ain't never seen Denzel Washington's Malcolm X movie, let alone read a book. So and again, Malcolm X would have never approved of what she, because at the end of the day, first you can see how his daughters live to know he would have never approved of that. There's a difference between not being protected, which he was talking about white supremacy, and then you sitting here dealing with with these type of dudes and then crying about that. Remember, that's pre-1980s. So again, of course, this is the same thing with the commercialization of a lot of what Dr. Martin Luther King said. I mean, they're gonna try it because it's in their advantage to do so, but the reality of the situation is very simple. You know, I'm telling you, like, Megan is really digging her hole when it comes to her career, because people don't care about her like that. It's once it gets other women that are coming up, they're gonna find the next chick and they're gonna change her out.
So Malcolm X, let's just cover this. Malcolm X said that in the 1960s, right? Malcolm X was in the NOI, correct?
Yes.
So people want to.
He was actually a leader.
Well, he was one of the leaders in the NOI, so people want to quote him on black women being the least protected, but they don't want to quote him on his philosophies on how women should dress, act, and behave.
Too much like right, Donnie. Too much like right.
So we have Megan Thee Stallion out here twerking with her ass, bougie, ratchet, classic. But you want to quote Malcolm X on one side, but ignore him on the other side. I'm not understanding what the point of the statement that you're trying to make is. Are you trying to say that Malcolm X needs to be followed, listened to, and understood? Why don't you follow, listen, and understand? And what Malcolm X was talking about when he said women need to be dressed modestly.
Megan Thee Stallion is the opposite of everything that Malcolm X stood for what a black woman should be. Everything. As far as how she made her money, twerking, all of that. So, but again, because a lot of women on social media will run with that shit, because they love, these black feminists love that fucking quote, that little ain't protected shit. And again, most of them ain't never even seen Spike Lee's movie about Malcolm X. They don't know shit about Malcolm X. They're fucking ignorant. And I'm not saying that to be funny, but for real, they're ignorant. And the reality of the situation is, you don't get. I'm gonna say this just like this. What's that? I forget that movie with John Cusack, when it had all of the people, 7, they got killed, and they were all different personalities of this murderer's like mind. You find out at the end. And he said at the end, whores don't get second chances. Whores don't get protection. That's real, because protection is a finite thing. Even American protection is a finite thing. So the reality is, you want to be a hoe, you are not the first in line to get protected. You can fight me on that all you want to with that slut walk shit. Shout out to Amber Rose, who, she never got over when Kanye West said Kim told her to take 30 showers after dealing with Amber Rose. That shit has followed her to her. She's still hurting over that. I know that went against everything she believed as a wannabe black mixed light skinned bitch. That shit broke her worldview, because she still remembers.
He said black.
He said that I had to take 30. She had to take 30 showers. Yeah, and at the same time, that's another thing too. The only reason, look, black men are just fucking Amber Rose. The only reason why Amber Rose matters is because black women give her that kind of credibility. But then black men are the colorists, right?
Yeah.
We're
never got that pass.
We're the colorists. We're the enablers. We enable whole culture, but they defend it with everything. They it was like Edward was saying in another broadcast, how they cleave to people like Megan Thee Stallion, but they don't cleave to people like a Marla Negra. They don't go.
But we enable whole culture. How do we enable? I mean, so I would ask them, what can you do to stop whole culture? Like, nobody, like, you live in a society that pretty much allowed you to do what the fuck you want to do. So I mean, at
Gave
the
him
end of the day, you know, stop trying to blame us. See, and this is the thing. They say that. Like, think about it. These are women that will talk about calling sex workers as if sex workers is this like undocumented minority or some shit.
It's a badge of pride. It's a badge of femininity.
Well, you
Women
gotta
take this
understand
sex worker
WAP
stuff as
empowerment by
empowerment.
WAP.
So the
WAP is
reason
empower. Go ahead.
white women run this shit into the ground, and then they've gotten black women into it. But black women are the only
bingo,
one losing over this shit.
bingo,
They're the only
bingo.
ones losing over this shit. For a white woman, she can go get herself a Chad, and her whole past be ignored and forgotten. Can that
Long as you ain't
happen
dealing
with
with
a sister?
BBC.
How many Sukihanas do you see out here talking about they was happily married and somebody came and raised their kids and took over? That shit don't happen.
But the
No,
truth
not in that
is, and
culture.
white women like it like that. This is why you think they keep on, and it's not just white women, Latin women do it too. Like how they keep on goating black women to deal with that sister girl shit because they know they benefit from that, and then they keep on collecting your men when your men keep saying, you like ain't no good black women, and see black women want to sit there and blame the men because that's how they are. Black women don't believe they should have to compete. They believe that they should just get the slaves back on the plantation. But I'm like, the problem is you all don't have an answer for black male choice because they don't need you. And see, truth is they don't need black women no more like that. And black women don't really know what to do. They really don't. And wait, don't let Trump get back in office. Yo, who got the thing in the background?
Oh, I think
That's
that's
my
Donnie
bad.
playing his Warcraft game.
My bad. I'm
I
playing
think.
Call of Duty. Go ahead.
Well, I'm playing
Okay,
Mortal
Call of
Kombat and it
Duty.
ain't that loud. So I mean, I'm getting beat up by the black girl.
I gotta hear people coming. You can hear the footsteps and shit. So hey.
Hey, listen, and I know you guys hadn't heard this, and Kev, you had the picture up, but I found out from a reliable source. A lot of people don't know that. And there's a lot of arresting going on with these Hollywood stars. And Nelson just put it up about the Chris Brown Rihanna situation. And I did hear that was pretty scary. I mean, pretty much of lies. Rumors has it that Rihanna got arrested, man. She got arrested because of this deep, dark state. And her driver is the one telling on her that this girl was violating young little girls, man. Let me push you at.
Are you saying she had a molestation case?
Bruh, that deep state, Donnie, remember how you say I be going in sometime? Because I'm always on information. We're in the informational age. And some of the stuff they're not going to put on the news, such as like Wesley Snipes. I just found out that Wesley Snipes worked for the government, but Wesley Snipes was a white hat. This is why the part of a government came at Wesley. They were trying to give him 10 years in prison. But the government that protected him, they shouldn't have let him go in because the government owed him taxes. In other words, y'all got to understand this. Me and Black, we're kind of older. And now understand what my grandmother said, have your ass home when them street lights come on. Even in the 60s, they were kidnapping children. So now we know what was going on. Rihanna is part of the Hollywood Matrix, Queen Bee bullshit. Another woman probably hollering about she want to get in where she fit in. Guess what? Her ass and got arrested, y'all.
Well, the Caribbean is famous for that shit.
I understand that, but my thing is with a lot of brothers too. A lot of brothers will basically swirl their way into mental insanity, trying to make sense of a Rubik's cube that can never be made sense at the expense of what they need to do to basically empower themselves to be in a position where they're less vulnerable to stuff like that. That's my thing. I mean, nobody's really debating that there's some weirdo shit going on in Hollywood, and nobody's even debating. Most people don't even debate that even goes pretty deep. But I think what happens is it becomes this thing where it's kind of like, for instance, you got people still trying to prove that 9/11 was
inside
was, but at the end of the day, does it matter? Like, does it matter if you ever? Because you can see stuff that people openly get away with today and be like, it's a difference between proving something and people accepting it. You know what I'm saying? That's what people don't understand. People, just because you prove something don't mean people got to accept the shit. There's a lot of atheists believe they can prove to you God ain't real. Doesn't mean Christianity ain't one of the largest religions.
I just want to say I can.
So my point is, I'm not saying to not talk about it, but what my point is, a lot of people will say, well, nobody's acting like Rihanna's like this, you know, we know she's on some of shit, and she's kind of like bought and paid for by a lot of feminists. We also know a black woman is allowed to make that kind of money that easily. You know, we already know some stuff going on with that. So it's kind of like, yo, if he gets caught up, it's get caught up. Even with Jeffrey Epstein, I read that thing on Jeffrey on Netflix. People act like that women are not involved in this. Like it's just men in every aspect and every level. It's men doing this. That's not true. Like Jeffrey Epstein could have never did what he did without
If the woman, that woman,
without
Maxwell.
females. And you see they got hurt. You see she's arrested. So
she's
pushes.
singing like Shaka Khan, dog. And I forgot to use the word allegedly, Nelson. I always got to clean up the show because of that, because I don't want to pin this show to say that she's arrested. Allegedly, she got arrested, so I got to protect the stepper. So
listen,
back to what you were saying.
A lot of these women are complicit in these actions, right? I've been all over. I've seen on many occasions when you go somewhere and it's the mama, it's a woman out here hustling these women into sex trafficking. Now, I ain't come across no underage girl that's trying to be sold to me, but I've come across the mama son who's out here trying to send these other chicks in the hey, you want to come? I have girl for you, black boy, I have girl for you.
Yeah, and you know,
that's
and so
true,
that's so, and that's my point, and that's the focus. Like if we like, I look at it like levels. Let's deal with the levels we need to deal with, because a lot of that big wig, you know, triangular stuff, that stuff is way you gotta get the levels first. And the levels is basically what we deal with right now is this aura in this country that it's men and only men doing that. And you let these people tell you, you know, there is black men mainly doing it. Let them tell you. This is why when people are sitting there talking about wanting to legalize prostitution or they want to decriminalize it, I say, oh no, you're not decriminalizing shit. It's either going to be legal or it's going to be illegal. You are not going to create a situation where men can go to jail for buying it, but women are free to sell it. That's not, and where you can pick and choose which men do it. So you can be like, okay, well, white men can sell it, and then no, we're not doing that, because that's what you start to see with a little bit with the marijuana stuff. Like, to be honest with you, once they legalize marijuana, everybody is in jail for at least drug possession on marijuana needs to be out of jail. Period.
They're not gonna make that retroactive.
Yeah, but they need to do that, because at that point, those people are political prisoners, and they really shouldn't have been in jail in the first place.
And that's why Kamala Harris is not going to get the black male vote. Not getting it.
Well, the thing about it is, you know, they never considered anything black men wanted when they went with Kamala. Like I said before, when you understand Biden's history, how you basically pick somebody that complemented his history, like how you talk about, like, and the fact that I'm surprised they even brought the crime bill up in the debate. The fact that stuff was brought, no, seriously, the fact that was brought up in the debate, it's like, okay, so your first decision, because he said the Republicans fought, fine, I can give you that, but my question is this: you have a decision that has nothing to do with anybody but you. That is your choice, and your first decision as a president is really what you did as a nominee, picking a vice president. You had all these women on the table, right? You had Elizabeth Warren. These are not necessarily great women. They're friends of black men, by the way. But you had Elizabeth Warren. You had Gretchen, the chick that was the Michigan governor.
Hey, mine's at 800. So my thought of the whole thing is ultimately.
Well, hold on. My overall point is you literally picked the one that was the most anti-black male and had the most anti-black male policies. You literally picked the one that had the worst, and I could argue was the least qualified of all those candidates. I could make an argument because even I can look at Kirsten Gillibrand. You picked the worst. And then you gonna blame the Republicans. So on this crime bill shit, you picked the woman that would be a vanguard for that bill. That has been. But you expect me to believe when you've been in Congress that whole fucking time. You've been in you was 8 years, like Trump said, but fuck the Obama years. You've been in Congress before that. You ran for president on the crime bill. And you want to act like you too fucking old that you don't remember? Get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah.
Well, what about Trump? What about him? Trump just talks shit. Trump ain't creating no law to lock black men up. Your ass have.
He sure did.
Trump just an old white man that talks shit.
He did the
that's
crime
beyond
bill
a
in his
dime a
50s,
dozen.
right?
Who?
So Biden, he did the crime
No,
bill in
he
his
was in his
50s.
40s. He was in his 40s because that was in the
Okay.
He had
90s. It's 2020, so it's like 91, 92. So he
He's
was like
yeah.
42,
he's about
43.
to be
Yeah.
70. He's about to be 78, isn't he?
Yep.
And by the way, he said that he was any crime bill that was out there in the 80s, the 90s, he had his name on it. And the one in the 90s is what he wrote. See,
So you
people
got to
thought he
think
was.
that's an individual who's 50, almost 50 years old at the time of this. Do you think at 78 he's somehow magically course corrected?
Hell no.
He wrote the crime bill during the H.W. Bush administration too, by the way, because that was in like 92, 93. So people want to act like, oh well, Clinton signed it. Yes, he did, and he needs to hold that L because I think Hillary was involved with that too. But the truth is, he want to blame Republicans. He wrote it in conjunction with the Republicans. He said, "I'm going to be more against crime than the Republicans are." This is that Hillary. This is why motherfuckers don't like Hillary. So, and then you got to add too, it wasn't just a bill. He created financial incentives for states to change laws to target black people at the state level. That is a overreach that you never see.
I got a question for you, Ed. In Black, I got the. I want both of you guys to answer this. Who was the president during this time?
What time? Clinton is like
nope.
HW.
Nope.
It was towards the end of H.W. Bush, and it was but it was mainly known for Clinton because that's where the series of laws happened.
Yeah,
this Bush. Is what I'm saying. So guess what was the big influx of that? See, me and Black BU, we remembered this when this drug culture came in. William Cooper allegedly got assassinated because he said the biggest drug dealer on the planet was a United States president. So do you understand how this coincide with Joe Biden, Bill Clinton? Because remember, prisons wasn't even private then.
But see, that shit. Okay, so what you talking about started with Reagan. So the difference is.
And who was the vice president? And who was the vice president?
H.W. Bush. And he was in the CIA. But what I'm saying is the Clinton shit is the actual putting niggas in jail. The drug shit was the Reagan shit. So basically, they basically broke culture. But at the end of the day, all of this stuff ain't master plans. A lot of it is this thing happened, so how we gonna kick the can, and how we gonna kick the can, and how we gonna kick the can. That's kind of how it turns out. And so it's more like Sidious, where everybody thinks like Darth Sidious had a plan the whole time, when in actuality, he didn't expect Darth Maul to die, but he just is smart enough to where he knows. He's like Peyton Manning. He knows how to call audibles so good you thought it was a part of the plan the whole time, when in actuality, he's just good at calling audibles. That's really how it is. And that's why I'm keep saying some people try to make it seem like it's this grand master algorithm, which it's power, but at the same time, it's more of them knowing how to call audibles behind the scenes that nobody sees. So it appears like everything is very fluid.
Okay. Which goes back still to the manipulation of how they're manipulating the women, which goes back to this woman on ESPN. See, those glasses are off our eyes and they expect us to be blind, and we're not so blinded anymore. This is why I love the Great Awakening. This is why I love this platform. This is why I enjoy talking to you brothers who I've never met in my life, because it's a sense of purpose to let me know I'm not the only one thinking like this. And the world is changing. I'm telling you, they don't expect men to wake up. They expect us to be passive, not speak our mind. Again, me and Black, we grew up with our social media. You guys got it good because the YouTube's hating this. I know they hate this. I know they do.
Well, we're getting like, we've had social media for a while, and it's getting to the point where people finding better uses for it besides talking shit and bringing each other down. But the reason why we're here in this conversation is because people are bringing people down. And what I wanted to say is that yes, this kind of rhetoric is poison to the community. It can't be if it don't apply, let it fly, because that means that we are, even if it doesn't affect us like that, it is affecting people who are not as strong as said people, and the children especially. Y'all, we always talk about we want to see, black men. They want to see black men loving black women, but why are we not seeing black women love black men in return?
Yep.
Oh my
These,
God.
these black women keep saying that they're being attacked and they're being bashed, but and you got these campaigns of black men always, saying that no, we love the black woman and everything, but there is no campaign right now from black women that say, hey, we love black men. I mean,
And
they're
the
doing
problem,
they're
Or
doing it on individual basis, though, like, but those women are attacked viciously, called
yeah,
pick me.
and it tells you everything you need to know. And the problem is, see, you still got too many niggas that fall for that shit, man. You listen to some of these, like, man, I'm in a lot of these melanated hashtags on Instagram because it allows me come some of my prospecting stuff and stuff to deal with a black target. And I mean, it's dudes that really be falling for that shit. They really like, they really it's basically black male guilt tactics. It's designed to elicit guilt in black men to base, and you see it, and it is effective. It still is effective. I've seen it on panels where dudes will, like, for instance, Ice Cube is talking rhetoric, and he's being like, whenever you hear a nigga talk about division, which usually if you hear somebody talk about division, it's a black man, you already know who you're talking about. You already know what you're dealing with. Well, why are you being divisive? Why are you doing this? It's because these dudes don't even recognize that there's anything wrong, and then more black men are like that in the reverse. And I always tell dudes need to stop forgetting that that's where we are right now. And just because things may be trending the right way, that does not mean that it's there. And so you got to kind of move through this stuff almost like a double agent, because you still got to recognize how emotionally compromised a lot of folks are. I mean, serious, and people forget that. This is why you see dudes wanting to share this information with they want to share information with females. Like I want to share, like, why would you want to share this information with a female? Like, I don't understand that. And then they'll low key blame the manosphere for if that woman if they ruin their relationship. I was like, nobody never told you to share this information with a woman. Why the fuck would you do that? Like, really, what is? Well, yeah, man. Well, because I should be open with her. I mean, you think that bitch is open with you with everything?
yeah.
You really believe that? And they don't understand that. Oh, well, nigga, man, you ain't had a woman. Oh my God. So you really ain't a lot of dudes. But for real though, I've gotten that shit. Like, nigga, look, I understand you
I get
cupcaking.
tired. Let me tell you, I get tired of the conversations degrading to that, because conversations could move along smoothly if you don't stop it and be like, "Well, you're talking about this, and you need to stay away from this part, and stop talking about these women and all this other stuff." And it could be a talking point started by a woman, and then they just come in with their cape. It just derail the conversation. Conversations could move right along if we could just manage some of the bullshit. So.
And you know what these dudes should say? If you want to be constructive and you want to have the now what conversation and promote the what I call the now what conversation, which is a conversation that's definitely worthy of having. The way you do that is you basically say, okay, well, black men, like, for instance, let's take this Jemele Hill situation. A dude that is sincere, what I would expect him to say is something along the lines of, well, at the end of the day, Jemele Hill shouldn't even be able to work for anything that has anything to do with black men, because she should be considered too toxic for people to want to hire her. So nobody gives a fuck about Jemele Hill talk about anything else. This is why she's doing that podcast. Is she doing that podcast with kids? That her and Carrie Champion? That shit ain't gonna go nowhere, because that shit would depend on black men listening to her. Now you take a dude like, let's say, Steven Jackson, for example, and Steven Jackson is not the most known NBA player, but he's considered a real nigga. You know what I'm saying? Or a real dude. He's being very
Right.
candid. Same thing with 50 Cent and Lil Wayne. As much as 50 Cent talks shit, I mean, he, at least people see him as a candid guy. And so my point is, if you're depending on black men money, then you shouldn't even be able to work. And that should be letting on ESPN. Like, we would expect people to go at ESPN saying to fire her, number one. But see, what did black men do on NBA? What they did was they sat and protected her, and then she turned on them after black men caped for her. And that's the type of shit that black men need to stop doing. We got to stop caping for people that are our enemies, both foreign and domestic. We got to stop doing that. And this requires black
Going,
men to start really looking at their self and their interests as a group. It's not about us separating from black people. It's about us saying that, look, man, our interests trump yours because our interests are more worthy to an actual competitive black community than yours. The truth is, a strong black man as a collective is a strong black community. A strong black woman is actually a weak black community. You can't make the case that what's in the best interest of women is in the best interest of black community. You can't make that case with the children. You can't. So at this point, more black men need to understand it. And this is why we have to unfortunately talk about the woman talk, because a lot of these dudes don't understand where emotionally these dudes still are. So a lot of times when they say the stupid shit, they say this is why they're attracted. I'm not trying to talk shit about Mr. I don't really have an issue with him, but they're attracted to the black men are just running their mouth talk because they deep down want black men to stop talking about it because they don't really have they see it threatening because they don't have a logical counter to the argument. That's really what the real issue is that they have. So when dudes step up and start saying shit like, oh, well, y'all ain't doing nothing, this is their only like window for them to kind of attack black men because they know they're going to sound goofy if they attack us on anything else. So that's really what they was going on with that. That's why he could listen to what the fuck we're saying, but at the same time say we need to stop talking about it. That's what's insane about that when you actually think about it. It's like, dude, I know like it's only like 18 people listening, but you one of the 18, but you telling us to stop talking. So why the fuck are you here? That's crazy to me. But that's the mentality that these dudes have. But that's the mentality. It's not about him. It's about the archetype that people jump into. And so we make this assumption that all black men get it. All black men get it. So why are you still talking and beating a dead horse? No, they don't. It's dudes coming into this space all the time. Well, what are we going to do about it? We'll make a channel about what you think we should do. And some dudes, if they see it credible, will go over there. Now, if they don't fucking blame us saying, well, the problem is dudes are talking about women. And that's why dudes are pussy first. Because it ain't just Mr. Research. I've heard others. Dudes are pussy first. So therefore, you know, I had this conversation with Zero. I said, Zero. He said, well, black people should vote on policy. But you do realize that's not humans work. But they should. But that's not how they work. People make emotional decisions and justify them with logic. I mean, voting for Trump should be proof positive that people don't vote on policy necessarily. Well, they should. Well, are you going to do you want to be right or do you want to win? Because it sounds like you'd rather be right, the noble righteousness. And he wanted to say, oh, well, you think like a marketer. No, I think like somebody that knows how to get people to do shit. And part of that is having to accept how people are. But people don't want to do that. Well, nigga, the manosphere just pussy first. I'm like, okay, then create your own shit. Well, I shouldn't have to. Why? Because I'm going to get too many people. I'm going to get as many people out of fire as I can. How does that make sense? Well, because I'm just going to say it because it doesn't belong to them. The manosphere doesn't belong to anybody. What, you saying the pussy first niggas that took over the manosphere? Yeah. Well, whose fault is that? That's the audience. That's like blaming, that's the audience's fault. Like the audience, you know, like what are you talking about? And see, so it's like, don't get me started.
See, and I don't get that. I don't get running down conversations, and because if that's what the people want to talk about, let them talk about it. If you get a viewership, then you know that's what people are interested in. You can't get mad if like two people are watching your broadcast and you feel like you're talking some real shit, and then somebody's watching, you know, 200 watching this guy, and you know they talking about some controversial stuff. That's just sour grapes right there, and it might be a statement.
Tasha K got fucking Tasha K got 20,000 people listening to that shit. I'm listening to her shit. 20,000 on a viewership at almost any given time. She can fit 20,000. I've never seen that much, even on channels that have like millions of subscribers, not on a live viewership. Tarita C's got 8K. You know, Erica has like 300 is talking about business. Glennon has 200 any given time talking about business. So I mean, the thing is, if there is, you know, shout out to Andre Hatchett who has he got his podcast called The Hatchett's Way that he's starting. I'm gonna definitely start supporting because he's a gateway into a lot of the,
No, but what I was gonna say is it ain't about what you feel like you should have. It's about the work you put in to get the viewership. So you got to put in the work. These folks put in the work. You know, they they've definitely done it. So you can't cry about it.
And certain markets are bigger, and certain markets people want to talk about more than others. Like, for instance, this content, the stuff that we talk about, when it, like, the female talking shit about men, the colorism shit, the swirler shit, the femininity shit starting to blow up, is so much bigger than our stuff, because our stuff is not really meant to be on the forefront. Our stuff is really meant
But
to
it's
be that those
growing.
very, huh?
I said, but it's growing. I was
Yeah,
just
it is.
commending you on it, but it's growing, man.
But it is. But what I'm saying, but what I'm gonna say this, and I'll fall back. Then I'm talking a lot. A lot of the trending news information is really the reason why the trending news information is good is because that's what brings in viewers, and that's what brings in growth. And then if you're targeting the audience that you want to target, which is like black men or a black male perspective, then you take that audience, because some of them be women, but a lot of them be dudes, and then you funnel them into these deeper conversations that we're having. Some of them will be having on page, because a lot of these productive conversations are more had on Patreon, and some of them. So the point is, it's everything has its purpose. It's called a content strategy for people that really get serious about YouTube. Now everybody's not even serious like that, but people don't understand that. So what they do is they see shit at a surface level and try to comment on it at a surface level. Like, technically, the Jemele Hill shit is a trending news topic for a certain niche, right?
Right.
Yeah. And we're taking that and making a deeper conversation out of it. But see, people can't see that if you're too focused on the surface level bullshit. You see, so what do you expect? You expect black men to only talk about black men? Cause shit, you know, so black men only talk about black men and sausage. That's it. That's it. If I even hear a name that sounds like a female, I'm gonna have a problem. That sounds stupid. And here's what makes it so funny. Some of these people that talk that shit, they be having women in their damn panels. You rarely see a female on my panel and rarely see a female on this.
But Edward, listen up, man. Listen up. Just call this out, man. Them same folks be doing it to black men. It's a projection. It's like it's 20 to 30 minutes of what they like to call informative content, and then it's 3 or 4 hours of just black men this, black men that, black men, black men, black men. I mean, I call the shit what it is. It's projection. Black men ain't on these girls' nuts like that for real. But
No.
when they're dumbass talking point out there, then it's worth addressing. That's how I see it.
Yeah, and and really all we're doing is this is Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C. When you look at 2020, we started this year with the passing of Kobe. Kobe was not even in the ground. They didn't even get him from the fucking helicopter before they started talking about, that fucking white white bitch. And then black, and what's her fucking name? Her name.
It triggered. What's the Gail, Oprah's friend? Gail.
Exactly.
Yeah, man.
And then black men, they didn't expect black men to say, bitch, fuck you. And then it became like, and Snoop Dogg. And see, my thing about Snoop Dogg, if you're going to say something, stand on it. Like, damn that emotional shit, and then you're going to basically be on your knees. Then just don't say shit. That's all. That's how I feel about that. Talk about I talked to my mama and then I found a life. This is before the George Floyd shit.
Yes,
right?
It was.
When you look at 2020 and you see that, and then you see what obviously Lil Boosie, although Lil Boosie has a mixed history, you can look at 2020, and this has basically been the basically coming out party for the gynocracy. These dudes can't hide it anymore. And what they say is they see us as being divisive by us even talking about it, because they can no longer hide it. They can't pretend it doesn't exist. So now we're the problem, because this is where the divisive shit comes from. So what else happened? So it was Snoop Dogg, it was the Kobe shit, then the Susan Rice shit, because Susan Rice was almost the vice president too, by the way.
Yeah,
talking about we're gonna. She would have been. She's the one person that would have been worse than Kamala. And also notice how the two black women that were the two front runners are both married to white men. They kids can't even look mixed, let alone black. Notice that, by the way. Because they both got that same look, like they look weird because they got so little blackness in them. You don't even know really what they are. And I'm just saying, but you look at 2020 and then you look at it ending up with like Ice Cube and this election, you already know if Trump gets in, there's going to be a ritual of throwing black men under the bus on social media.
Oh.
These bitches are going to I hate to sound like a female because I never say this because it's a very feminine thing to say. I'm gonna admit it, but I'm gonna tell you I am here for that shit. Yeah, these bitches always say I'm here for it. I'm gonna be here for that. Like y'all saw the movie on the TV show what's his fucking name? American Horror Stories, and the one that was a political one where that white dude sat there on the bed looking at his sister like, what? I'm gonna be just like that. What, bitch? Say something. Like all these women on Fox Soul, you know, they gonna be crying like Vivica Fox, and man, they gonna tell you how they feel, boy. And I'm be like, yes, I am here with the recorder because I want these millennials to. So in case these millennials, why don't the Jessica Lights of the world? Why don't y'all deal with me? Because they told the truth once upon a time, and here is the record. I want you to get it out. Tell us the nigga ain't shit. I want to hear. Oh, you niggas, I hope you die. We're going to abort black male babies. It's over. We're aborting everything. We're abort. If it's a black man, I'm aborting it.
Let me say something real quick. Saying addressing Cortez Smith's comment, not addressing, but commenting on him. You know, expanding further because he was saying
real similar.
He was saying things about Snoop Dogg. You know, Snoop Dogg shit was staged. Snoop Dogg shit was used to show black women dominating black men. Yeah, that was some domination like a motherfucker. With Jada
no, that shit was not staged.
He said it wasn't staged. Well,
no, I mean I believe he talked to his because you got to remember Snoop Dogg had to be complicit to that. Like you can tell, you know, we know how when black men is telling the truth. You got funky ass bit like that with Snoop. And just like when he took that shit back, just like Nick Cannon, that Nick Cannon shit wasn't staged. He did something, they did something, that nigga came back crawling.
But Ed, wait, I want to say this. But Ed, people have been saying that what Nick Cannon said for years, and I never thought about it till you said that. That's when we all started talking when Gail said that bullshit. Do y'all realize, man, she never apologized for that till it.
Oh, hell no. And she said she wasn't going to apologize.
No, she didn't.
Wow.
And you can tell by how Susan Rice said she was going to get the fucking army on her ass. Y'all want to talk with her. She said, you have no idea what's behind us to deal with you niggas.
Well, see, you don't have to worry about that.
Too. That's an Obama bitch too, by the way.
Yes. Just to let you know, though, and I want you to remember this because a lot of people saying this, but I've been watching it. Trust me, Barry Sotoros, aka Barack Obama, Susan Rice, all of them are also in serious fucking trouble. This shit is not a joke. What's going on? And I also want to give shouts out to Black Ram and Male Enlightenment TV because people are saying the same thing. They really did not expect us to bark back. They didn't. They really didn't expect that. And then you just hold on. Something else, some other distraction is coming.
The distractions, we're past the distractions. You ain't never seen black men have commercials aired specific. Y'all are older than me. Y'all are older than me. So maybe you know that I don't know. Them old school McDonald's. When have you all seen commercials that specifically target black men from the Democratic Party?
Not till now. Be honest with you, not till now. Because Ed, we was always Democrats. Because Kennedy, it started with Kennedy.
To get out the Democrat black male vote. Because though we were black, there was still shit that was targeting black women.
They always, as long as I lived, they always target them. This is the first year I've seen them target us, and actually it was very degrading. It was very degrading, like the ass on the pole. Like, this is really what y'all think of us.
And they covered. Well, that wasn't the only one. To be fair, they had the barbershop one too. But they just wanted to make sure they covered all their places. When they cover niggas, well, are these niggas? We need to do the pole shit. We got enough money. Let's do everything.
Well, you got to remember though. I'm in Canada, so Canada plays their game totally different. They play a game. They show us everything in America, but the one thing they didn't show me the pole shit. I saw that by social media. So in Canada, they have different
Well,
games.
yeah, well,
They got
that
it.
one was on social media too. That to be fair, that was a social media ad. They didn't put that on like mainstream TV, the poll thing. Not that I saw, but my thing is, there's a reason. Like I remember because I was visibly. This is before BGS killed the 8 hour things. I was talking about. I'm fucking tired of seeing all these black females are the backbone of the black community. Newspapers like everywhere, News and Observer, the New York Times, all this article flooding me about gassing up black
Now,
women, knowing that women are gonna vote. But dudes, it's like they made it seem like black men not existed, and now you're pivoting. And so the thing that should tell you is that tells you they know who you are. This idea
now,
that they just don't know what they don't know, that proved that that's not true.
now I'm gonna say this about Canada. What you just said about egging the black women on being the backbone of the family. Guess what Canada does? They do that tremendously well here too. And when they show a brother, it's always in a alternative lifestyle moment. It's like, I see this shit. Even though they don't think we see it, it's like, why you keep putting us in there? You never put us in a strong, positive roles. If it ain't 48 hours, it's on some suspect shit. In
And
Canada.
everybody peeps that. And everybody peeps that, by the way. They really think they doing that and people are not noticing that. Even it was even like this is one white chick I listened to. I listen to a lot of people that comment on movies and stuff, TV shows. It was this one white chick this big, her name Grace Randall, and she even said it was this one TV show that had a season finale, and she even brought it up. She said they killed everybody that was not white, as far as the black men. Everybody found a way to die somehow, and she said that's some disturbing shit. Now, obviously, this is a white chick saying it, but just the fact that she put that out there, like it tells you it's getting that obvious. It's you know the fact that they. And I'm like, and then she made the comment to say everybody that was heterosexual too. Any dude that's heterosexual that's black always finds a way to seem to find a way to die.
Hey, dude, the world's watching though now. You gotta understand, man. People are speaking up, and a lot of women are speaking up against what black women are doing too. That's beginning to happen. Like, that's kind of suspect.
But now what they're doing is because they're advertising that there's a market for black male services. That's what they're saying.
Oh,
it's like they being Pat Riley in the Miami Heat playing the LeBron James shit. They saying for you niggas is either got the A, and we got something for the economic black folks, and we got something for the genetic side. We got something for both of you. Come to this culture. Come to this.
Yeah, but let me give y'all a little warning real quick. Just like there were Derek Jacksons that pandered to women, and saying that we got to hold these men accountable, blah blah blah, and stretch mark lover and single moms are for grown men only. There are going to be a type of woman that's going to come out and do the same thing for men. And there's already a couple that tried to come out, but their real selves came to the surface. So, but I think brothers have been pretty smart about being able to point these chicks out. The difference between authentic and just trying to sell us some BS.
Yeah, because the difference is dudes are gonna be like, "Are you giving up some pussy?" And if you're not giving up, see, that's different about women. Women focus on the emotional shit because that's easy. That's easy. That's an easy get to give, and they can give their money for emotionalism. I mean, that's why when people talk about shit like OnlyFans, look, I get that. People can say that's whack. You shouldn't do that. All right, I understand that. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is, you see the same thing on the flip side for females. This is why females have a bigger market for stuff. They do it through commercials and TV. They do it. Derek Jackson, that book probably ain't doing shit for these women. And there's a lot of dudes I know that that's just a way for them to support him without just doing a cash app thing. That's why I say he might as well just go ahead and make that an ebook and not even make it a hard copy. That way but so that's been going on. It's like, you tell us what I want to hear, and it's even women getting it. That's what the femininity market is, where you tell us what we want to hear, and then we'll pay you for it. That's the sad thing, and that shit goes on in the PUA community too. And people always want to blame the guys that are what I call game advocates. They're not really teaching shit. And I'm not saying everybody's like that, but they're not really teaching shit. But what's going on is people are living vicariously through them. And that's a choice. The market, like the audience knows what they're paying for. Because if you really want a problem solved, your brain is going to look for people that demonstrate they're capable of solving your problem. Not people that you can just live vicariously, just like these women when it comes to these swirler sites. So yeah, and by the way, there's women like Nola Girl who, you know, she's boy, that I remember when them whites found out,
He's fading. He's
but
fading.
she survived. You with the black man, because she admitted it. She didn't hide it.
Yeah,
But her channel
yeah.
stayed strong. But
yeah, let me.
That's what it is.
Yeah, let me read Phantom Clutch's comment. He said they did the same thing on the CW TV show The 100. All the heterosexual brothers got killed off, and only Alphabet brother wasn't killed off.
Wow.
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
What,
Like,
what?
black
Yeah,
men
we need to get into TV shows too sooner or later. Yeah.
Yeah, black men need to start speaking up because every time it seems like every time like you introduce a brother to television these days, he's either weak or he's Alphabet. Like,
Yep.
Yeah, I keep hearing about this Lovecraft bullshit.
This what?
Lovecraft Country.
This Lovecraft. I don't even know what it is. I just see it and I see blood. I'm like, oh, I ain't watching that bullshit. I mean, it's so. I mean, do you understand it? The problem is, not a lot of. If you're gonna talk about that type of geekdom shit, that had to be like the type of shit that you have to charge people and pay. The only way to do that from a business standpoint is to have a Patreon where you talk about that shit and you're paying people on the front end to talk about that shit. But the way that you get a lot of people to talk about it is you actually talk about like the general shit to build up views. Because you start talking about having to say, okay, we're going to have a channel and then we're going to talk about like how black men are being shown. That's not going to generate a lot of views. So it doesn't justify really talking about it. But so it's you can be creative with your economic, because like when you look at dudes like Amazing Lucas or Young Ripper, even though they talk about, they don't talk about it from a black male. So even though Young Ripper don't run away from the black shit, but that's not something he's always gonna bring up. He talks about it from a general man, aka feminist shit, because that's you can get them white boys that are like anti-feminist, you know, bullshit. But once you start doing race, then you're gonna lose the people you need. So the way you got to do that is you got to create a Patreon and funnel certain audience members into that Patreon, saying if you like, because that's what TSI Johnson does. TSI Johnson is gonna break down Lovecraft Country on his Patreon that he promotes via his other stuff. He's gonna have BGS on there. Well, you already know BGS knows how to break shit down. That's how you do that. Now, to be fair, BGS has demonstrated you can get some views in breaking down shit like Insecure and stuff like that. And if he would have promoted that to a more female audience just off the strength of his accuracy, I think that would have blew up. But you got to understand how to kind of put the content in such a way where you're being true to yourself. But motherfuckers do want to make money doing some shit. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're to start getting in the entertainment field.
Yeah, absolutely. And you don't want to stick around in a place like this and not produce something at some point, because at the end of the day, it is about getting a message out. But if you're not getting that message out to anyone, then what's the point? Then it's nice that on platforms such as this, that you can produce something tangible that, you know, either you can put in your pocket or you can put toward, you know, furthering your cause. So,
well, because people tell me, oh, you talk about the gynocracy all the time, you ain't did shit. Well, the reality is, how you know I haven't been putting these thoughts out here, so now I have a whole library channel that I can put these thoughts. I can kill this channel and create another one and be a lot more sophisticated as to how I communicate my message. Like, for instance, I may bring up the gynocracy, but the way you hammer people is you don't, if you, like, let's say I want to engage women more. Let's say I want to do that. Not saying I am, which I'm not, is the way you hammer women is you say words like social contract. The black community does not have a social contract. You know what the Constitution is, right? Yes, the Constitution is based on America, right? Yes. Okay. So what is the social contract amongst black men and black women? Well, what's the social contract was white women? White supremacy. So every group has one. It's hidden, but it's there. So even Jews have it, because Jews is more of a matriarchy than the actual patriarchy. But they understand the roles that they occupy and the role that the man has. That's why you wouldn't see that if you don't know what to look for. But so my point is, you don't have that in black society. And that's how you hammer the women. You make them you walk them through the logic stream, and using a word like social contract is not something that's very threatening, because it makes them look even. So you see what I'm saying? So there's a more sophisticated way of putting the same information out there. And that also goes to the dudes that are married and compromised. Like, you know, so my point is, everything that I did, if I wanted to use it that way, I could use it as like a rough draft of all the ideas. So how do I put these ideas in the memes? How do I put these ideas in the Instagram or in the different places that can more go viral, more communicate, and get to the audience dudes that I'm trying to get to in other places? How do I communicate this shit offline in a barbershop that still gets across the points without people getting ultra triggered, but get them thinking?
Yeah, because really outside these conversations right here, these conversations are too strong to normal people like family
Yeah.
members and such. You know, try to carry this to a family member. Either they're going to be like, "Oh boy," or they're going to get super triggered. You need to stop
Yeah,
focusing on all
somebody
this
is.
negativity. Stop
There's
focusing on
always
all
a Vivica somewhere.
yeah.
She rocking back and forth, ready to whoop, ready to start some shit, ready to what I call flipping the fucking table.
Man, that dude, they keep putting the nail in the coffin on their ass. That's why I keep saying they gonna make it to a point that everything is gonna come that just their existence, they don't even exist, because you're gonna complain. There's no accountability to them, so they always finger point. They the finger pointing crew. Neck rolling.
And you gotta, and this is the same thing that white people talk about when it comes to white supremacy too. When they say you talking about that too much. Look, you notice how with Jewish people, you can never get them to stop talking about the Holocaust. Because they're gonna remind you, and that's not the only thing that's ever been done to them. They've had racism happen to them in the United States. But if you notice, they always bring it back to that. They make your ass learn who Anne Frank is. Why the fuck do I honestly? What is the point of me learning who the fuck Anne Frank is? Even from an American standpoint, think about that for a second. Like, the fuck reason, and all the shit they could tell you in school. Think about it. They could tell you about Liberia. And if you're gonna talk about slavery, why not talk about Liberia, right? But you gonna spend the whole fucking you gonna spend a whole fucking 3-4 weeks on this Anne Frank bullshit, and you better read that fucking book. Who the fuck is Anne Frank?
Who
the fuck is this bitch? You know, the chick with the Holocaust.
They need to be talking about. They need to be talking about Nat Turner. Why are you talking about Anne Frank? Tell us about Nat Turner.
Don't do that. You're gonna look. If a white person, if you're a white teacher and you start doing that, you know you're gonna be tagged with the worst thing a white teacher can be tagged with. You know what that's called? An irresponsible white person. Like what's called said in the Boondock. Don't be an irresponsible white person when it comes to teacher and you start talking about some real shit. I had a couple of irresponsible white teachers, man. Don't do that, because they'll tell you the truth.
They attacked him too. Yeah, they attacked that dude.
Yeah, those are the worst ones. What happened with the what you want to talk about conspiracy? What happened to the dude that it's a movie with Jeremy Renner. It's called Kill the Messenger, and it's about the dude that pretty much was writing the articles about what was happening with bringing drugs into the community. And he was investigatively journal. He was proving it, and how everybody was turning on him because a lot of the CIA is in the Washington Post and shit, like, well, in the media and shit like that, and when they're not supposed to be. And the point is, he ended up having an accident. White people don't have accidents. He had money, he had a career. White men don't just have accidents like that. So when I hear a white man had an accident, we know what happened. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying I disagree with what you're trying to say. I'm just saying that I like to pick and choose. I like people to understand, okay, this is what you need to know there's something out there, but this is some stuff that you need to know so you can kind of put things together. And I don't try to take it to like another galaxy, so to speak. I like to keep people in the same solar system, because dudes will just like, it'll go everywhere and nowhere, versus if you talk about stuff like that and connect it to the crack era and connect it to the culture that we deal with today, okay, now that stuff in the crime bill and stuff, now that stuff starts to make sense. Because a lot of these senators were back in the day during the savings and loan scandals too, with these banks. By these Democrats. And see, I wasn't around at this point. I mean, I was too young to understand, but I learned history with this. So a lot of times when people are trying to tell me shit, I'm not even talking about older people. I'm talking about people my age or younger. It's like, I know shit y'all don't. You motherfuckers don't even know when YouTube started. Like, why YouTube started. Like, so going back in the 90s is beyond some of y'all, let alone going into certain shit that really happened in the 80s. They don't know, you know. So anyway, I mean, don't even get me started with you got the gay shit in the shy. You got so much shit, man. Don't even get me started, man.
Man, I remember when that gay.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when the gay shit wasn't even an issue. It wasn't something that wasn't even thought about. I'm so freaking old. I remember when you didn't even have to have car insurance, dude. That's a game. They ran a game and they got paid. They ran a serious game and they got paid. And they just kept going and kept going and kept going. And that's when in the late 60s, in the 70s, even though it was planned, they targeted the black family to separate them. They was always after that money.
Yeah, and think about it. That's, insurance company is a financial institution.
Yep.
People forget that. People don't realize that, like, the abortion is only like what 47 years old. My mom is 61. My mom is about to be 60 this year. Like, it's not as old as what people want to act like it is. People want to act like, oh well, but no, it's not that old. And people talk about, well, Roe v. Wade goes back. No, that just means the states can make it illegal. And so that just depends on where the fuck you live. Now, fortunately, a lot of black people live in the South. Yep. So, they're gonna have to make a decision with that. And by the way, yeah, well, we can't have abortion. I'll be like, you know what, real talk, man. I'm for making a morning after pill free. I'm like, as far as you get in the health insurance, I don't give a fuck. But y'all don't need to be waiting like 3 months and then figuring out, and then y'all want to have a kid or not because of baby fever. No, y'all gonna have to own that. And so anyway, we can go to a lot of different topics. The point is, just like talking about white supremacy affects you, whether it affects you directly or indirectly, in multiple different stages. This gynocracy shit affects you. And I know because you don't see it as a clear and present threat. You see it as black men talking about women. This is like me saying, well, politics doesn't affect me, so why talk about it because I'm a business guy. That's how stupid that is. It's just because you don't understand how it comes together does not mean that it's not worthy of being talked to. And then you got to understand the arrogance of a black man to come to another black man's channel and tell them what the fuck. Like, as much as you all heard me run my mouth, you ain't never heard me tell somebody what the fuck they should be talking about.
True.
I can't even conceive of saying that shit. The fuck I'm getting on somebody's panel telling them.
Let's go and clear it up. Robert, he's calmed down and he's offering constructive dialogue to the conversation in the chat.
Well, I'm talking about in general. I'm not even I haven't seen a single thing Robert said. I haven't seen a single thing Robert said other than what you've posted. I'm not talking about Robert personally. I'm talking about, because he's not the only one.
Just for clarity.
Okay. No, absolutely. I'm cool with Robert, but that's fine. I'm talking about the archetype.
Yeah, the archetype. Yeah. And there are broadcasts, like I said earlier, there are broadcasts that's running down black men for the topics that we discuss, especially in the black manosphere. There are anti-black manosphere videos based on, the dialogue that we use, and the picture they paint is all we do is talk about women. We still hurt from being turned down in 3rd grade. And really that is so unfair because there are so many intelligent, well-kept men in the black manosphere. You got doctors, you got lawyers, you got businessmen, you got guys actually trying to help you if you give them a chance. But the social thing is a big part of it too. It's something that you're not going to be able to get away from. Period. I don't care what.
This is why people like Dennis Sperling is so important.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Black, you still here. I didn't know you was
But this is why people like Dennis Sperling is important. But go ahead.
One of the mistakes we make as men, black men in particular, is we actually expect women to fight fair. We expect to come to some sort of reasonable kind of mutual understanding and appreciation for what the rules of engagement are. And that's why we lose, because we'll play fair, we'll play by the rules, we'll invite them to participate and respect their opinions and give them way and so forth and so on. And they'll politely take that, opportunity and then just piss all over you. You know,
Crystal and Carrots and Kevin Samuels is a perfect example of that. When what she did. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you see it all the time, and they'll have no regard or no. See, in our minds, it's like, I mean, that's like dishonorable, you know, for you to do that. But they don't have, you know, honor, integrity, and courage,
They
and
see it
those
on some
kinds of
all
things.
fair and loving war type shit.
Those are, well, what I'm saying is, you know, honor and certain types of honor, integrity, courage. Those are specifically masculine traits, and they're masculine traits as a product of evolution. Because as men, as males, you had to comport yourself a certain way to survive, particularly with and amongst other males, right? So we come up with, even those of us that are dishonorable, you know, there's even amongst thieves a certain honor or code, if you will. But women, particularly when they're dealing with men, because they know, or they have a sense of fear about us being bigger, stronger, faster, and in my view, even smarter than them, they're not going to fight fair with you. Not ever. You know, and especially now, because we're getting stronger, and the clarity as to what's going on is just becoming much more apparent, and men are becoming much more articulate in their description of what's going on. It's going to get even worse. You know, it's going to get even much more dastardly. You know, and even like when we were talking about you guys were talking about like the prostitution thing, you know, and whether some of that is going to be deregulated. I see that as another means by which a lot of men, particularly a lot of black men, are going to get caught up. They're going to use that as a means to get men, another means to get men, especially black men, in compromised positions, and then hit them with trafficking laws, you know, and all types of shit like that. Watch.
Yep, they are. I mean, you already see them. This is why, you, even though some of the New York law in particular doesn't have a lot of decriminalization language, I've seen that. And there's going to, and here's the thing, there's going to be a lot of blue pill dudes that's going to get caught up. I mean, it's going to, again, this stuff isn't going anywhere. Here's the thing, that we're not going back to where we were, because you're not going back to a time where black men were willing to be stepfathers. That's over. When you lost it, you lost it. That's the thing. That's the thing people don't understand.
They gotta get your money somehow, bro.
But
they're running out. Even
for every. So if you look at I
hear you. I'm not trying to cut you off, but even BGS said at some point they're gonna have to give some shit up. They're gonna, like, for instance, they're getting at this point.
I truly hope that that's what happens. But here's the problem with that. The kid has been their primary means and lever, particularly for survival. I mean, when you think about it,
black
50 years, the kids have been there.
I just want to say this quick thing, and then I'll fall back. 53% of your black men don't have kids, and that's growing. That's not getting smaller, unless they somehow do it via taxes. Which, you know, black men are already started to demonstrate that's just going, because the Republicans are not going to do that shit. That's just going to be some shit that Democrats try, which is only going to speed up pushing certain black men away, especially if motherfuckers starting equating child support to taxes. You know, if they start equating that shit to that. So
I'd be careful. You know, Trump maybe, but I don't.
I'm not. All I'm saying is, if you don't have a child, you can't, like, what, like, I'm asking. I'm not trying to be combative with you. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, half of black men don't have children. That's the thing. So without that, unless your taxes is the only real other way that you can do that, and you can't do that without doing that to everybody. And taxes is that's why child support was so effective, because that was targeted. And that was a way for you to say it's something. It was the child support is under the family court, which is really some extra legal bullshit. Because the family court is really not even subject to the Constitution of the United States. Because the Constitution of the United States says you can't go to debtor's prison.
Keep an eye.
Well, you can't go to debtor's prison. And the based on it, go ahead.
Keep an eye on everything you enjoy as a man. You know, And I promise you, they will find
No.
a way to tax the shit out of that.
How?
That they're gonna.
How when
They got. They
No,
got
I'm not.
to get that,
No, I get what
they
you're
gotta get
saying.
that
I get what
money
you're
somehow. They got to get.
Yeah,
that
I
money somehow.
get what you're saying, but they can't do it without doing it to all men. That's my point. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
But
Just
the
like you
effect,
can't get rid of welfare unless you
Right.
get rid of it with white people.
but the effect on some men will be different than the effect of others. Also,
Be you.
So
you know,
I'm not saying that that can't. I'm not telling. Look,
the laws are the laws, but the systems have always found ways to discretionarily
I
allocate those laws.
completely understand that. But the problem, I get what you're saying. But the problem is the issue now is it's too much too fast. There is no way to do that. And without with the women, there's something. I'm not even trying to be right. Like in this, I'm going on what BGS. A lot of what BGS said. They can't hire these women anymore. They're losing the public sector shit. They can't hire these women in the corporate sector. Remember, even Kevin said the retail shit is where they're mostly hired. And retail, like, hear what Kevin says. Retail is the biggest thing to which they're hired, and I know that. Then you got the public sector, in which they're gonna have to make that money back up somehow by giving it to the corporations. Understand something? They give a fuck about these corporations a hell of a lot more than they give a fuck about women. They only give a fuck about women because they know women can buy shit. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying you're black, you're wrong. And dudes are gonna be watching out for that shit, by the way. But what I'm saying is, if they had some different shit that they could do, they would have already did it by now. They would already have had that shit set up. They can't just Hail Mary this shit because you got to be able to do it under people's noses.
Let's consider what happened 4 years ago. You know, 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton was supposed to be president. Now,
everybody, look at what happened with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. But my bad. Like, I want you to get it out. My bad.
President with a democratically controlled Congress, who knows what the hell would be going on right now?
Okay, let me go at him. Okay, I'm gonna get in the ring with you for a few seconds.
I'm not going.
Okay.
I'm just putting this is just competing opinion
thoughts.
Let
me have them. Honestly, at that time when Hillary and Obama was running, the real news came out. Hillary won, but they wanted to make sure they have their plan. So they gave it to a man named Barry Sotoros. He had it for 8 years. They ran amok of their shit and they got their money. The next 8 years was supposed to be for Hillary Clinton. She didn't get it because she got upset by Trump. They was not expecting that. Let me go back and say this again. I said this on the show before.
The deep state didn't want it, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Wait. Go ahead, Ed. Go ahead.
Well, what I'm saying is, at that point, it's kind of like we starting to move water around. I mean, what we're talking about is specifically potential things that they could do. I'm not saying he's only talking about that they're going to try it. I'm not saying that they're not. I agree that they will. What I'm saying though is they're out of option. There's no way to protect women anymore and keep it that. I'm not saying this because I want to believe it. You see it now. Okay. You see it now.
Okay,
it's just not.
Let's say you're right. So then, do you foresee some sort of neo kind of
coming from the Democrats?
No, I don't. That's not what I'm. No. That's not what I'm saying. I don't see a neo-patriarchy. That I'm not saying. What I am saying is going to be more egalitarian. There's going to be more every man and woman for themselves. And you're going to see it in the rhetoric and in the propaganda.
Do you think America can survive with every man and woman for themselves?
Well, it can't survive what it's doing. But hold on. But it can't survive with what it's doing now either. So they've run out of the shit about, understand, I remember, you all are older than me, so I know in the 90s when BGS was talking about, they decided to completely put it on the dudes when it comes to the kids and everything. Right. That has run its course. That can't go anywhere. They have this is mathematics. They have nowhere else they can go because automation is fucking that shit up. The system, the way the system stood, the system had to run on inertia to a certain extent. It could not be you picking up a dead body and just making it run. That's why they told these bitches, you all got to work. You all got to have a job so we can actually give you all a tax benefit, but you all are generating income. And at the very least, oh my God, at the very, very least, you all would be spending money. You all, because the role that women serve, black women serve, is they spend, all women, but black women in particular,
Consumer.
is they
They're
spend money, and
consumers. They're
consumers. That's the
consumers.
asset. That's the asset the black community is in the actual American ethos. That's the only reason why we have any real value still now to the system. The reality of the situation is that without jobs and stuff, that's why you see all this commercialization focused on women, because they have money to spend if they're willing to spend, versus dudes are not willing to spend the money as much. The reality is that's run its course with automation and all of that. So all of that is gonna, and then now it's the same thing with the corporations. They're gonna have to come at the corporations a little bit too, that they don't want to have to do. So it's not they're gonna try other shit, but other shit is not gonna work. They can't just outright say we're just gonna take money from all men to give it to bitches. You can't be on that
They
pretense,
can't do
because
that. They're not gonna be able to do
just
that.
gonna. Well, I'm not thinking, because dudes are gonna rebel against that. Dudes are gonna rebel against that shit. You're not. That's why you have to do shit slowly, and things are happening too fast to try to put it in a certain way to get dudes to buy into it. And another thing that's fucked up too is a lot of this was predicated on the fact that women would allow themselves to be the breadwinners, and even women are rebelling against that, saying they want their cake and eat it too. Shit, where's all these dudes?
Have
There's
it no
not enough
more.
dudes. And I'll say this and I'm done. The very fact that you see other races of women picking off other races of women on class is telling you right there the shit is, because they never anticipated that would happen too. Not that white women would be moving into other people at the level that they're doing, because they don't want that. They don't want white women to be dealing with to deal with black men. So it's too many things that's happening too quickly. They'll try some shit, sure, but it's just happening too fast. Like,
But
America is gonna go by way of Brazil. That's where we're going, if you want to ask me.
they're gonna keep printing up that money, printing up that
Wait,
money,
wait, wait,
printing up that money.
I mean that you're gonna have like
Expand
20%
on
of
that.
people
Yeah.
that are doing extraordinary, and everybody else is gonna be damn near poor. That's why you see them tiny houses coming up, which is low key trailer parks 3.0. Yeah, they set, even with white people, they setting that up. Like, motherfuckers are gonna be left in the cold. That's why I keep telling people get into sales and digital marketing, because if you ain't got something,
Yep.
like BJ says, America's decaying. And it's not gonna look like the same thing as everything else, because we've got infrastructure that's built up. But you already see it. And people, and it's too many women, they can't save them. And they damn sure, and by the way, the system
Ain't
has always been set up for these women to depend on their men if they had to. Black women are the only ones that try to disregard their men. You see that with Latins, you see that with white women. Black women are going to be the ones that's going to be left with the musical chairs. And trust me, nobody gives so much a fuck about black women
wait,
to where
wait.
they'll cover that up.
Let me say this. Marcus
Yeah, I'm
Garvey
done.
put out the message a long time ago. He said, if you drink the poison, you will surely die. If you drink this white man poison that they put out. Now, BU, when they came with the people, remember everybody was demanding a pay raise. Remember, go from what, $7 or $15? Right behind that, they came with the automated system. Guess what the AI doesn't do? Don't take cigarette breaks. Don't complain. Don't do this.
Yeah.
Big corporations are tired of their bickering and their bitching. So what did they do? They tapped into the AI. They ain't got to
And that
deal
was
with that
women
shit
that
no
pushed
more.
that shit, by the way. Women were the ones pushing that shit. Dudes
Yeah.
are like, a low-paying job is what a low-paying job is. Because you had dudes that live in states like me that are like, black men care more about being gainfully employed than they necessarily
Yes.
care about the money. Because if they really want to make the money, they'll go into something like sales or something like that. It's the women that's on that socialism shit. And the reality is a lot of these corporations were lazy. Like, a lot of them didn't want to, like McDonald's didn't really want to change up the infrastructure, because they're like, all right, we making money, we losing market share in America, but we're gaining it around the world. So
Globally.
It didn't really matter. So with the franchisees, but what happened was they probably said, look, okay, with you raising employees somewhere, it pushed them over the edge. Walmart's another company. Walmart should have been automated. They should have been one of the first. What did Walmart do? They were lazy. The Walmart family is so rich, they don't give a fuck. They just want the shit not to break. Now, no, seriously. And I bet you they fired a couple of people by saying, I don't give a fuck. You all should have risked your job by telling us we gonna fucking automate. This is beautiful. And you know how I know? Because the biggest complaint you have at Walmart is we can't get the shit out. That's the biggest complaint. And the thing, and with Walmart, now that they're automating, man, I got motherfuckers with now you got the, the roll lanes, the lanes where you put stuff on there, and there's the rotator lanes. That shit is automated now. So it's not just the self-check. So it's not just the self-checkouts, which you can have self-checkouts now. The last time I counted multiple Walmarts, there's like 14 self-checkouts on both sides. So there's one side with a smaller one. There's a larger one where they got it in a zigzag. So they got one person dealing with like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like a 12 self-checkouts. Then in the middle, they actually got the rotator, the normal rotator that a person's in front of, but technically that's the self-checkout. And now they got it to the point where if you ain't got enough money on one credit card or one debit card, use that debit card, then use another debit card, and then use cash. Because people act like these self-checkout machines don't have a 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, 5.0. Now some of these self-checkout things are starting to be able to take WIC, which WIC is the biggest government handout that Walmart gets because all of that is going through them. That's why they got in the grocery business. By the way,
they tied into
so
it.
All of that money, So all of that money Walmart is getting, because people are used to going to Walmart. People are not really used to getting food from Amazon.
Fellas.
So
one
second. While I got you here, if y'all listening, if you watching, you need to like, subscribe, and hit the bell. If you watching the show right now, you need to like, subscribe, and hit that bell. What was it? One more time, Ed?
Oh, you ain't shit for real.
And you ain't shit for watching. Check my channel
out. But for real though, so when you look at, and I saw this like before COVID. COVID did nothing but accelerate everything. But people, you right with that $15. That also had people looking into doing it. Do you know what COVID did? COVID just shut some of these places down store-wise to say, look, we just gonna say it's COVID. We got an outbreak. We gonna go change this shit up because people losing money anyway. There's no better time if you're a big corporation to remodel everything than now because you're already losing money. So you might as well go ahead and get that shit done, bite that bullet so you can see it as more like an investment. So a lot of companies that are big franchisees that are now you're starting to see what Pizza Hut is like, fuck this dine-in shit. And a lot of these companies got to do it now to survive. So they're doing so. A lot of that it's multiple things I just named to accelerate. But Walmart, do you understand how much fucking extra money that family is getting off of automation? And then to say this is what's fucked up. Customers love it. The customer experience for Walmart is going up because they're like, now I can get this bullshit out of here
in a
timely fashion.
Let me tell you what this is done. McDonald's, when motherfuckers was,
we're
we
going
need to have
green.
$15 an hour. Oh, for real? Cool. We're gonna have digital automation. So I want you to know, I've been to different countries all over the world. Do you know that different countries all over the world have automation in the Walmarts there? So these motherfuckers in third world countries don't even have the employees in the third world country right now.
They did that first. Yeah, we're late. They did that first because they did it from the bottom up.
Yep, they did. They sure did.
See, with us, they just were too lazy to change shit up. That's what it was with us.
Now let me come at you, BU, because we're older. It's going to be hard for them to get money because they have basically drained the money already. Remember, privatized prison, brother. Think about it. Me and you living in a life now that we can't believe that if somebody can't pay child support, they don't go to jail. They go to fucking prison. What kind of shit is that?
Don't you get real incarceration? I didn't sit in the cell off a traffic ticket and sat in there with an Indian dude. And this Indian dude, they caught this motherfucker at the house, so he damn near butt naked. Why this Indian dude up in here? Oh yeah, they caught him on child support. The fuck you mean they caught him on child support? And this was years ago. And they knocked on his door as a courtesy and took his ass to jail.
See what I'm and only if he knew, if you read the laws, they're doing something that's totally legal. So BU, what I'm saying is that they stuck themselves out. Now, I'm gonna go on Cube and I'm gonna say it's kind of embarrassing because he's gotta ask for a plan. Damn it, man. Do you know that these motherfucking women consume damn near over $1 trillion a year and we still begging? Do you understand what I'm
Well,
saying?
Cube knows
This
that
is
too, and if Cube's been listening to Claude, then he knows that.
yes.
But
Understand.
So
For
what I'm
about
saying
40,
is we really don't need no help. All we got to do is be more civil and more cautious and more careful with the economics that we get.
And I
That's it.
know people beat up on
understand.
Boyce
Let me.
Watkins, but Boyce Watkins has been pushing that too, and a lot of people can't stand that. But and Tone Talks always get mad about that. But I always say, man, spending is like a running faucet. Now, if you ain't got no stopper in the sink, well, you can run that water all
Oh,
day, every day. All the thing you gonna do is run up your damn water bill. So when you
yeah.
ask where the fucking wealth at, that's where the wealth is. Stop
It's in the
acting
women.
like, yeah, stop acting like, it's like, oh, well, capitalism's the problem. No, it's what we
No,
do is that's why other people can bring their ass up in here and light speed us. Now, some of that is they get government incentives, sure, but that ain't
Africans,
everything.
yes.
Because all these Hispanics don't get government incentives like that. They don't
They
get
work
those
together.
incentives. What they do is exactly.
Together.
So
They
I'm
work
not so
together.
I get the ADOS angle, but that ain't everything, and that's not the whole story. And that's the problem. People will try to make shit the whole story that's not. But going back to this automation piece, like when you look
Roger.
at the newer companies like Panera Bread and stuff like that, people like this shit. It's actually working for customer service on a consumer angle. So these companies are not even being perceived as evil for doing this. That's the thing that people need to understand. I mean, I love it. I get the same shit all the time at Panera. So I love to see, do you want to get the same shit you got last time? Yep, click, swipe, I'm done. And then you can do with the phone. Sooner or later, look, I'm not the crypto guy, but understand something. Motherfuckers talk about, oh, well, you don't know about Bitcoin. You talking shit. I said, motherfucker, what's a smart contract? Well, I don't know. What is that? A smart contract? A smart contract is you put some shit on a fucking blockchain, a code where it basically says when two parties do this and do that, the shit moves. Like, let's say you buy a car. You buy a car, and then there's a whole bunch of shit you got to go through, and they always trying to get your ass to buy some extra shit. With a smart contract, what you do is you put your fucking money up, like as far as whatever loan and everything, you cut out everybody, and then you're just really dealing with the lender and then the car dealer, which you don't even need to deal with them because you're going for a car you want. Shit like Carvana is really trying to operate on shit like that with the car vending machine shit. So you're cutting everybody out, so everything's being a little bit less expensive, and then it's a lot more thorough because the blockchain is operating on the ledger, and everybody can prove everything, and you're cutting everybody out. That's the
They
thing,
do it
people. And
now with home
then to make sure
sales.
you pay the shit, they'll
Home
probably put a
sales and
GPS on your
cars. You
damn.
can buy a
Home
car with
sales.
Bitcoin now.
Yep.
You can buy a car
bought a
and
house.
a house.
The first
And
house
think
I
they
tried to
can't put a
buy
GPS
was
on your
through a
damn
place
car
called
engine
Homie.
to cut. Yep, and don't think they can't put a GPS on your car engine, so like they do when you get the payday
No,
shit with the
they've
cars,
been
that
doing
they can't turn your
no.
shit off.
They've been
Turn
doing
it.
that shit with the cars. If you go get
What
some
up,
Exactly.
buy here,
Raj?
pay here, what they do is they have a tracker on your shit. If you're a day late, they will come pick that shit up and tell you, oh, you got X amount of days to pay it. Your shit goes past them X amount of days, your shit is
You
back on a
lose.
lot being
And
resold.
I only
You
Those
say that
lose.
cars go for
because
15, 20 times
yeah,
being sold.
and I only say that because people will act like, oh, well, this shit can't really happen. Yes, it can. The technology's
Yes.
there. It's just people are too lazy to
Oh,
put it together. It's been here. It's not new.
it's
It's
here.
like the
It's not about
PlayStation 2.
lazy.
What up,
It's not
Roger?
about lazy. What's happening, y'all? What's happening, man? I was
No,
trying
and
to join
a
early.
lot of it is McDonald's was lazy. Walmart was definitely lazy because other companies were doing it, but they were doing it as startups. So a lot of it is laziness.
Well,
Otherwise, we already have it here.
Understand,
I think
we're
it's
in a
more
digital
about social.
marketplace. If motherfuckers could sell, actually, you know what? I'm gonna keep that on the low. If anybody has some digital presence and know how to sell some shit, go ahead and hit the habitual line steppers at Gmail, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna holler at you because I got to
Well,
guarantee
yeah,
two or
I'm
three
about to.
packs.
Yeah, I have a digital presence on how to sell some shit, and that's something that I'm
Me
about
too.
to start to bring in the sphere.
So
In
you know
fact,
how
I'm
to
gonna
do
say
it.
this. I've been running my mouth a lot, so I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna fall back.
It's all
My
good,
bad,
man.
Donnie. But I want to Roger. You know what folks have been doing with that spinning board shit. That if you've been listening to what I'm saying with the smart chain shit, there's actually some the Tron cryptocurrency. There's actually
Yeah.
cryptocurrency that runs a lot like that, except they use the smart shit. So rather than doing the people managing the shit does it on its own, and motherfuckers are putting like 1,000 in that shit. So when I
Yeah,
say I'm about to introduce some shit into this motherfucker, people really don't know what the fuck I'm about to do. I'm about to give motherfuckers nuclear weapons.
look, it's
so to
moving,
speak.
y'all. But the only thing about the XRP, I didn't mean to cut Raj off because I know he got to come in. But the XRP is the Fed and the bank coin. I think Bitcoin is still going to be there because what you're trying to do, one is centralized and one is decentralized. I think you want to be your own banker. That's why they came in because, again, remember I told you, y'all, I missed out on a $30 million lick. BU. This is why I refuse to talk to my daughters because they don't want to talk about economics. I don't want to talk about the bitch shit. Okay, you stay on your side of the fence, and I'm gonna build a wall on my side of the fence. You can't come in. I don't want to hear because men are gonna wake up and realize that most of their woes were geared to women. Most of everybody's economical woes are based on what women have done. Cryptocurrency now has given people an avenue. It's almost becoming an even playing field. That is a good thing, y'all.
Absolutely.
Again, what's up, Raj?
Yeah. Let's Roger get in, and then Black.
Roger with a D.
I've heard from him in a while. So, Roger, what's the good word?
Man,
Roger with a D.
it's
What's
been a great
poppin',
day.
fam?
Welcome to patriarchy, y'all. I'm gonna say this, man. Whether people like it or not, welcome to patriarchy. I'm gonna tell you why patriarchy gonna come back. If y'all look at all these different combinations of things that's gonna happen, other women gonna get patriarchy. Now, I can't guarantee you black women gonna get it. I can't guarantee you they gonna get it. But at the end of the day, when you start adding up the fact that you got automation, start adding up the fact that people are having trouble with this and that, automation will become more socially acceptable. I don't think it had anything to do with people being lazy. I think they were just making it socially acceptable. Once you get people comfortable going to places where there is no cashier, it's gonna explode. When things come up, they happen, and I think like 10 to 20-year increments, because there's gonna be babies who this is all they saw their entire lives. The same way, none of us right now will go out and buy a car that drives itself. But if you put it on the market tomorrow, our kids will. This is the way stuff works. It's about stuff being socially acceptable. In America, because people have choice, things become socially acceptable. Even like y'all was talking about when it comes to the prostitution and all that type of stuff. There's gonna be a lot of people out there bad because they ain't gonna be able to return to a patriarchy. The men are going to work, point blank, period. Because if somebody has to get hired, who you gonna hire if you a man trying to make money? You're gonna hire men because men usually earn more money.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, if there ain't enough jobs to go around, women will come up missing. Now, see that's the dark side of things that anybody's gonna talk about. Think about it. If this let's just say it's 100 million jobs, and you got 150 million people that need them, and 80 million of those people are women. What's gonna happen to them? Human nature is gonna take over.
Yep.
Where we're at,
you're right.
we're at a culture that pretty much just low key that has self gratification. So when you go to the store and buy something, it used to feel good, right? But especially with COVID, now you have a system to where you ain't got to leave your house, you ain't got to leave the couch, and you can order some shit that comes and shows and pops up at your house at your doorstep. In 2019, I had a
Amazon.
subscription to a clothing company, to a cologne company, to a liquor company that had bottles of alcohol sent to me every month. It was like a gift. And my girl was like, what are you doing? You know you can go to the mall. Yeah, but I got this clothing. They curate this shit for me. She was like, what does curate mean? I'm not understanding. It means they put the shit out selected for me, and I'm living fly. And I got wrapped up into the shit. So she was like, yeah, you don't need that. But if I got caught up on it, and I'm a motherfucker who sees this shit, everybody gets caught up on this shit. Do you know how many people during COVID exploded on Amazon? exploded onto house delivery, exploded onto having your groceries delivery. This is just the direction we're headed. Automation is going to make so much easier. And Amazon is even talking about, hey, listen, fuck having people deliver the shit. We got drones.
Yep.
And he's already franchised people delivering the shit because that's the Sprinter van. So even that's franchised. And if you listen to Jeff Bezos from like a long time ago, Bezos has been thinking about this for a minute. He said a better price, a better customer experience, easy to find products, but easy to compare products to other products on the same platform. So you could, I listen to a lot of motivational stuff, and he was saying that before. Versus Walmart was just about making shit cheap, and Walmart ain't gonna go nowhere. But then Walmart has the money to really accelerate this and compete with Amazon. They'll probably be like FedEx to UPS, and that's just gonna do nothing but push the market. And think about it. Oh man, Jeff Bezos. This
Walmart
is
is
like
already
fucking.
making the
This is
plans
Dark
in order to
Sidious,
catch up to us.
nigga.
Walmart is already making the plans in order to catch up to Amazon.
Nigga, yeah, they are. They are, but Amazon, but you gotta remember, no, and I believe they will, but Amazon has also got to compete with Alibaba as well. So Amazon is never gonna fall asleep because Alibaba is actually bigger than them. But nigga, I didn't even think about this. Yeah, Alibaba's way bigger than Amazon because Alibaba can draw from Chinese.
Yeah,
Jack Ma.
If you go on Alibaba, you can order the bootleg game systems and all kind of shit.
No. I wanted to say this quick thing. Y'all remember when Amazon was trying to get in the airports?
Yes.
COVID, them airports need money. If COVID wasn't a blessing to be like, hey man, these people ain't using these terminals. The fuck? It's time.
Yep. Shipping and receiving.
Okay.
Yeah, we got the money.
What?
Okay, guys. Okay, just wanted to say thank you for everyone who's tuning in, and if you haven't, go below that screen and hit the subscribe button, hit that like button, hit the notification bell, hit that all, and if you like this conversation, you'll get notification as to when more of these good conversations come. So thank you very much. And I want Roger to go, then I want Black Uri to get in because I ain't heard from him in a while. Okay, so Roger, what's going on?
Well, you know what's gonna be scary? The thing we don't know about yet, because my cousin reminded me of this. I was at his house about maybe a week or so.
Roger Morgan.
I thought about when I was.
That's because Roger got a Metro PCS. Right. Hey, listen, if y'all listen to the Roger Report, send him money on that Cash App so he can give Verizon.
He needs help.
Or at least AT&T prepaid.
Hey, you know what? If they gonna believe that and send money,
that's what I got.
You'll take it.
Exactly. I don't need no excuse for that. But I'm gonna say this. My cousin reminded me of this. Back in the early 80s, sometime probably, you know what I'm saying, maybe mid 80s, I actually thought about Amazon. I literally sat there as a small child telling my cousin, we should start up a service where we'll deliver everything to your doorstep and stuff like that. I actually thought about this stuff, but I didn't present it to a family, and it wasn't like cultivated. You like other people cultivate their children when they come up with ideas. We got to be worried about the stuff that we don't even know about yet. Y'all worry about the stuff that we know about. Somebody somewhere has got an idea right now, and they're going to be cultivating that idea for the next 30 years.
I'm going to be the Amazon of this week.
But I'm just saying, think about it. If I came up with an idea to do all this stuff to bring it to your door back when I was a small child in the 80s, what if that was cultivated? I almost thought of Uber too, because I was thinking about something, because I live in Chicago and I work downtown. I got a lot of jobs in downtown because it was like you see all the women downtown or whatever. So I was always trying to get jobs downtown, but I was thinking about the bus system. And what if we didn't have to depend on buses if you come up from downtown at a certain time, then you can't really catch the bus lines the way you wanted to go. What if there was a car that would drive down the street Like with the bus lines, they ain't really running no more. But we like get a person who's driving $1, but we all going in the same direction. Ain't that big a deal? So I was actually coming up with the idea for Uber Pool before it existed.
Well, remember that nigga. Remember that nigga from Collateral? He thought of Uber too, but Benson told his ass out some stupid shit. Nah, my bad. Y'all remember that movie Collateral?
I mean, the thing is, I went into a different direction. Yeah, I do. But see, the thing was, I went into a different direction because I thought about that, but I was still trying to chase the rap career at the time. So I put more focus on the rap career than cultivating that idea. So it's people having ideas, something that's really gonna run roughshod over everything we even know about right now. So my thing is, you need to get yourself in position, however you think you can, to get what you feel you need to have, because things gonna change. At the end of the day, patriarchy will make a return because women it ain't gonna be enough jobs for everybody. And if men can't have a job, they'll take a life. I'm just trying to be realistic. When it comes down to real stuff, when you tell a person he can't eat or he can't feed his own child, he's gonna do something.
Yeah, and we hope
That's
it
just what
doesn't
it
come
is.
to that violent end. But let me go ahead and shout out to Terrence Forrest Jr. Thank you for the super chat. He says, "Great conversation. Black men need to make moves and be prepared to take advantage."
Yep.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, we need the timestamp when the bitch shit got stopped being talked about for the folks that can't stand. That's what we need to start doing is timestamp when the bitch shit starts and when the bitch shit stops. Problem solved.
And also to Terrence, I hope you are subbed as well. And that's for any of you watching. If not, go below this screen right now and hit that subscribe button because more great conversations. And I do pre-recorded stuff too and news stories. So check those out too. Just go down my channel and just when you take the time and check out a couple of my videos. I mean, when you have the time and check out a few of my videos when you can. So and that goes for anybody watching. So thanks for tuning in. So gentlemen, Black Uru, you over there?
Yeah. No, I've been appreciating the discussion. This country has throughout its history has operated on the labor of men, and especially black men. I mean, it's been mostly sort of a pyramid scheme of sorts. Black men at the bottom, maybe lower classes of, black women maybe, but, lower classes of non-white men, and then lower classes of white men and that sort of thing. And I think I think we're talking about headed in sort of uncharted waters where this pyramid scheme, I guess, what I would consider to be this, maybe 400-year-old pyramid scheme won't exist. I think it predates, obviously, even the actual founding of what we consider to be the United States of America. So, I mean, you'll pardon me if I'm somewhat circumspect of that going away without a fight, so to speak. So I guess what I would recommend of the manosphere and men overall is to keep an eye out on recent court cases or court decisions. What's going on in your state and federal what pending bills are out there, because I suspect as we speak, certain legal actions will be taken to undermine the freedom that we presume we will have going forward. Because you'll be surprised. I'm not a legal expert per se, but I spent a little time, doing legal research and reviewing pending bills and that sort of thing. You'd be shocked at what's going on in these state legislatures and certainly at the federal level.
Yeah,
so
that's what the threat of net neutrality was, though, too, and that's always a looming threat because that would be the most sweeping way of really clocking that internet.
Really cut the knees out from certainly from this environment, but just across the board in terms of men communicating the way we are right now. I mean, that's just one thing that could occur. But I'm just, like I say, this country, the history of this country has been dependent on the labor, the bodies, the blood, sweat, tears, and frankly, death and mayhem of men. So if you think we're going to get away from that history easily, I'd be a little circumspect of that.
No, I mean, I understand that, but at the same time, man, another thing you have to consider is America is not the world. America has to compete against other countries, and other countries approach that situation you're talking about differently. Every country is not the same. And the thing about it is America has to look at two things. Number one, it has to look at what it does domestically and how it overall affects it globally. One of the thing about America is the best people like to come here. That's changed as other countries have caught up and they've closed the gap. And a big part of, even though America still has an advantage compared to like China and stuff, those are things that America has to consider. That's why I keep saying, no, I hear everything you're saying. And I think if anybody draws anything from this, is that black men and men in general don't need to get comfortable. Like I keep telling people believe that most men are still on that gynocracy train. Most men are not on the shit that we're talking about. And a lot of dudes get way too happy. Like when they start saying shit like Trump is going to get 30% of the black male vote and shit, it's like, okay, you all believe some shit that's not really going to happen. So I get what you're saying. But at the end of the day, if America could do something, like the shit, again, I'm not saying it has to be a balance, but when you look at shit like Amy Barrett being in there and stuff like that, they can't just maintain a pendulum being bent. They're gonna is at some point you're gonna have to cut your losses and say, okay, this is at 100%. We gotta accept that it's gonna be at 70 or 70%. And then mostly the people that are in that 30% are probably gonna be sisters. Because then it's going to have to be a situation where they got to make a decision on which one doesn't have a chair. And it's not going to be white women, at least not white, and Latin women can always fall back to their men to a certain extent. And that's all I'm saying. You're kind of making an argument that they're going to find a way to maintain shit as it is somehow, some way. And what I'm saying is, yeah, they're going to try and they're never going to not stop trying. My thing is, though, the more overt you are about it, that's the thing that's beautiful about a Donald Trump presidency. None of this shit would have been put out here in the way that it was put out here if Donald Trump wouldn't have been in office. And you can't put that genie back in the bottle. You just can't. So every tier that you lose, you can't get it back. You have because it just takes too long. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they're going to try. They are going to try, and black men need to not be comfortable, and white men need to not be comfortable. But I take
it away from what you said, Ed, and Black. I don't mean to interrupt because I hear both of you guys, and I hear what you're saying, Black, because of the history you know about the United States. I'm just saying,
a fool to get comfortable.
Hey, hold on, fellas, 1 second. Just wanted to shout out this super chat to She Is Y'all's Witness. Thank you. She's saying, I'm loving the content, fellas. Subscribe. Please post your channel, social media handles. Also, She Is Y'all's Witness. Check out my community tab on my channel. I do have these guys' content in this community tab, and you can subscribe anyway. The Roger Report Live, You Ain't Shit for Watching, The Breakdown, A Woman's Perspective, Edward Anderson, okay, and Darth Skater 7. Yeah, so that's a way of keeping up with all of us, and that's for everybody watching as well. So yeah, this is where we're at, plus we also promote the Black Manosphere here too. So yeah, thank you once again, for the love. So all right, guys, let's continue.
Okay, I was gonna say this, and let me make sure I stay on this. Ed, you said about the color. We're moving to another different world. Forget the color. If your ass is pale skin and an asshole, that's where you're gonna stay. See, this is about production right now. And like you say, the world is about to become balanced. That means America can't go ruling and fucking people up no more. So now you got to bring something to the table besides the black women in the mouth. I'm not saying all, but if you look at the Western culture, which is our culture, which is Canada, United States, and you can almost say Mexico, some people, especially women, have something called entitlement. They're entitled to either get their fucking ass up, do something, or fall by the wayside. The country is going to have to go back to being productive. Bush moved the jobs. Remember the NAFTA treaty? He moved the jobs away. Trump bring your ass back. This country used to be a productive country where people work. Now they're going automated because it's just all messed up. There's still going to be opportunities out there for even people like me and you, BU, to retrain ourselves and be productive. That's one thing about America. It is a land of opportunity. We can sit there and complain. You can get up off your ass and get it. And by the way, talking about automative ed, do you know, now get this, bruh, bottles, recycling is a big thing here in Alberta. Each bottle depot is a $2.2 million production. Guess what we don't do in America? We don't recycle. Not to mention, you don't have to count your bottles no more because they got an automatic machine that counts your bottles. By being in another country, I begin to just see different things of different angles. I'm thinking that that Trump he's going to have to get it right because of what's backing him. Even though he's a president, he's just a front man. There's a military regime behind him and other things that's coming out that they got to get this thing back. The cabal, destroyed America along with using women. They used them because the same shit that's going on our side of the fence, by me being in the country with different cultures, I'm seeing the same shit happen with East Indians, people from Iraq, the same drama. They just haven't had a space to talk about it yet. I'm telling you, man.
I'm
just
just
saying
not
the
as
place is
linear. I hear what you're saying, but I'm just not as linear as I don't know what's gonna happen. You know, Black Guru could be right and they could pull something out their ass ain't nobody never seen. You know, but what I'm saying is that, you know, we'll see. But I'm not as because people really completely overestimate how effective Trump has been and what Trump's gonna do. I don't see Trump as somebody that is effective. First of all, the jobs are not coming back; it's just automation's coming back. And you already see with how these white folks are doing. White men are falling. Like you did talk about the top 10% or top 20%. Outside of that, they're falling. And the reality is, you're starting to see that reflective in the women and a lot of the different things that have changed. And and at the end of the day, I'm not going to say this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. What I will say though is that they've been doing the same shit over and over and over again, and something is not going to be able to be maintained. Because if it was, that would have been something they would have brought out earlier. Because we've been in emergency mode. We were in emergency mode when Obama got in. And we never really got out of emergency mode. So the fact that we went through all of Obama years and the only thing that's the same shit is happened over and over and over again. And then a lot of shit is moving a hell of a lot faster when Obama was in the White House. You know, that's just further telling me that, you know, if there was a break glass in case of this, they would have did it by now. But we'll see. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's this. As far as the as like Democrats being in there, understand something. Just because Democrats are in the White House doesn't mean jack shit. But it really doesn't. Like, especially with the Supreme Court where it is. Yeah, from an image standpoint, things feel like it's different because social media got a whole bunch of sheep on it. But black women are not all of a sudden go run black men, and black men are going to be stepfathers and shit like that because the Democrats are in office. A lot of shit that happened under Obama as well, as far as black men moving. That trend started under Obama. So women are going to believe everything's okay. But the reality is automation is going to still happen. These retail jobs are gone. I've had malls that I grew up with that are gone now. And with this, I live in a very economically strong area, but because they built all of these damn, like, you know, retail spots around it,
Mm-hmm.
Town as a retail spot, that mall is closed. They're going to turn it into like a sports complex. So shit still happens regardless of who the president is. And a lot of these women, let's say Biden does win, a lot of these women are going to be real stupid to start showing their ass and acting like, and this is where these liberal white women be fucking them up. They let these women show their ass so these women can come and take your fucking man. Like, y'all go keep thinking y'all safe because there's a white man in the White House. There's a Democrat that don't give a fuck about you. Where Kamala created laws against black women, but because we got a mixed sister girl in there, they're stupid. And too many people, the world runs the way it's gonna run, really, irregardless of where who the president is. It's just a matter: are we gonna go left with it, or are we gonna go right with it? That's the only real difference.
Okay, all right. Shout out to Go Professor. Thanks for the super chat. For real, like this love, man, make me feel really appreciated tonight. He says, also supporting the channel, supporting the content, and black men continue constructive development.
Word.
100% agreement. So, like I said, once again, thanks for the support, man. And, we'll continue to bring you great content over here with the habitual line steppers. And shout out to Sister George. She was here earlier. I don't know if she's still here, but, habitual line stepper sister. So, okay. The topic is the problem with people like Jemele Hill. Blame black men, of course. Hashtag blame black men, of course. Talking about that and talking about other issues that face black men as we know it. And this has been a real good conversation. So anyway,
I didn't even get in on that hashtag. I wasn't even here when that hashtag. I forgot about that fucking. Like, my cousin called me about that shit. Do black women really believe that a hashtag called blame black men? Like, what the fuck do you believe is gonna happen with that? The only thing that's gonna do is make my life easier and make the life of niggas that want to protect y'all harder.
No, that hashtag, to my understanding, some men came up that some men been pushing that hashtag, mocking black women. That's mocking the society as a whole, but mainly black women, because it's like everything.
I need to put my everybody hates black men shit on there then.
Yeah. I mean, it would still be fitting, but it was really mocking because society keep finding ways to blame black men for everything that's going on. And I know I say on a regular basis, as soon as they figure out how to blame a stock market crash on us, they will. At this point,
I didn't know that. So I'm showing my ignorance, because Lord knows then the manosphere need to get on that hashtag and start putting some content up there then. Shit.
Hey, Raj, they already blamed us for coronas, didn't they? Didn't they blame? They say corona's our fault. They did.
I don't know nothing that ain't our fault. I said every day on my show. As a kid,
that's what you should start asking black women. So what isn't black men's fault? That's what I'm gonna start asking these chicks when they come up, and then they're gonna start hesitating like they don't know how to talk. Oh, so now you ain't got nothing to say. Okay, thanks for answering.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. We got Goody motherfucker LA. I assume that's what it is. Goody MFLA. Quote: "There no such thing as a black man or woman under the system of white supremacy." NFJ.
What does that mean?
What is that? So there's no genders? Oh, there's just black people. That's what he's trying to say. All right, no, I've heard that.
Or maybe
slaves.
Yeah,
slaves. It's just, okay.
Yeah, it's many ways to read that. Maybe you're not black in the system of white supremacy or whatever.
I can actually disprove that I can actually show you the law and actually show where that's not true. Where I can prove that I can prove that definitively. I mean, this is why people say this like shit. That's like it can mean anything, because if you actually put something on the table, you got to stand on it. Now,
there's the clarification right there. There's no only black male or female. I guess he's saying black people.
Did I not say that? Did I not say that?
Yeah.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Like, I've heard it before. I mean, I know the rhetoric, and that's code for you all are being divisive, and we need to come together. Well, understand something, dude. Since we want to bring it under a system of white supremacy, understand this. Let me say this in terms you can understand. The system of white supremacy is Nazi Germany. But Nazi Germany used satellite states in order to control the various territories that they had, especially territories that were, enemy territories. For instance, France. France, you had the SS there, but you had a puppet government. Basically, that's what the black community is. The black community, the buffer class, is not light skinned and the talented 10. Well, that's part of it. But the buffer class is your women. And if you actually understand that, you see how that's built in every area of activity. The problem is black men don't want to face that, because once black men are honest about that, now you have to do something about it. So what happens is black men get into all of these ad hominems about we're together, we're this, we're that. Understand something. Black men and black women coming together really means that black men come under black female leadership. And this is what I'm going to tell you. I would much rather you say that black men need to come under black female leadership, and basically we find a way to see if we can do what these women say to deal with white. But here's the problem. Black women don't really have a problem with white supremacy. Black women have their problem with their place in it. And see, so you can't even come up under black female leadership in a way to deal with white supremacy, because black women are not really interested in overturning white supremacy. Black women are interested in overturning that white woman, which is a delusion. That is a bridge to nowhere.
No woman is interested in overturning the damn thing.
Yeah, that goes against female nature. Women cannot overturn shit. They're not a threat.
There is no empire that was overturned by women. Not one.
Yeah, and that's because women nest. Women don't terraform; they nest.
Well,
they nest in a situation. So my point to him,
there is nothing about the construction of a female that would suggest that she could do anything about overturning a damn thing.
And there's nothing to suggest that a woman even has a mindset to do so, even if they lack the power and will. So the thing about it, and I'm just saying this because I like to address these things like that.
Understand?
Can I get in on it?
Yeah,
when people overturn something, usually someone must bleed. Historically. Okay, and usually lots of people bleed.
Well, let Roger
get your turn. And usually those have been men.
No, Black Uwe was correct, but see, my thing is, y'all. First of all, we got to realize who we talking to. This is a person who obviously don't know what a white supremacist is. It's a person that participates in a certain ideology. If you look at the person's statement, they're thinking, and I'm not saying it's wrong that they think that way. They're just uninformed. This is a person that actually thinks that black people, when it comes to the majority of men and the majority of women, are on the same side.
What did he say? Hold on, what did he see? That's why I gotta get my other shit up so I can see these damn.
Kev, read that last comment, Kev.
Oh, I'm about to put my iPhone on. I'm about to find it because I ain't been watching these comments, man. I've been just, but see,
this is a person. He said he was a man. If I'm correct, I believe he did say he was a man. But the thing is, this person believes that the majority of black men and the majority of black women are actually on the same side. This person has no clue that white supremacy is an ideology that black women uphold. He ain't figured that out yet.
And he says, if you are a man, you wouldn't have to do that. Well, show me all these black. Show me all these black. Okay, so show me all these black. Of course, it does.
That sounds like if you were a man, that definitely sounds like a woman.
So show me. Give me. So this is what I would ask this person. Give me an example of a real black man.
This person
tell me what a real black man is.
This person ain't gonna have no answers at all. I
don't care. I'm gonna put them out there. This is an open-ended question. It's not a hard question. Give me an example of what a real black man is. It's an open-ended question.
No, and that's fine. But let me say this, y'all. Let's not just assume that this is a man. There's a lot.
Oh no, I'm not assuming. No, that's a statement for a man or a woman.
No, I'm saying what I'm trying to say on purpose. I understand there's a lot of women who actually take on male profiles or claim that they're men, so they can say
Yes.
what they want to say because they push this narrative that because this is what they believe. They believe if a man says it, it's gonna hold more weight because they blame their failures on them not being men.
Yep.
So they say if a man says it's gonna hold
Also,
more weight.
and another thing too, just to answer some of these things real quick, like how are you going to be a black man or black female? You don't run anything. Okay, so women don't run anything in general. So being a female is not, there is no prerequisite of running anything to be a female. Number one. Number two, only white people really run things, or people classified as white really truly run things in the United States. And that's actually really white men in that way. So by your and we can, this is cross countries too. So by definition, you know, you could say that only white men and Asian men, you could argue, are really men, like men and women. That's so you're yeah, you damn right. This is a woman. This is female logic. Even dudes that are blue pilled, this shit, this.
Yeah.
And by the way, and understand this, ma'am. I'm gonna say this just like this. What you're doing is you're sexually politicking. You see, the problem with women is women. They sexual politic. All this shit you trying to say under the guise of being pro-black is really you being pro-sexual politicking, campaigning for black women. And you think you throwing this shaming shit in here is going to do something. Because see, look, we got an open panel. You bring your ass right up.
Okay.
You say
let me
females follow rulership. Okay, that's cool. But guess what? You have to understand that number one, men have admixed with other men since the beginning of other women since the beginning of human history. So race is really a social construct. So this idea of females follow rulership, the truth is then black men don't have to, by that definition, then the answer is black men need to stop protecting, to stop providing. But this is where King Sigmund would say they're not your women. So the question is, if they're not your women, what the fuck is black men protecting and providing for black women for? We need to just go ahead and do what we need to do.
No. Edward, let me just cut to the chase on this one, okay? Because I already get where this is coming from, same way you get where it's coming from.
He said he'll call in. He said he's a male. Somebody dropped the link. Okay, you did. My bad. I'm down. My bad. I want to hear this nigga.
A lot of people gonna say they male till they die because they on social media. Of course they gonna say they male because of one. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Well, we gonna find out, Roger. Hey, this may be a dude that's on this level of bullshit.
That it could be true, but I seriously doubt we about to find out. I'm looking at everything being said. I seriously doubt actually click the link
because y'all want to take bets. $5 friendly man's bet. It doesn't count if he don't show up. And maybe he's a he, she. I don't know. Shit, no, they could be a both.
This the whole thing. If this person actually believed what they were saying, they'd already killed himself. If you actually believe it, because
damn it, Roger.
I'll follow the logical conclusion you're gonna come to.
Roger, say no to Metro PCS. I'm playing, man. People say my shit is fucked up too.
No, what I'm saying is, if this person actually believed what they were saying, the logical conclusion to come to is simply that if white people are in power, there's zero I can do about it because I'm not a white person. Your logic is gonna take you to just kill yourself. So if this person actually believe if they believe what they're actually saying, they be dead already. This is a person just simply trying to mess with people because they're looking for attention. And that's all it is too. You can't believe what this person is saying.
And plus people is still alive. And plus, people people forget about the whole thing about personal choice. You can make the choice. Like if you choose not to, it's not because of some. I mean, it's really not because of some natural fucking thing. It's like these women are choosing not to follow good paths and good men. Period. It's like how should I put this?
By his definition, black men should be able to get pussy from nobody.
See, my whole thing is, I seriously doubt this a man. I seriously doubt they're gonna come to the panel, and I seriously doubt they're gonna actually try to stand on anything they saying. If the person see what they actually, I mean, look at what they saying in the chat. If a person actually believe this, they'd off themselves already. If I believe that there's nothing I can do as a human to better my situation whatsoever until I get the permission for another person to live better who clearly don't like me at all, I would kill myself. And
that's coming out your heart, not your mind.
but it's but it's something that everybody can do that is watch it. If you haven't, go below the screen and hit that subscribe button and hit that notification bell and hit that all. Because
In my opinion, you should give that person 5 minutes and block them because they said they were going to come in. So now you're a liar. Now nobody's making nobody call in. You don't have to have this. You don't have to pop up. But when you said that, now you're on the hook for it.
What this person?
And if you're a man, then you know about doing what you say.
If this person was coming up, they'd been up already. They clearly ain't coming up. Point blank. Period. Mm-hmm. Look at what they're typing. There's no way to type this stuff and actually believe it, and yet you're still breathing. You'd have offed yourself already if you truly believe what they're actually saying. It don't make sense.
And honestly, we welcome the input. You know, it's like I said, I dropped the link, so
no, hey, I'll probably drop the link immediately. I just want to really put a highlight on the fact that if this person believed what they were saying, it don't make no difference what we saying. Look what they're saying. If this person feels that powerless in this particular country and they don't have white skin, if they truly believe that, why are they still alive?
Well, this is called pro-black nigga babble. I mean, obviously, if you don't add in the data of if you don't have the data of what the manosphere is talking about, then a lot of this is why these dudes come to these conclusions, because some dudes really be on that believing that shit because they're listening to women from a female perspective. And they're being led mentally by women because their only perspective that they have, basically the left and the right, is both being controlled by female. But this is what he's describing as black male guilt. But you should just alpha your way through it. The reality of the situation is, you could say that same shit when it comes to Africans. The reality is the white people are not there. And even they bleach their skins. Say, hold on. Here's the thing. Would you honestly say that island black men are better men than African American men? No, I'm not saying we're better or they're better, but the difference is they don't got a 911 white man they can dial at will. It has nothing to do with rulership or being a better man. That's just some fucking hoteppy shit, that emotional female shit that you buy into because that brings you closer to the pussy. Now this is assuming you a dude. Now if you sound like a female, well, this is just shaming language.
Well, just drop.
Motherfuckers ain't hearing that.
Look.
No, they probably not even still. You said I'm here. Where's the link? You see the fucking link. What are you talking about? You're not stupid.
Fellas, hey, somebody just donated some money to you, bro. Get them a shout out.
I know. I was getting to that. I'm just gonna say the letters. I don't know if he's saying it. His name is Sip Bud or CIPHBUDD. He super sticker. Thank you very much for your support. Appreciate it. And he just subbed as well. And that's a great decision. So thanks for the sub.
Okay. So can I get this out then? All right, look, y'all. A person can't find the link when it's there. See, the person didn't expect somebody to drop a link that fast, so of course they can't find the link. But you know what I'm saying? Everybody know what the link is, but they can't find the link. So I mean, let's just be real. If this person truly believes,
man just told on himself too.
Yeah. If this person truly believes that you can't even achieve the status of man nor woman because we are not in rulership, then why would a person who truly believes that not kill themselves? They have no hope. There's nothing they can do about their skin color, period. They can't overthrow society by themselves. So why are they still alive at this point?
And basically, they keep justifying. A lot of dudes believe this because they may not like say it, but they love. And this is what I call black male guilt. They believe this, and this is why a lot of them try to justify bullshit, or they try to validate it. A lot of you are guilty, and then you start with the child. Dude, I'm gonna be real with you. If you are a dude, you need some therapy because you've been emotionally and psychologically abused. And I would otherwise say psychologically.
That's not a dude. That's me and Black agree. That's a woman statement.
No, this is a person trying to gain favor of women, or a woman trying to get men to be stupid and do things for her that she has not earned. That's what's going on.
That's what I told you, Roger, that patriarchy is not coming back because there's no way if you walk into a yard and the dog has bitten you the first time, what's the chances of you walking back into that yard and letting that same dog bite you again? There's just no way that's going to happen. I don't see it happen.
Well, Gerald, listen to what I said, though. I said patriarchy is coming back for people. I don't know if it's coming back for black women.
You know what? Checkmate.
I
You
said
did say
everybody
that.
else.
You did say that. You said that. You're right. You
Now, I don't know
did
if
say
women
that.
did
You
it,
did
kid.
say that.
Yeah,
Did say that.
because the men gotta want to sign up for it to do it. You know what I'm saying? The men gotta want to take on that responsibility.
Let me ask you this question, Roger. Do you think patriarchy can come back if Mr. Charlie ain't there standing for him with him?
Hey, at the end,
If Mr. Charlie ain't there to take your hand from around her neck when she misbehaves, you think patriarchy can come back then?
You know what? You know what? Black women, I'm gonna keep it real with you. It's a patriarchy for black women to come back will have to come back extremely slow because you would have to have men actually have sons and daughters, and then their sons and daughters to deal with each other. But a lot of people who are already out here, they're gonna die first.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah. This first layer or two, yeah, they're pretty much done.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think it could come back slowly because of all the forced situations. Because at the end of the day, everybody got to eat, and you're gonna have to make a decision. And if I can't get no job because there's too many women, let's say the people in power start only employing females. How are men gonna react to that? They're gonna off them. It's just here's what it is.
There's no scenario in which that would occur.
No, I'm not. And I believe that's never going to actually happen.
I ain't going that far. I want to be clear.
No, I don't believe that's going to happen at all. But my thing is, I just pay attention to the signs. Just like when I told y'all right from the jump street, they wasn't finna hit no link. There wasn't no point in dropping it there other than for show. I already knew where the person was going with it. And if the person truly believe what they say they believe, there's no reason they would be breathing right now. They would have been gave up on life and been off themselves. Right. How do you really believe you're that defeated, but you're willing to breathe?
Yep. One choice away, he say. Patriarchy is one choice away.
Yeah. A lot of black women are going to go by way of the badge. A lot of them are going to start roommating with each other, and they're going to start trying to, girlfriend. They're going to start trying to make that shit sound cool.
How many girls? How many girls like that?
And it's going to be a percentage of brothers.
I want to hear that question. Raj. Come with it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, real talk.
By the way, these women gonna be whooping each other's asses too on the low.
I want to hear this question.
I'm just trying to show y'all where we already are. As a single man, see, I understand it maybe more than other people do, but how many girls like girls now?
Oh yeah, well,
in the black community, it's so many girls hooking up with girls and trying to show and prove that they like girls. Why? Because men ain't dealing with them like that. They can't get what they want out of men. They go for a certain thing out of some men, and most of those men ain't got no money to give them. So they may go for something, but they can't get the money. So then they go to the other men who say, well, nah, you didn't come to me first. So now what you got to do? You got to go to a woman to get it at that point.
Oh, yeah, and that's why they starting to get frustrated. And even the women, you got to realize, even the women that are dominant, they're not going to want to take care of no bitch. I'm going to tell you, as somebody that drove an Uber car for 3 years and did 11,000 rides, I've seen some of the situations, because these women will talk. And I've seen some of the situations where you deal with a bitch that's got kids or 1 or 2 kids, and this is a chick that she is a wild individual. And that'll be like the older one, and she'll deal with a younger chick. It's just some fuckery on like level 10,000. The chick will take the kids, because then you got the baby daddy that's around. The chick will take the kids to the other part of the United States, to Florida or some shit. I'm telling you, you got some motherfuckers where they really don't need to have control of their kids. Like, them kids need to be in foster care.
Oh, wow.
But this is the look. Yo, I'm telling you, this is gonna be the picture I have if Trump wins. This is gonna be.
You put that picture? I thought Kim put that picture up.
Was that
Yeah, put that
November
picture up.
2016?
That's the funny shit.
Yep, that's gonna be that's him saying goodbye to the CNN. I'm saying goodbye to
TV One.
Radio One.
Yes, high profile.
But even Kathy Hughes said, "Fuck this nigga."
Man, I had to mute up for a minute. Boy, I had to mute up for that picture.
Oh yeah, I'm telling you, that's gonna be the thumbnail. If Trump wins, that's gonna be a thumbnail of my stream.
Oh man, I'm
Okay,
gonna love it.
we got a new person.
No, I'm gonna have a combination. I'm gonna have that, and then I'm gonna have cares and crying.
Who is that, Kev? Who is that, Kev?
Hey, this is Zach. Stay focused.
How you doing, Zach? How you doing, Zach?
That name is familiar.
Zach came to I believe Zach came to my panel one time. It ain't the person that was in the chat. I bet you that though. It ain't that person.
No.
What you say, Zach?
Appreciate you for having me on, brother. You know, what's up, Roger? What's up, Edward? What's up, Black Woman? I done been on panel with these guys. Like, these some good brothers, but I just came in like the last 15 minutes and I just got out of work. So, but I'm really getting upset about this space, bro. It's really pissing me off to the point. My channel will be launched in 2 weeks. You know, I'm building everything up, so it's really pissing me off. Like, black men are better than this. I don't know why we even. I don't understand that, bro.
Black. Okay, you're gonna have to let black men are better than what? What's going on?
Yeah.
The whole idea of this space, like, people think they can really question us. We tell them the truth. We know what the hell we see. Listen, this space is different, bro. It's pretty much it's guys in Chicago, New York, Philly, Texas, Memphis, everywhere. Black men ain't making this shit up. You know what I mean? So
true.
I mean, I support the space, but I want brothers to be clear-minded about things and just be focused on the goal. The goal is to wake black men the fuck up from losing. Point blank, period.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yo.
I know where I recognize Zach from. I was on the panel a while back. I think Errol was there too. Zach was on the panel on DJ Kuda show, and I happened to be there. Zach was there.
Yeah. I was in all these spaces. Bro, every content creator, look, because I realized, like, in this space, unfortunately, I see what this is about. Like, okay, you have different people who agree with different shit, and that's cool. They're entitled to that. You know what I'm saying? It's okay, bro. But Roger, Edward, Mr. Fantastic, Ramil, MOT, Zero, Game Changer, all these content creators, these black men are decent brothers, period.
Okay.
Period. I ain't gotta meet you. I know you ain't stupid. That's what I do know. You see what I'm saying? So we get a lot of pushback in the space for no reason. It's some jealousy ass shit. Like, and I just don't like it, bro. It's pissing me off.
But you know what? I mean, this is the first thing I would say. There's no point in getting mad about it because that's a waste of energy for this. And that clearly you're saying you already said you was gonna actually create a channel, which, you know, definitely welcome, and that is something good to do about it. So you're definitely gonna channel that. So that's fine. Here's the reality. One of the things is, for example, and I don't expect this, but when people try to come at me on these panels, you notice how a lot of these younger dudes actually jump in and basically say, why are you talking, about me and this is this. A lot of these dudes, that catches them off guard. Because number one, I don't set them up to do that. I don't expect them to do that. So I appreciate them by doing that. But at the same time, that lets them know you're saying that what I'm saying doesn't resonate. Like, so the accusation that people will make is the shit that I'm saying doesn't matter and doesn't resonate with anybody. And they're by them doing the action that they're doing, that basically proves that that's actually not true. And other people actually see that. You know what I'm saying? So the reality of the situation.
Yeah, but you know what, Edward? But you know what, Edward? A while back, you was on the panel when I had my lady on the phone, remember? I think, bro, you was over there. You was talking to this one chick. She was with me, and I was pretty much trying to put it out there that a lot of black women, of course, they'll deal with us. They'll tolerate us and all that. But this damn freeloading ass savage is different. Black women are very disrespectful, whether you're sleeping with them or
Yes.
not. Period. Period.
But
I don't
yeah,
give a
I
fuck
mean,
what you're saying.
my
Don't
answer
hate
to that
women.
is
Don't hate women and all that. I'm not saying that that's not true because most men don't hate women, but we're looking at the reality of what we see. You full of
yeah.
shit. You screw up a lot. You do the wrong things. No one trusts you like that. Women, bro, black women. I'm not dogging them out. I'm not going to say no white women are better. That's not true. The whole thing
You
is
just
black
speaking
women know
what you see.
motherfucking better. They
You know,
owe black men an
it sounds
apology.
like
Period. Point blank period. They owe black
if
men
somebody tried to
an
come at you or
apology
something.
for the way that they have represented us as a whole. They don't represent men, but they are, black.
Did
At the end of
something
the day,
happen?
black women need their ass whooped for the shit that they do, and they don't
It,
want to say it. I don't like that about them.
did something happen? Because it sounded like somebody. I actually got a Facebook message of like the dude that I did that thread of. The video, not the dude, but let's just say he did a thread on Facebook, and then it was a thread that I was involved in, and I did a video on my shit with the chick that I had talked to. It was just, but he was the original thread, so nobody didn't see him except the comment I read. Somebody actually, I forget, he gave me a message saying that somebody actually called his daughter and was telling him that he hates black women and blase, blase, blah. And this is somebody in their family, because this dude don't give a fuck who he say what he say to. And then she was calling him crying. So the reason why I'm saying that is I'm just asking you, like, did something like happen? The chick said something to trigger you or something like that, as far as saying you hate black women or?
Listen. Let me be clear when I say this. At the end of the day, every man, every black man in this space, they don't hate no damn black woman. The whole thing is it's a respect issue with black women. They think they're better than us. Most of them do, and they really broke and cheap and freeloading ass big and freak ass women, and they lie about it like they so educated. That's not true. They so thirsty. They so irresponsible. That's just the
Zach,
truth.
I think they have expressed their hate for us, though. I'm just gonna say some
and
have
it's
expressed
overt
their hate.
now.
They have, man.
It's overt.
But I'm saying though,
Go ahead.
People know my story, bro. My baby mama threatened child support right now. 2 kids in, 9 years. Man, nigga work 2 temp agency jobs. Pay all the bills. Of course, I'm not with her. I got my own apartment. She got the motherfucking 3-bedroom house. And,
so I think
that was when I was
consider
like
that
24,
hate.
23. So I'm not making this shit up, bro. Black men ain't complaining. We write about what we think. We all write about what we think. We write about what we think about them. Not all. That's not true. But a lot of black women have this
80% to 20%.
Bro, they have this sick obsession with thinking they better than black men when you'll sleep with us in a minute. You fucking I'm telling you, don't be fooled by that. It's not true, bro. Black women are fucking bogus.
Let this nigga testify.
Yeah, but Zach, you are telling the truth, but I'm gonna tell you this, because if you're gonna create a channel, I'm gonna tell you just to be helpful. It's my suggestion to you, brother, because I've heard you before, and I get where you're coming from. You are going to have to really work on how you come across to people, because the tone that you speak in. I mean, if you don't care, that's fine. But with the tone you speak in, they gonna target you.
Who hurt your card at you?
Yeah, they gonna say,
who hurt you?
I agree with that, Roger. But look, isn't this not about what the space is?
They won't say you gay though.
And be you. Why I gotta be soft spoken? Why I can't talk like rah sometimes? What's up? Why the fuck I can't do that? I don't like that.
Well, I mean, every man does that. I mean, I'm not saying that. That's not what we're saying. Because nobody on here is soft spoken.
It sounds like to me that this brother is in a certain state, and
speak his mind.
You gotta let him go through. You know, all of us to some degree have been here. You know, on some level, at some stage of our lives, in some way. I've had marital issues, and listen. We've had baby mamas and divorces and separations and whatever. Yeah. And I think the best thing we can do for this brother is just kind of acknowledge and empathize with what he's going through. And if he's got to rock a certain way,
then this is the place for it.
Then I'm totally behind you doing that, bro. I'm totally behind you.
Black Uru, And to all the brothers on the panels, I'm still me. I'm focused. I got my shit together. It took 3 years to do it. It's different now, bro. I'm really heartless with these black women. I can't stand their motherfucking guts. Period. I don't hate them. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of men don't want to say this. Of course, you won't dog them out. Of course, you're not gonna treat them like shit because black men know where we stand in this country. But at the end of the day, why are black men being so timid and soft spoken over these women? Fuck that. You a man. You're gonna say what you say and mean it. Point blank. Period. I'm getting tired of holding back. I'm not red pill raising. I don't hate women. All this other shit that people label you. That is bullshit. The truth is, black men realize, oh, when I'm dating out, she don't even say that. You see what I'm saying? I got a chick right now from Venezuela. Period. Point blank. Period. Decent.
Wait.
Then I got a dark skinned American black woman.
Zach, I got a question. Bro. Zach, I got a question. Is she Venezuelan born American or is she Venezuelan born Venezuelan?
No, I mean, she from Venezuela. Let her tell it. But her family live over there. Nice houses and all that. Cool. She don't, bro, I can be regular Zach around her, but for some reason, black women, they talk too fucking much. I think they smart and they full of shit. Let's be honest.
Can I clear one thing real quick? Zach, I'm not telling you to be soft-spoken at all. I'm just letting you know how they gonna come at you. You may not care at all, and if you don't care, I'm with you not caring.
Yeah, I'm with you too.
I'm just saying that's what's gonna be one of the things on that. So just be prepared for it. That's all I'm trying to tell you. Because men need to be able to speak how they want to.
Listen, bro. I figured it out. No thanks to me thinking a lot. I don't have a Facebook or Instagram, so I feel bad for y'all in this space who have a Facebook and Instagram. I'm gonna tell you the reason why. These women go on your pages. They look it up. They look up everything on you to find a flaw in you. Y'all didn't know that? Don't have social media. Put out content and you control the situation.
Zach, you preaching to the choir. I have been through all of that and more, and still going through it. Man.
Don't tell him you're a Trump supporter. I mean, I'm not, but you go there, and yeah,
I'm a Trump supporter.
Well, I'm being, yeah. So we know. We were just talking about this the other day.
Hey, we got 3 new people on here, y'all.
So is any of them this dude that was talking about, I don't know what a man or a woman is?
Coming through, bro.
No, absolutely, man. I appreciate you testify because I understand. Because another thing too, man, you gotta understand your stuff is valid because dudes gotta understand that dudes are resonating with this, and people try to act like, oh, well, these are some losers and shit like that. No, it ain't. And
that's not true.
Yeah, that's a lie. I mean,
I pay my rent. Okay. I have money. I have thousands right now in my savings account. Back. Point blank. Period. Let's cut this bullshit about black man broke. That's not true. You have black men who really get money. Seriously. Stop.
But you gotta recognize that the pushback is a part of the process. Understand, yeah, and it ain't going nowhere anytime soon. So
okay, fellas. Yeah. We got 3 new people, and they haven't gone yet. So question. This is goody MFLA that we were claiming was female earlier. So we're gonna let him go first, and then we're gonna let go Professor, and then we got how do you pronounce that?
My name's Sight Bud.
Sight Bud. Good. Sight Bud.
Okay.
So we're gonna
this can turn into a coliseum.
Go Professor then Sight Bud. So go ahead, good. First of all, welcome to the panel, and
salute.
Yeah, welcome to the panel, and what you got to say, brother?
I ain't got much to say. Just a couple of comments. The question I came on with was, I'm gonna go back to my little notes over here. No such thing as a black man or woman under the system of white supremacy. I put Neely
Let it go.
Hold on, brother. I ain't gonna cut you off. I apologize.
Okay, let him go. Let him say what he got to say.
Okay. Sorry about that, brother.
We'll allow you to respond.
So my thing is that we, as ourselves, think of ourselves as black men, right? So the question is, okay, so that's cool, but then I'm asking, what does that mean?
I mean, shit, you tell me. It's your turn.
One at a time. Listen, I'll tell you what it means. Let me tell you what it means. This is what it means from what I just heard. At the end of the day, I get where you're coming from, brother. It's okay. Everybody got their opinion. It's okay. It's cool. Whatever. At the end of the day, black men know what we're dealing with. Black men have to be productive, get some money, get some resources, influence the people around you, control the situation, and come up. But we can't do that if all of our people are misguided mentally. Their mentalities are fucked up. Okay, that's the whole point. So you're right, but in order for us to do it, you're probably gonna need like 20 or 50,000 people who think the same way you think. You don't need the whole damn world. Black
Okay,
men can win, but we can't win everybody against us.
I agree with you to a certain point. It's just that I see too many so-called black males or females thinking that they're men and women and they're controlling their situation, but they really don't.
That's not true, brother. Guess what? Check this out. Watch this. Watch this.
Hold on.
Wait, Zach, I want to hear him. I want to hear him finish.
I want to try to get to the level he's coming from. So basically, what you're saying is, in order for any man or any woman to achieve manhood, they must totally control their situation. Am I getting this correct?
I would think so, or at least 90%, or at least 95% of your situation. Because, for example, let me give you an example. It's like when you go to a hospital with your loved one that's in the hospital, and you see that they're on their last days, and then I would assume that you would want everybody that's associated with your loved one to be doing their best to keep them alive. And I've been in that situation, and I'm seeing around here. I'm looking at the people that's working on the loved one of mine, and they know so-called black people working on that person. You got other races working on them, and I don't really know what they're doing. I'm assuming they're taking care of them. I can't read those readings. I don't see that. So maybe I'm confusing the situation, but it's like they could easily be putting a person to death through euthanasia and pretend like they're helping the person, or they actually really trying to keep a person alive. So that's what I'm saying about control. You don't really have the control of the resources in that particular situation.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but I'm glad you came on the panel to clarify yourself. But I'm gonna say this: if a person needs to control basically 100% of their lives, no one's gonna be a man and no one's gonna be a woman, because that's impossible to do in a society where you live with other people and we're all interconnected the way we do. None of us have that power.
Yep.
You can't control your life, brother.
Yep.
Yeah, because hold on, and I'm gonna give you a perfect example. I'm not gonna. I promise I ain't gonna monologue. Only 1% of, not less than 1% of the American people are farmers. Less than 1%. So as soon as you cut off the food distribution lines, you basically cut off food for pretty much 99% of folks. Let's take out the top 10% because they quote unquote got money. So outside of that, regardless of race, I mean, and see, this is one thing that BGS would start wilding out for, because BGS would say that everything is interconnected, and even globally. So nobody, like, really only China. I can make an argument that even America doesn't fully control their situation 100%. In comparison, I would argue China control their situation a lot more than America. So if we're gonna make this, I'm not saying you try to make it racial, but the thing is, your thing is so universal. I'm trying to understand, how does it apply to a system of white supremacy? And I'd argue too that in a system of white supremacy, even most white people don't fully control their situation. They have a situation called class.
Listen, black people, hold on, wait. I'm sorry about that, brother. I don't want to cut nobody out. Black people are looking for identity, something that we can identify with. That is a fact. Most black people don't know what they know. They don't know who they are. And that's not true for most brothers, because a lot of black men really seek out information. I'm going to tell y'all something. A lot of black men read a lot. Y'all can think what you want and think we dumb. That's not true.
Never said
a
that.
lot of
Nobody
black
never
men
said
read.
that.
And they, like, I don't understand about this space. Y'all, it's like they let people come in and just talk. No, they're not stronger and better than you, period. Understand that. So
I hear that, but one reason we let people talk is because sometimes you have to hear what somebody else to say in real time.
Yes.
This is why YouTube is so much. This is why YouTube is a better medium. Wow.
Nothing matters to.
Oh, I understand, but it ain't about them though. It's about the. But that's what you're not. It's about the audience is listening. The people that's here. It's like when you debate, you're not debating for the person, but like the debate, presidential debate that they had was not for each other. It was for the people that were trying to vote.
All citizens in America watched it. That's true.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, so that's why. So anyway, it's an art. So I hear what you're saying. So the other thing too, though, I want to ask the dude one quick question.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you believe that what do you believe the black community is right now? A patriarchy, a matriarchy, a gynocracy, or a other that I don't know about yet?
Right there. Just stop right there. You mean like
to me?
Yeah.
Let's see what you think.
And chaos.
Let's see what you think.
Huh?
It's matriarchal and chaos at the same time.
Why is it?
Okay, it's made because so let me give you an example. You do realize that the Jewish community is a matriarchy, just to give you a comparison.
Yeah, I can get what you're saying about that.
Okay, so we do agree on that. So I'm trying to understand where the matriarchy and chaos, because I say it's a gynocracy, which is I say that it is white supremacy at the top. And I said this before, and the gynocracy is allowed to flourish and do what it needs to do as an occupying force, aka a buffer class. And then you have as the black community. That's what you see that in the political class. You see that in the economic class to a certain extent.
Yeah.
You see that in consumer class.
Edward, bro. It's one thing to that. It's one thing to that. Let's be clear about black men in America. Unfortunately, yeah, black men have been at the bottom. That's true. Black men have went through all type of tests. That's true. But the black man is really in a, pretty much prominent spot, bro. And I'm gonna tell you the reason why. Most black men have a bunch of different influences. Man, black men meet everybody, bro. That's a fact in America right now. How many of you brothers know Nigerians, people from Jamaica, people who
Black men are in a spot where black men have nothing to lose. So the problem is you have all these other groups, including our own women, that they are in danger of losing shit. This is why they want Trump out of there. And the reality is you can't make the argument to a black man as to what do you lose and what do black men lose if Trump doesn't win. Now, I'm a Democrat. I am not necessarily a Trump supporter, but I damn sure don't support Biden. So, and I understand why black men support Trump, and I respect black men's right to support Trump. Another thing, too, is I'm paying more attention to the Senate races, like South Carolina potentially having 2 black men as senators, than I'm paying attention to necessarily the presidency. So my point, coming back to the other brother, is you agree that it's a gynocracy. So the things that we're talking about in this space is having conversations you could never have outside of it, because 2 people are too emotionally compromised. The other thing I'm gonna say, now I'm done because I know it's a lot of people on this panel.
He agreed it was a matriarchy, not a gynocracy. You know what I mean?
I thought I heard him say he agreed when I said it was a gynocracy, but even still,
when you define
it, say chaos at the same time.
I'm sorry, I already took that as an assumption that you're dealing with white supremacy, but he asking me I thought he was asking me from like an environmental situation in which I come from. It was mostly females running things.
Yeah, and why?
So, and so tell me. So, and the question is, so tell me, the matriarchy is pretty much where the women control the household, and the bloodline is recognized through who the woman is, but men control everything else. So, for instance, the closest thing to a matriarchy in the black community has been the black church, where the women were always there and always present. But when you look at who had the controller positions in the church, it was black men.
I'm talking about,
and you still see. So my point is, in greater society, and understand when I say this is how I'm thinking about it. You have all the areas of activity. I forgive it, Dr. Amos Wilson or whoever that came up with that. You have sex, law, politics, labor, war, religion. And culture is under all areas of activity. So if your culture is fucked up, it will affect all areas of activity. So culture. So if I say what the culture problem is in the black community, that's called gynocracy. And if you look at every single area of activity as to how black men and black women interact with each other, that comes up and that comes out. So when you say it's chaos, I kind of think chaos is kind of an escape hatch to kind of let black women off the hook. It's not chaos. Just like when people say, why are black men constantly going to jail? The criminal justice system is broken. No, it's not. It's working exactly as it was designed. It's not broken at all. That's the problem. And so when you say it's chaos, I interpret that as you saying there's something wrong when no, the system's working like it's supposed to. And even with women being a consumer class powering the American economy. So my thing to you is when we talk about what we talk about, we bring truth to that. And I invite any woman or man to disprove that. And the problem is they can't. Now, here's the thing. You have Dr. Tiasan Johnson, PhD. Dr. Tommy Curry, PhD. BGS might as well be PhD. Green Gorilla, PhD. Shit. Fucking Angry Man, street PhD and life experience, got kids, all that. So my point is, you never have men or women that can actually come in here and take out what we're saying because we have too much history, too much books, too much. We got, like, for instance, I had somebody who was telling me about the red pill, like this shit, like the shit we're saying doesn't predate this shit. Anyway, I know I could go on and on.
Yeah, yes. Hey, fellas,
I want to hear the other two brothers.
We got a couple new people who ain't never came up here before.
Yes.
So, it ain't my show, but I'm just saying, let's let some of these newer folks talk.
Yeah.
Plus, nigga, this is like double Dutch, man.
Yeah. Plus, I'm saying,
you gotta get in where you fit in the medicine.
No, you right.
I'm the youngest brother out of the three of us, so I dig all that shit. But I really vibe with y'all brothers, man. I got some heavy hitters up there, so it ain't even. I'm enjoying. But I'll say it like this, man. I
just want to make one quick point.
Go
this
ahead,
guy
bro.
who came up, the Goody MFLA, he actually came up. Most people who make comments in the chat like that ain't never gonna come up. That's why I was saying stuff I was saying. They ain't gonna never come. So we may not actually be so far apart because he actually came up. So he actually came up.
Y'all gotta hit this nigga with jabs. Then y'all doing haymakers. He ain't even spilling the beans. Hit the nigga to the body.
Well, I mean, we gotta go with what we got, and that shit in the chat was off the chain. So we gotta respond. And by the way, I said I stood that it was probably still a dude. By the way, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Nelson. Sorry about that, man. I thought it was a woman.
Fellas, let me go ahead and get Gold Professor in here. He hadn't had a chance to say anything yet.
Let's go.
And then we'll go with Khalid. And wait a minute. Sightbug was here first, then Khalid.
Good afternoon. Good evening, or whatever it is.
What's up,
nighttime. This has been an interesting conversation. You guys will go on one point, and then I'll be like, okay, yeah, it's my turn. I want to speak on that, and then we'll move to something. I'll be like, man,
niggas.
I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it though.
Yeah, seriously. But I appreciate the conversation. I would just say that. We need this space to help develop our direction. That's what we need. We can hit everybody with our talking points and stuff like that. But what is the main idea of this space? The main idea of this space is to help develop a direction, our mindsets, and move in a direction that is constructive. I tend to agree with Ed. It is a system that we're in of racism, white supremacy, and its cohort is the granocracy. Yes. So being that we know that, now we have to continue to develop ourselves to move through that, because they know they're taking L's. They're taking L's, and especially in this time. And being that they're taking L's, well, they're rebelling. There's a reaction instead. When you are feeling some type of way, what do? You react, and then you don't necessarily know how to respond. So you throw everything on the wall and hope for something to stick. But in these spaces, nothing is sticking. And that's because we're developing. We're developing at a speed, and we're constant with that speed. And people are trying to find out how to get in. That's why you have so many people invading these spaces and coming in to get a foothold on someone who they think they can manipulate and move the goalposts, change the conversation, and make it fit their narrative. But our narrative isn't changing. And I say we continue to develop ourselves in this space. Now, Goody came in. Hey, I appreciate you, brother. You came up and you because Roger is right. When people are throwing things out there and then say stuff to take over the space, and then don't come up, well, they just change the whole narrative. That's part of the strategy. I know we was on Roger's channel, and a person came up, Mr. Research, and it changed the whole direction, but I can appreciate this space we building in this space, and what I would ultimately say is that we must remain courteous to each other, be able to talk with each other, and get an understanding of where each other's coming from to continue to develop our direction, a constructive direction. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you all you brothers for welcoming me on here.
Dog.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'll say this in response to what Gold Professor is saying, that I could have went in a different direction as far as YouTube, and I'm very intrigued and very glad to be a part of the Black manosphere. So being here for me is an honor and a privilege, to be able to, be in this space right here. So I feel like it can be a very useful, very productive space, and it's a space for critical thinking as well. I know we have some kind of some ratchet folks and people who like the fuckery and that are entertained by it, but these conversations can be entertaining without us getting into scraps and beefs. So that's always good. It's always a path toward I guess salvation, you could say. So thank you for that, Gold Professor. Want to hear from Sightbud, and let's get Khalid in there. So what's going on? Welcome to the panel.
Hey, thank you for having me, bro. I remember you was doing them pre-recorded videos, you know what I'm saying, walking down the street with your phone and your hoodie on and shit, talking about, you know what I'm saying, the state of Black America. That was like last year, possibly, I think. But you know what I'm saying, it's funny how, you know what I'm saying, those seeds can plant somebody's brain, you know what I'm saying, and, you know what I'm saying, it make a difference to people, like straight up. You know what I'm saying? So salute to you, family. Right. Before I even jump it off, I gotta say, man, Black Uru, you can't tell me that Black Uru ain't the granddaddy off the Cosby Show. I know that song. You can't tell me that ain't that nigga, yo.
Hey, that was a cool old gent, wasn't he?
He was smooth,
that was a fly old brother, boy.
He was real smooth. You couldn't tell if he was younger than Bill or not. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna stop bullshit. I'm getting to it though, man. Hey,
I consider that a high compliment.
Hey, I said it was meant to be, man. Salute. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, the brother was talking about development, and I feel like that's exactly what the space is. You know what I'm saying? It's a opportunity for brothers to go ahead and get that development on a more macro scale that we accustomed to. You know, given the technology that we got, you know, in modern times and shit. So manosphere is the shit, man. Like, ain't no getting around that shit. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I said that.
Yeah,
manosphere, shit, yo, it's cracking, man. But like,
hell yeah, and they missing it. They missing it every
you
time.
cutting in on my shit, man. Hold on, let me get this. I've been waiting. You know what I'm saying? Hold up, let me get this. No, like I said, one choice away. That's the only thing we get away from. You know what I'm saying? From having the shit that we want, man. as being black men in America, we're in a very unique position. You know what I'm saying? Like the brother said, we in the developmental stage. You know what I'm saying? Just in our being and our existence, man. Because like we were grown here. You know what I'm saying? We was grown here. You know what I'm saying? Like we didn't necessarily come over just from the boats, bro. We the only real true Americans, man. If that's what you if that's what you want to call it. If that's what we want to consider to call it. You know what I'm saying? For now, that's what we're doing. So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But we one choice away, man. Like, and the thing is, we don't got to reinvent the wheel. You know what I'm saying? We got to get back to the fundamentals. You know what I'm saying? Get back to the basics and understanding the basics. Because it's like we sprouted from the sky rather than sprouting from the ground. You know what I'm saying? Like we just boom, we in modern times. The world been going on, but we are new people. You know what I'm saying? And it's a unique thing. You know what I'm saying? But we one step away, one choice away from our patriarchy because it's all about what we choose to accept and what we choose not to accept. A lot of black men on the face of the earth right now, you know what I'm saying, have the opportunity to become the beginning of their lineage. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us
listen, brother.
What up?
I was broke as fuck like 4 years ago, literally. Loan me $5 broke. Now I got some money. Now I got my shit together. Now I own shit. It's over with. These black women don't like me. They pass me up because I remind them that these bitches are not worthy. I'm sorry, bro.
It don't really matter, man. Please believe it's a bitch that you're not worthy of on the planet. You know what I'm saying? All of us.
That don't mean shit. She make horrible choices.
It just means whatever it is.
You understand me? Ain't you a man? Don't you know that?
Absolutely.
What are we talking about?
I'll tell you what I'm talking about, man. End of the day, you know what I'm saying? It's some people are everybody ain't equal. You know what I'm saying? And you know, we all got the possibility to change that. You know what I'm saying? That's the beauty of life. You know what I'm saying? So if it's a bitch that ain't on your level, okay, so be it. You know what I'm saying? It's up to you to determine what your level is anyway. That's why I said we
hold on, whoa. Let me break this down. Real quick and let you know, brother. Black women have no level. That is a fucking myth that black women use pretty much a smoke screen to shut down conversations. They don't have no level. They will accept the worst of us. Period.
All right, well check this out, man. Check this out, family. Every black woman is the seed of a black man.
That don't mean shit. That don't mean shit.
Yes, it does.
Stop believing that myth that you love black people so much. Black people full of shit.
Black people are full of shit.
I'm sorry. Here's what it is, brother. Seriously. Here's what it is. Like we don't want them painting us with a brush. We can't paint them with a brush either. The only thing we can do is debunk their bullshit. But to give up them completely, I understand your experience, but that's not my experience. I can't give up on.
I agree with that, brother. I agree with that.
Yeah. I mean,
that's the truth, bro. Y'all have met slick, fast talking niggas. Whether you like it or not, you can mind act like you humble.
Yeah. I mean, like I understand that there's a negative aspect. I do. I understand that there's a negative aspect, but you know,
hey, listen,
I'm just saying.
listen.
Go ahead.
I think he made it.
You're right.
Hey, listen. The black man does not hate black women.
Thank you. Of course we don't.
What we do, we hate their behavior, and that's
Yep.
So we have to make that clear. We hate their behavior. Do we have issues with ourselves? Of course we do. Of course, that's without question. Do we do messed up things to cause a situation? Sure we do. But at the same time, we take accountability for it. Where we're at with it is they're not taking accountability. And where this brother is, he's raging right now because of his situation. He's raging.
Absolutely. I feel him on that. You know, I mean, I know what I feel, but you know, I understand that brothers go through things, and the reason why we have such dispositions is because there is a huge lack of empathy. You know, and it's frustrating on top of the shit that we have to go through with a lot of these women. So I do feel the brother.
Listen, bro. Let me be clear when I say this. I don't hate black women at all. I realize the reality of what I see.
Hate is not a factor in what I'm saying at all.
Yeah, bro. But
To their
I
behavior.
realized that a lot of
That's what
black
it's
men like me, like myself, now that I start making more money, it's over with. Now that I start getting my own shit and I got shit, these black women hate that. They don't like you little niggas who got your own shit, own houses, good job.
But
They don't like that. I'm telling you what they
female
like, and
does.
y'all are missing it. They don't like that, bro. I'm sorry. That's the truth.
Female
Most of them.
does.
it's
Even
okay,
women with degrees. Even
it's
women with degrees. I'm
It's
sorry,
a
bro.
sliding scale,
it's
brother. It's a sliding scale.
it's about the behavior, and it's about accountability. We get what you're
yep.
saying, brother. We get what you're saying. You know, we're
Bit,
not saying that you hate black
I don't
women.
hate no
It's
woman. I
it's
don't hate no
it's
woman.
just where
But I
it's just where
will
you
call out the bullshit when it ain't worth it.
it's
I'm a
just where
man,
you
Yeah.
ain't
at,
I? What are we
and the
We'll
doing?
hit them over the head
conversation
with facts. I respect
is
that.
it's where
I don't
you
dog
coming
women out.
from.
I don't even have a record. I don't even have a tattoo. No Facebook, nigga, no nothing. I am pure. I am better. I am the standard of what these women say they want. They can't stand my guts. I'm gonna tell you the reason why. Because I tell them bitches to their face, "Oh, bitch, you eat pork. Oh, bitch, you got fake hair. Bitch, you got fake eyelashes. What's real about you? You stupid, trifling bitch like your
exact,
mama.
Yeah, they love
exact,
hearing that
Bitch, your
shit.
mama
But
was shit. Let's be honest.
hey,
Let's be honest.
hey,
exact,
Bitch, your
exact,
grandma was shit.
you're
Your
raging,
mama was
brother.
Bruh.
shit. Let's be
You're
honest.
Hey,
raging, brother.
hey, well,
exact.
hey, listen up, listen up,
You're
listen up.
raging, brother.
Wait,
Hey,
we got one more
hey,
guest on.
I
We got
can't.
one more guest.
I can't
We
wait
got
till
one more
Zach.
guest.
I can't
Listen,
wait
brother.
till Zach get his channel going. I'm telling you.
Listen,
Cause I'm
Thank
brother.
you.
going there.
Now
I'm
you know what I'm
going.
talking about. Now you know what now you know why I'm in this space. Like, I love this
Exact.
space. This space is critical. This space is, man, full of critique, full of pushback. These black
Hold
men are not no punks over there, period. I don't give a fuck
Hey,
what you
listen,
say about
brother.
us.
Listen,
That's not
listen,
true.
brother.
I don't give a fuck what you say about us. That's not true. Period. It's
Listen,
not
brother.
true.
I just say one thing though. If you're gonna talk that shit like that, come through mask off, man. Put that picture up, man. Real
I'm
Hey,
rap.
out.
brother.
I'm past
Hey,
that. I'm past that.
listen,
I got pictures. I got videos. I'm past that.
listen,
hey,
Unfortunately.
brother.
hey, but
You're gonna keep raging for a while because you're currently, from what it sounds like, you're currently going through something, and you're pulling yourself together, and it seems like your rebound is putting energy towards what is happening to you, right? You got to redirect that energy, man, because you're going to keep raging, and it's going to sit with you. You letting them live in your head.
Yep.
Don't let them live in your head, sir.
Yep. Don't
You
let it
know,
get.
hey, but you know what though?
Listen. I agree with you, brother. You're
Got
correct.
one more.
I'm not I'm not angry. I'm not bitter. I'm not none of that shit. That is a lie about black men. That's not true. That is not true. Most black men get their shit together, get some money, good job, skills, all the college, military. Most black men come to fuck up. That is not true about what you think about us. It's not true. That is not
But
true.
there's
Most
hey,
black
but
men
it's
got some
positive
money.
over here.
listen,
Most
brother.
It's
Listen,
positive
most
over
black
here,
listen,
men
bro.
have some money. I don't know why
It's
we
listen,
holding
positive
brother.
back
over here,
and we
Zach.
acting like we
Listen,
can't
brother.
really talk that shit. I don't know why we
Yo,
holding back. I don't know why black
Hey,
men are
hey, but
acting
you know what
honest
though?
Listen,
and
You
brother.
getting
know what though?
kissing the
Listen.
You
ass
know
and
what though?
smiling
You
and
know what though?
giggling. And guess what?
You
You
know what
holding
though?
us back.
It's
Nigga,
cool. It's
Hey,
cool.
go up
that
there
nigga said
and
kissing
control the
ass and smiling
situation.
and giggling.
Hey, for real though, for real. When you get your content going, I'm tuning in, man.
we
But
coming.
you know, because
For real.
because the YouTube channel is a great way for a black man to vent, and you're right. This space is critical as fuck,
You
man. So
tell them
thank
this
you
shit
for
is
your input.
harmless.
Thank you. But here's the thing. We need Khalid. We need Khalid. Khalid ain't spoke yet. So what's going
Yeah.
on? What's going on, Khalid? You there?
All right, peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can
we
hear
can
you,
hear you,
man.
Khalid. We can hear you, man.
We can hear you, man.
Okay, great.
Come
Save
on,
us,
Goody.
Holly.
Come on, Goody.
Save us.
Come
To
on,
all you
Goody.
brothers. Yeah, that brother that rage. You know, the thing is that basically, like, well, and I'm not going to go off on a tangent on what he was saying, but just to touch up on a point, what he was saying about the brother raging is that basically that is his proverbial counterpunch to what's going on. So you're right, he is going through something, but this is his fighting back, in the best way that he
I
can.
support him.
But the thing I want to say first, well, first, peace to you all. Peace to Kev Esther for
Word.
making me an admin in the group. Black men being brutally honest with everyone on Facebook. Um, the thing that I want to say is, Ed, you hit the nail right on the head. because well, first and foremost, our perception has got to be corrected. We can never forget that we are
Yep.
behind enemy lines, and that's what we're in occupied territory. We are, and the thing that he hit, and I need everybody. And the thing, just picture what I'm saying is that we've been invaded. And the other thing you have to understand the most crucial elements of an invasion, and no invasion is successful without corroborators. Okay, these are the people that are going to come in. Like for instance, we take for instance Nazi Germany. Whenever, and this is the thing, whenever they invaded the country, they would always take or choose, and it's not just them. They would take a particular group that agreed with them. Okay, before the invasion even began, they started, parlaying with these people and this, that, and the third. These are the people that are going to help build the insurgency in the country. And then when they come in, they're the ones that have got the okay. Well, listen, Nazi Germany's not so bad. Look what they're doing. And of course, Nazi Germany would make good on their return by building up the economy. But the thing is this: the cooperators always receive the lion's shares of the benefit. So when we look at our situation as Black people, okay, and we go back, remember now, prior to, we're talking like the civil rights movement and everything, it was Black
Yeah.
man, Black woman, Black child, fighting for
Yep.
our human rights. Okay, well, the thing was this: they said, listen, we can't continue, this is what we have to do. We've got to turn the tide, and the only way we're going to turn the tide is we've got to turn the Black woman. So what did they do? They came in. Listen, you don't need a man. You don't have to go through anything else, this, that, and the third. Listen, we're going to give you all of this here. The only thing you have to
They
do
did.
is turn your back on him.
Listen.
Exactly. So
Zach, let him finish. Let him finish.
hold on.
Sorry about that, brother. Sorry about
What
that,
we're
brother.
looking at right now, what we're looking at is with the gynocracy, and that's the thing. It's not a matrix. And see, this is the thing. I'm going to go ahead and what Ed said about a gynocracy because it is, again, white supremacy on the top. The Black woman is next, and then there's us. Okay, so basically, she's been giving
Uh,
dominion over our situation as being the
false
collaborator
sense
to
of
white
power.
supremacy.
False sense of power.
Okay,
Yep.
exactly. And that's what I posted in there before about power. Power is never shared, and that goes back to why I was saying that. Listen, the only way we're going to get control of our situation is we've got to completely bypass the Black woman, because we know. Once you understand white supremacy, you understand that she's been given the
Mm-hmm.
illusion of power. Okay, she's been given like a thumb over us. You know what I'm saying, to a degree. But the only way we're going to get past all this, because the thing is, we keep discussing, just like with the current medical, the current medical system that we're in, is that we continue to discuss the symptoms, but we're not addressing the disease. Okay,
Yeah.
the disease is
Listen.
white supremacy,
Hey, bro, how we
and the thing is,
bypass the Black woman when Zaddy give her your kids?
Thank you.
Let him. I want
Explain
Yep.
that. Explain that.
no. Listen to me. Listen, no. Listen to what I'm trying to tell you. Listen to what I'm trying to tell you. What I'm saying is this: no one's saying just no, okay. Maybe let me rephrase. Maybe I'm oversimplifying it by saying simply about what I'm saying is this: is that we have to nullify. Let's just say this: in her mind, she has
But it's
power.
not.
Okay,
Pretty much delusional,
in her
but keep
mind, she
going.
has
Keep
power.
going. Delusional.
Exactly.
Keep going.
But so what we have to do is to show her that this is an illusion. And when I say show her this is an illusion, by showing her that something, you really don't have power over me. Again, by, like you said, one thing that's really important, and this cannot be overstated: this space
For
is
Yes.
essential to us women.
yes.
Okay,
Facts. 100%. And I'm gonna tell you the reason why.
it
I'm
is
gonna tell you the reason why
essential
that
to
space is
what
so
we want.
potent. Y'all don't realize the hundreds, the thousands, the 2 or 3 thousand, the Black men that listen to this space. These guys got some money. They about something. Don't be fooled. A lot of men that listen to this space got good ass jobs, nice houses, good cars. You
But
can sleep on Black men
Hey,
all you want and think we broke. That's not true. Black
can I
men have
speak to the
money.
delusion?
Period.
Can I speak
Zach,
to
you still sounding like
Uh,
consuming. We got to get out of the consuming and get out of the owning part. Cars don't mean nothing. Even their fucking money is worthless. We
Hey,
need
fellas,
land.
exactly.
But look, what
let
you
me
expect Black
See,
men to do? You expect You expect black men to
it's
lay
not just
down
for
and
the.
just give
This is
up
the thing, though. It's not
and
just about
lose?
land.
No, no, no,
Everything
not
has
at all, not at all. And black
no. But
men
what I'm
aren't.
trying, no. Listen,
Thank
brother.
you.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Is that it's not just about what I'm trying to say is this. I hear okay, but basically him talking about ownership of these material things. Basically, these are again symbols of the power that black men have, and this, that, and the third. And black women operate most of them on that lower level. But what I'm trying to say is this: what's so essential about this space is us networking, reaching one another, and assisting one another. That's the thing
With
that we've
respect,
gotten because there
brother.
was a point in
With
time
respect, brother,
that
you
you know
didn't answer my
something.
question.
Mhm.
The
I'm
question
sorry, I didn't
was,
hear the question. Go ahead and repeat your
how you
question,
gonna
brother.
No, he
bypass
said that.
her? How you gonna bypass her?
Oh, no, no, okay, I understand. No, what I'm saying is I had started answering the question, but I was cut off. What I'm trying to say is this: is that again, the bypassing is the bypassing of the false illusion of power that they've given to her. Okay, and we do this again by utilizing these spaces. Okay, and showing that you know something because. Perfect example when I say bypassing it. Everybody remembers when Birth of a Nation, the new iteration of it came out, and it was
Yes.
about Nat
Hell
Turner.
yeah.
Sit down, dog.
Okay,
I sent it. I sent
that
it.
movie
I
should
sent
have
it.
had a huge that movie should have had a huge
I know
impact
where
on
you
us,
going.
especially
I know
black
where you
males.
going. I
Okay,
know
and it was snubbed.
black
No, no, no.
women.
What I'm
I'm with
saying
you.
is
I'm standing up. Black women did.
black
Step
feminists,
it up a notch.
black
Keep going. Keep
feminists
going.
snubbed it.
It was
They
the
snubbed
feminists, it was the black feminists.
it. Okay, it was the feminists that snubbed it. Okay, and the reason that they use for doing this is that well, supposedly at some point in time, and this goes to show who touched them, and they in turn touched us. Okay,
It's just like how Roger said, man. It's like
supposing
he
the
was
people
he was accused of a rape and he was acquitted of the charges. And you know what I'm saying? It's
Yes.
just like how Roger said. He said without a reasonable doubt, they got that approach that they don't have
exactly
to give us a reasonable doubt, or even just due process. They don't even feel like they got to give us. You know what I'm saying? Because it
They
was
touted it.
he got
Listen.
acquitted of the charges,
that's the thing.
and they hopped on the whole
It was
bandwagon of the feminists. Like, oh well, hey, go ahead, stop that shit, and they did it.
Listen. I'll step it up a notch. I'll step it up.
exactly. And see, this is what I'm
Wait,
saying. Oh,
wait.
wait. So let me say this again. Let me say this because
No, you
again,
didn't.
maybe I oversimplified it by saying black women. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to say specifically the black feminists. Well, that's the thing because black women they got that whole sister girl network thing going on, and they will agree and follow each other no matter how wrong they are. But that's not the thing. Is this is that when we can stop that, okay? And the only way we're going to stop that is by being in solidarity with one another. Okay. Perfect example is when Gail King and her rotten behind, when she was interviewing Lisa Leslie, and she went in
Kobe.
on for no reason at all, went in and started. Went to destroy that man is dead, and she wanted to destroy his character
You
while
didn't
he
see
was
that
dead.
Mm,
coming.
Understand
Black
something?
men know that. You
Even
didn't
if
see that
she
coming.
didn't
wait.
see no, but listen, no, but listen, what I'm trying to say is this though. The thing is this though. We were so hardcore for Kobe that you know something? That what she attempted to do had absolutely no effect whatsoever. So that means that we have to start controlling these socials. A perfect example. These Trumpsters, you want to know why they're so widespread and why they've reached so many people? They've gained control of these social spaces. Okay. They have control of these social spaces. So much so, and this is the thing, they know our power, they know how effective they are. That's why they want to infiltrate our groups like black men being brutally honest with each other, any other Afrocentric groups, and this, that, and third, because they want to control the flow. Because they understand if they
They
control those
control
spaces,
us.
we can literally just from that
I'm voting for
Control
Trump.
us.
exactly. Look what happened. Look how black men.
Hold on.
What
Let
I'm
me see
saying
if
is
I understand what you're
anyway.
saying. You witnessed some Trump supporters trying to control the black manosphere? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Nah, he didn't say
no.
that.
Pretty much.
He didn't
Yes,
say
Pretty
I
much.
that.
mean,
He didn't say that.
yes,
seen
they've been.
that.
Listen to me. Listen,
I
listen.
haven't
Let me.
seen
Oh,
that.
whoa, 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 whoa. Listen to me. Listen to me. No, no. Listen. What I'm trying to say is, what I'm saying is this. I'm bringing that as an example. I'm gonna tell you something from my own personal experience. Um, with social media, there have been, and it started on message board. I belonged to a long time ago. Something that I noticed is that they always told on themselves. That's the thing. There was just certain conversations, and the thing is that white supremacists, and I don't mean to go up on a tangent because I'm coming back to a point, is that white supremacists, they are who they are. They can't change, and they always reveal themselves. So there's certain conversations we have, and they would come in with this whole and the language that's used always gives them away. When they start using the whole liberal versus conservative conversation, when they want to, the first thing we want to do is we would start talking about George Floyd, and there was an infiltrator among us. The first thing the alternate right uh, um, infiltrator would do is start talking about, would start assassinating his character. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm trying to say is this: is that they have control of those social spaces. Okay, and this is how, regardless of how much truth you put out there, well, first and foremost, we already know white people are going to stick together no matter what, even if it's a lie. Okay, they're going to back one another up. That's just a part of white supremacy, period. But the thing is that you're not going to penetrate their ranks with truth. Okay,
that's not
now the
true,
point
bro.
that I'm coming back to is that
Let them
we have, that's not that, listen to me carefully. Listen to me, you are talking again, keeping in mind that we are at war and that we have been invaded. Understand something: you are not going to assault that power base with truth. Okay, you can sit back and talk all the truth you want to. Understand something: they will stand in outright denial of it, and you'll stand there screaming to yourself, you have to defeat it another way. And the only way we have to defeat it, again, we take the power away from the cooperators by, again, utilizing these spaces, networking. Okay, and again, a perfect example, and look at what I'm saying about the whole situation with Gayle King. Black men stopped
of Kobe
the
Bryant.
assassination of Kobe Bryant dead in his tracks. Okay, we put Gayle King and we put those feminists on the run. They had to stop. You
Hold on.
understand me? They had to
I want to
Because they
say
trying
something,
to
brother. Can I
convince
say
stop.
something?
you.
Hold on, brother. Can I say something? I'm sorry if I'm trying to. I don't want to look.
Sure.
Listen, you're correct on what you think. That's true. At the same time, black men are at a different fight. Unfortunately, in this country at this point, you take what you can get. Listen,
Not
you take what you
power
can
is
get. You organize your people, and it's hard to do that when most of your people are drug addicts, lesbians, homosexuals, broke ass people.
Can't do shit
Nothing,
about that.
ignorant. No,
Can't do shit about that.
wait. No. You link up with the brothers
I'm
who
gonna tell you,
talk
listen
what
to
we
me. I'm gonna tell you
talking right
something. Listen
now.
to me carefully,
That's how
brother. I'm
you
gonna tell you
win.
something.
Organize on a
Listen
local
to me,
level.
example.
You
Listen
can't
to
do
me.
nothing.
Right. Listen, exactly. And I'm gonna tell you something. Perfect example is that if everybody's been watching the news, are you familiar with the
No, I'm
NFAC?
not.
Break
I'm
it
not.
down, dude.
Pretty much enlighten me.
The black militia, that's been in the news. They've been on CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, and it all started with the in response to the murder of Ahmaud
Right.
Arbery.
Okay, keep
Oh,
going. Keep
in
going.
Georgia. Yeah.
Have you seen that?
The brother in Georgia. Yes.
It was. Well, that's the thing. It wasn't. It wasn't just in Georgia. This is the thing, though. It wasn't just in Georgia. It started again. This is the thing. When Grandmaster Jay started the NFAC, it was in direct response to the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. And I'm gonna tell you what this brother did. He had the courage to gather him and some other black men that were tired, again, because NFAC
That's
stands
good.
for
That's
Right.
Not
good.
Fucking
But that's
Around
the wrong
Coalition.
move. But that's
Okay.
good. Keep
Yeah, I
going.
want to speak on that when you're done, bro.
No, but what I'm
I
trying to,
want to.
but what I'm saying is this. So they went to the house. They went to the
Really?
house of the father and son that killed Ahmaud Arbery. Yes, they did. And this is the, and I'm trying. This is the truth. They went to the house of the father and son that murdered Ahmaud Arbery, and that's why this is the thing the media doesn't talk about. That's why they arrested them crackers, because it was first of. I mean, again, they're all networking this and the third, but for a
You
group of
can't see me.
armed
Time
black
Y'all
out.
gotta
men
let me get there.
to show up.
Start over. So they did not portray that on the news. Matter of fact, it was so weird that they don't even talk about it on the fucking news anymore.
They was
So
getting
you
street
saying they
justice.
went to
They
their
was getting
house?
street
Well,
justice.
that's the thing.
They was getting street justice.
They actually do. We just.
They ain't no fucking street justice.
Listen,
Cause
we went to
ain't no
news
blood
again,
get
but we
shed.
were
Ain't
just
no
recently in
property
the
get
news.
damaged off of that shit. They ain't no,
Then
look,
I'm just
man. The FBI got a task force. FBI got a BIE task force
Hey,
and all that
hey,
motherfucker.
I'm gonna tell you.
let me stop y'all. Let me stop
Bro,
y'all.
black
But what
men
I'm
have
trying to
to
say,
be organized.
listen.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Sorry,
Let
brother.
me
Fellas,
let me say
the,
What
the
I
host
I
is
want to
talking,
make
y'all.
sure.
The
hello,
host is talking, y'all. The host is
hello,
talking.
hello. We got to get final words in. It's been over 5 hours, but I'm inviting all of you to the next show, and that'll be, well, I can't say tomorrow evening. I say later on tonight, around 8:30ish, 9ish, same time. So all of you invited to come back up doing the ADOS versus people of color discussion. So y'all want to come for that, back for that, cool. But I'll be here.
No.
But we got to get in final word because we've been here for 5 hours. So
Beautiful, beautiful,
uh,
beautiful.
Let me say
Okay, well, let me
it
say this
first.
since I was the last one speaking. I just want to say this is that keep in mind. Wait, hold on. Let me say this because I was already talking. This is not going to take long. Again, keeping in mind the structure and like I said, Ed hit it dead on the head. White supremacy, the gynocracy, and then us. Okay, that is what we're working from. That is the scale right there. And if we're going to defeat this thing, we have to show that the illusion of we have to show the white supremacists that you know something. We understand power and we understand the illusion of power, and we can defeat it. And again, I'm hope I'm not oversimplifying with the whole Gail King thing, but basically what I'm saying is this: by showing that their words have no effect or no impact on how we view things and move things, that is the very beginning of it all. Of course, us networking, reaching out to one another is another aspect of it. But again, I digress.
Glad you
Thank you for
came,
allowing
man.
me to speak.
All
all right,
right.
Brothers, have a good
Khalid.
night.
You too, brother.
Yeah, hope to see you again in the future.
No
Word,
shit.
word.
I'm gonna get off of that.
See you
I
tomorrow
still,
night.
I still don't think he answered my
I'm here at
question, but
8:30.
He didn't.
He didn't, but I'll get to it, Black
Exactly. He
Oil.
didn't. He didn't. He
all right.
didn't.
No, he got
Look,
sidetracked though.
I
He
think
got
he
Actually, I
did.
did. You
sidetracked.
know something? I
He got
He
again.
did. He
sidetracked.
did
listen,
answer.
I mean,
listen.
I don't, you know, if we don't get control of the kids, all is for naught,
Do,
frankly.
casualties
Yeah,
of
that's
war.
true.
But let's keep going with the final
Again,
thoughts,
we're
y'all.
discussing symptoms and not.
Listen, let me go ahead and get up out of here real quick. I appreciate you brothers for having me on, but I will say and I will stand on what I say, which is, um, this space right now is critical. Don't be fooled. It's good black men in this space. Period. I don't give a damn what nobody say about us. They can't compete intellectually. Period. You understand that? So realize that the things we talk about, most black people can't keep up with. Period. Facts. At the end of the day, I want y'all to subscribe to my channel. It's gonna be called the Chicago Club. I got my own audience. You know, shout out to the manosphere. I love the space, but I want black men to stop holding back and do the unthinkable. Step it up. Control the situation. You don't have to think like that. You don't have to act like that. You can say what the hell you want and stand on it. So be it. What's up? And
Yeah,
that's it.
Zach.
That's it. That's it. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah, Zach. Stay focused, and if you knew me like Khalid knows me, you know that I am 10x that kind of person. So,
I appreciate you. I appreciate you, brother. I
Nice
word.
talking
appreciate
to
you.
you,
But look,
Zach.
And you're invited to come back anytime.
Indeed.
And I'll be subscribing. Once you get that channel going, I'll be
Yeah, me
subscribing.
too.
it's
Me
the Chicago
too.
Club. It's called the
Me
Chicago
too.
Club, bro. I figured
Yeah.
out, bro. The
Chicago Club.
manosphere,
Me
bro. The
too.
manosphere is heartless. They would damn near dox you the way they move. Period. So I got my own audience. I'm gonna come in the manosphere with my own audience, cammed up, good studio, good all that. It took me about 3 months to do it, but I'm almost there. Oh, I figured
All
it
Word.
right.
out. I know how to get the
Raj.
manosphere. You're gonna come to a
Raj.
hill. You're gonna join this movement whether you like it or not. You understand me?
Ooh. Got
All
you,
right.
bro. We got you, man. We got you, bro. We got you. Nelson, somebody.
All right, I'll go. Hey, thanks for having me, man. I appreciate all y'all brothers, man. It's a great thing we got here in the manosphere. All I'm gonna say is this, man. The power is in the brothers' hands, man. It's all about the choices we make and how we choose to walk this path of life that we have. You know what I'm saying? The only thing we have to do is recognize our position and move accordingly. And just last thing is, man, with all these televised militias and stuff like that, let's be careful of what name you put your database in. Y'all have a good one.
Gotcha.
Good
Thank you,
word.
Sight
Good word.
Bud. Thank you, Sight Bud, for coming up. Appreciate you. You're
Understood.
welcome back at any time. Remember that. All right. Anyone
Peace
else?
to all. Peace to all. Thank you for allowing me on the air.
All right, Nelson. Glad you came, man. Glad you came.
Yeah,
we definitely hope you come back.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll go next.
Yeah.
And I'll just say I'm glad you are a guy, a black man, because I too was suspicious of that. You know, so it's good to actually be proven wrong in that regard. I appreciate that. There were very, very topics covered. I regret that Edward wasn't able to stay here to the end, seeing as he drove a great deal of the direction of the discussion earlier.
Absolutely.
So a lot of good info there. I'll just repeat some of what I said, not necessarily in rebuttal to Edward, but just more precautionary type stuff. I don't, the thing we call a gynocracy, and actually I think the more appropriate term for it would be a gynocratic hegemony. For those who may not know, a hegemony is essentially when you have one ruler over another ruler, essentially. Sort of like the British had sort of a hegemony over, let's say, India, for example, where you had your Indian prince and whatever, but Britain was, that prince answered essentially to the queen or whatever, that type of thing. And that's more what we have here. It's not a pure gynocracy would be women actually ruling over us. When what we actually have is white people ruling over us by way of women, or by way of black women. So it's more of a hegemony, but I digress. But my point is, I don't think they're going to give this thing up easy with us being on the bottom of the pyramid, because that's the whole history of this country. That's the whole entire history of this country. So regardless of how things may change and AI and UBI and all that, I still see a pyramid scheme with black men, with every effort being made to keep black men at the very bottom of that pyramid.
It ain't going to happen.
It'll look different. It certainly won't be what we saw in the 80s or what our fathers or grandfathers saw. It won't be that. But if we don't keep a watchful eye out, they will find some kind of way to put us, quote, in our place, end quote. So I just suggest that we be mindful, diligent, and we kind of keep track of how these laws and court decisions go down over the next few years. And I'll end it with that.
Cool.
All right. Thank you for coming by, Black Guru.
Appreciate
once
you, Black
again.
Guru.
Sure.
Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
Respect to you all. Respect to the elders.
All right. We got Gerald.
Good to see you over here, Black Guru.
No doubt.
Well, I will go next, and that means Roger be behind me because I don't want to clean up behind him. It's a little bit too hard. It's just too hard to clean up behind Roger.
I appreciate
I don't want to clean up behind the professor. I've learned my lesson. It's hard to follow him. So I'm like, nah, I go first. Well, look, Kev. Yeah, I'm glad that I paid attention because you was going on for about 16 minutes and you didn't even know that your volume was up, which I'm still laughing at that, man.
Yeah, this broadcast right here is a restart. So, I think we did okay tonight. Seriously.
I think we did. I know you did wonderful because you got 4 guys come up. They actually came on the panel. I'm glad Nelson came up to prove now I'm a man. I'm not what you think, and I hope Nelson. In fact, I encourage you to come back because I definitely love sitting on the sideline just typing sometime. I kind of the way Black BU came. I say, he says we have to protect the children, and me knowing some guys who've been in the wars and real wars, they said it's like a casualty of war. I'm glad that Khalif came up because of what he said. We got to stop messing around with these collaborators. We got to. We have no other choice. I also have to keep an open minded that I've been on the planet a minute and I've seen what they have done. So I gotta respect what he says. I don't think this enemy gonna give it up this easy. The information I've come across that Donald J. Trump is the enemy. And they will do some things. They will do anything to make sure that they stay in power. I always say this, and everybody gets the answer right. What does a vampire need to survive? Blood. This rabbit hole is extremely deep. We're just a small particle of a problem. You know, we are the original man, and we're hated for the DNA that we carry. I see it. So until the next show, you know, let's keep our heads high. Let's keep fighting, and long live these cool ass brothers, man. Professor, follow that one up if you can.
Here, here.
All right.
I can. All right, Gerald. Yes, I can. Don't challenge me now. Don't challenge me.
Hey, Goody went already. Goody went already.
No, I'm still here. I was listening.
Oh, you was listening. Oh, okay. Did you want to get a final statement?
No, I just want to thank you for allowing me to get on the air. And I did struggle finding this link, so to speak. So I wasn't trying to rat out on y'all. Just just an old fool, just stuck on some nonsense. But anyway, I made it on. Thank you.
Word. And like I said, you're always welcome. To come back at any time. You see.
Right on.
All right.
Thank all of you. Peace.
Okay. All right, peace.
All right. And Goody, I'm gonna give you your props, man. You came up, and I'm literally glad you came up. I actually got a different level of respect for you just because you came up. So now I think our issue is more context of what you're saying to really get into, because there's only so much context you can give when people are talking on the panel versus someone typing on the side. So at the end of the day, you already earned a certain level of respect just because you showed up. So
right.
Thank you very much.
Cool. All right, and what I want to say is, fellas, sometimes things get ugly out here. Okay, they get ugly out here, and when it comes down to it, I'm gonna tell you what the solution's gonna end up being. And people are pushing it. It's gonna be black men not gonna have babies with black women. This is gonna happen in other populations too. You know what I'm saying? A smaller population is an easier controlled population. That's just what it is at the end of the day. If black men really want to get themselves in a good position again, because we ain't had it since integration. What's gonna happen is we just not gonna have these kids with them. Point blank at the end of the day, because the kids is where a lot of their leverage comes from. I'm a person already doing. I'm 43. I ain't got none yet. Not saying I never had any, but I require a wife. I ain't met her yet.
Good luck.
You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, women trying to get to their level. At the end of the day, most of us have already surpassed them. That's what really is going on. That's why a lot of sisters have a problem with black male advancement. Y'all, I mean, I don't know if y'all thought about it in this way. I don't know if people in the audience thought about it in this way. And you know what I'm saying? Which is part of the pushback they actually give with Kevin saying. If black men keep advancing, that makes it harder for them to control you. Now, if you take people like me, who, if I never have my own children, I'm gonna make sure that my nephews and nieces, more of my nephews, will get certain monies based on whatever I can give them. Now, if black men start taking the attitude that we're not gonna have kids with you, and whatever I got, whether it's $2 to leave you, 2 million or 2 billion, and I'm only gonna leave to children who did this particular thing. You grow up, you get your education, you get married, you start a family, you keep everything in the family. Don't go out cheating, don't have sad babies and all this type of stuff. Now you live under this structure in order for you to receive this money once I pass. See, people say a lot of stuff, but a lot of folks don't follow the money. If black men really want to fix this patriarchy, we gonna have to fix it for somebody else that's not ourselves. We just got to do it for our people. Start directing your money to the people who are gonna follow the lifestyle you see fit. And if they don't want to follow, that's fine. Just give it to somebody else. It ain't your problem. You dead at that point. You're not gonna have to worry about it. You don't have to hear them crying about it. You give it to those who are gonna follow what you think is right. If you do that, our society will move more in the direction we want it to go. Now that's an ugly message. It ain't a nice message. It ain't nothing that can give you a really good feeling. And I understand that. But if you're talking about actually doing something where you're moving power, well, money is power. Land is power. Property is power. You're gonna have to give it to the right people. Because if you give it to a bad steward, you just gave it away. The hardest thing to find, if you start checking it out, one of the hardest things to find is black people who got a home that their parents gave.
Wow. Wow. That's why I don't like following you no more. That's why wow, dog.
All right.
Wow.
Well,
man.
all right.
But see, he just addressed.
Well, you know, that's the responsibility.
Funny how we all knew that. Funny how we all knew that.
Yeah, well, except the host. Except the host, because I'm the weekend warrior. And just want to shout out this comment real quick to FWIC TV, FWIC Fashion. Forgive me for pronouncing, but this is the final statement. So get it right some other time. You'll be great watching the show I have coming up next for Saturday evening. I'm gonna do an ADOS versus people of color. You know how we fit in. You know, and real agenda behind using people of color as a way of cover. You know, of pushing ADOS out the way, you know. So I'm looking forward to sharing points of view. So yeah. So let me see how I'm gonna do this. Hold on one second. Just want to give a little pep talk on the way out, you know. All right. All right, black man. How you doing? My name is Ted. And,
I'm sorry. Let me mute up.
Yeah, I came to social media a while back, and you know, I started on Facebook, and I started to notice a little climate change. You know, some of y'all, you started suffering beatings at the hands of women, and you started going to brothers like what the fuck is going on? Just like this guy right here. And you know, I would, you know, tell guys like this, hey, you know what, suck it the fuck up, man. You know, and say what you want. It's not that serious. You don't have to take the abuses and the pain that comes with words. And at the end of the day, it's just word. When before, a long time ago, before I became a father, I was told myself, if I ever had a daughter in particular, I vowed to myself is that if it's one thing I didn't want her to be, I would never want her to be a feminist. And I remember that promise today as she frolicked about and ran back and forth across the yard. And she's, you know, she turned like, there's some things about a person's personality that you can see when even they're at that fragile age. And fortunately for me, I think she's going to be okay. Not my biasness as a father, but I think due to her personality, she's not going to have to face some of the difficulties of some of these battle axes that, you know, sit here and always complain. Let me take this off the screen, and sit there always complaining and causing difficulty and discord among the genders. And it's like Zach Stay Focused was saying, we don't hate women. I don't hate women. I mean, it's just that when I'm a part of a conversation, if I'm showing you basic respect and okay use of the English language, I expect the same in return. If I disagree with you, I'll disagree respectfully. But when it comes to all that, you know, fuck nigga, you gay, all this, you know, y'all just raping and killing us and blah blah blah. No, you're gonna have to back that up with me. I don't hate you because I asked you to provide evidence, just like you're asking me to provide evidence. The evidence that you ladies out there would throw away anyway, because it's like I don't like the stupidity. I don't like being treated like I don't know shit, in a conversation. And I hope that someday that the Discord does end between male and female, so we can move forward and conquer this system of white supremacy, not so much by violent force, but with the just uh old fashioned teamwork and togetherness, and love for each other, and that's what I feel the end game is. So I'm tired. So anyway, this is Kev, and thanks to all the panelists. This is probably the biggest panel I've ever had. In fact, it is the biggest panel I ever had. Especially, thanks to I'll probably put a thank you in the description later, for all the panelists. I can't name you all right now. Gold Professor, Zach, Stay Focused, Khalid, Goody, Edward came by, Donnie came by earlier, Roger, see, and if I forgot you, Black Uru Strikes, okay, well, if I forgot you immediately, and all my super chats. So thank you once again. Come to my next show, ADOS versus People of Color, kind of a where do we fit conversation, and it'll be another great show. So long live the habitual line steppers, and Kev, we trust. Goodbye.